Following a mysterious disaster where stone monuments crashed down upon the earth, all of humanity awakened talents of varying ranks, but our protagonist awakened the one and only talent of its kind in the entire world. That is the plunder talent. The moment he sends his opponents to the scoreboard, he can steal their abilities. Right from the very start, he plundered an S-rank talent, possessing an S-rank giant body. Your talent is powerful, but it belongs to me now. Without further ado, let's begin. The series is fully completed, and the admin has worked on it until the very end. Please enjoy the show. On 11/05/2024, a mysterious stone stele fell from the sky onto the capital of country R. In an instant, a massive shockwave shattered the island nation. The 5 great powers of Blue Planet simultaneously blockaded the area and dispatched scientists to conduct research. A new era was about to begin. A year later in Huaxia, Han City, sunlight gently shone on the high-rise buildings. A red-haired man held up a photo of a hot girl to show the person in front of him. Linlac, look, a single 20-year-old girl from country are seeking adoption. Wanna be her little brother, inject some patriotic genes and bring glory to the homeland. Meanwhile, our young Linlac suddenly burst into tears, perhaps overwhelmed with emotion startling the other man. Hey Linlac. Linlac, why are you crying? Hearing his name, Linlac widened his eyes in shock and came to his senses, thinking to himself, This is the company. He suddenly recalled the gray skies and gigantic monsters in his memory and wondered, was not I living in the chaotic era? I remember. 1 year after the stone stele fell to Earth, the world seemed to turn into a brutal, realistic game world. Everyone awakened talents at different levels and gained extraordinary abilities after changing professions. The city has basically been destroyed by monsters while mysterious dungeons and beast disasters appeared all over the world. Humanity relied on the power of awakening to struggle for survival. To upgrade my talent, I was fighting countless ferocious tiger-level beasts, but the enemy lured a spirit beast above demon level. To protect me, my brother died a tragic death. My brother risked his life to get me out of the dungeon, but the enemy was waiting outside and ambushed and killed me. And the reason for everything just because we refused to hand over the upgrade crystal. In this chaotic era, being weak is a sin. Back to the present. He turned to the person beside him and asked, what is today's date? The other quickly replied, 11/12/2025. Are you dumb or did you overexert yourself last night? Young people should know self-control. Linlac did not answer him, but lowered his head in thought. 11/12/2025. I have been reborn 3 years before the awakening day. It looks like morning outside, just a few hours left before everyone awakens their talents. At that moment, Supervisor Vong Qisiu walked over, his face arrogant and discontented, shouting, Linlac, your behavior does not align with our company values. You are fired. Go to the financial office to settle your pay. You do not need to come to work this afternoon. Lam Lac glanced back at him irritated. Supervisor Vong Qisiu, just like in his memories, found an excuse to fire him right after he would become a full-time employee. In his previous life, that bastard Vong Qisiu had turned into a demon after awakening, trading the organs, limbs, and lives of ordinary people for resources to level up, coercing good people into evil deeds. He never expected to run into him again. Lamlac ignored Qisiu and simply turned away, leaving him scowling and staring after his back. Qisiu glared venomously at Lamlac's back and muttered, that mongrel raised by a thief thinks he is worthy of being liked by, on VU2 does not even know his place. The fat man beside him grinned. To flatter him exactly, going against the supervisor, he clearly does not know his limits. The bald one quickly chimed in, yeah, unbelievable how cowardly he is. Did not even sit down, just walked off like that. Hands in his pockets, Lamlac walked out of the company thinking to himself, in my previous life, I attacked Vong Qisiu in anger and got taken away by the Urban Bureau. That very afternoon, the nationwide awakening began. Because I was locked up for 10 days, I missed the crucial awakening period. When I got out, others were already over level 10. It was not until my brother, Chu Tang Dong, who, like me, was an orphan raised in the Welfare Institute, came back after serving time for theft, and my life began to change for the better. He was sentenced to 15 years, but after awakening in a level talent and making great contributions, he was released early. After that, he always kept me by his side as we worked together to level up. At that time, Tang Dong fought desperately against monsters to protect me. Constantly worrying, are you okay? Though Lam Lac was covered in injuries, he quickly reassured him. Do not worry, brother, I am fine. Then one time, by accident, I lost control and killed someone. It was at that moment I discovered the shocking secret that I had awakened my innate talent. The girl I say back then looked at me with admiration and said, thank you. Without using any special ability, just by killing, one could directly seize the opponent's talent level. Linlac realized this the first time the system appeared. You have obtained the opponent's soul power. Your talent level F has evolved in a level E. Everything after that felt like fragments of memory dissolving into nothingness. My older brother kept insisting that I must not intentionally kill anyone. As a result, the wicked ran rampant, and in the end, not only could we not protect those by our side, both of us lost our lives. Back to the present, Lin Lak had just stepped out of store, a bag of equipment in his hand. Reborn into a new life, all the helplessness and hatred he once endured, he vowed to change it all. If kindness brings no reward, then he would act for heaven itself, be more ruthless than the wicked, and seize control of his own fate. Thinking of that, he clenched his fists tightly as if sealing the decision of his life. I will use the guilty as firewood and climb to the throne of invincibility. Time passed and night slowly fell. Inside a restroom, Lin Lak sat on the toilet staring at the system's information panel. Welcome Lin Lak of Blue Star to a new era. From this moment, Blue Star will open dungeons and secret realms of various levels across the world. Upon awakening your talent and entering these places, you will awaken your combat profession. Congratulations. You have obtained Level F Talent Seizure. Level F Growth Potential Effective. When killing a life form, you can seize 1% of a random attribute point, or 1% of a talent skills effect. Cooldown time, 5 days. Reading this, he curved his lips into a satisfied smile, just as expected, exactly like his past life. While he was still delighting in his thoughts, reborn and already knowing all the strategies for the famous dungeons around Hang City and the locations of secret opportunities more importantly, that he could quickly raise his talent to level sus. A lewd laugh suddenly sounded outside. Hey there, little beauty. Lamlak seemed to recognize the voice and widen his eyes in shock. He slightly opened the bathroom door and looked outside. There he was, Vong Chi-Siu, still unaware, engrossed in his phone conversation. I have awakened an S-rank talent in healing. Follow me, and you are guaranteed a brilliant future. You are a D rank. Not bad. Most people in our company are F rank. He proudly bragged to the person on the phone, completely unaware that Lam Lak was lurking behind him in the bathroom like a demon. Do not worry, my yin. I have awakened an S-rank talent. I do not need that old woman at home anymore. Bye. Though he said that pleasantly, in his mind he thought cruelly, once I am done having fun, I will just treat her as a healing material. At that moment, Lam Lak slowly picked up a rope and walked forward. Without hesitation, he tightened a rope around Chi-Siu's neck from behind, catching him completely off guard. Manager Vong, it is truly great to see you. You will be the first sacrifice after my rebirth. Immediately after, a green light burst out from the back of Chi-Ku's neck. Lam Lak was startled when he saw it. Then, as that green light condensed into a form identical to Chi-Siu, Lam Lak muttered to himself. So this is a doppelganger, a special form only S-rank talents can manifest. The doppelganger struck out 2 beams of light toward Chi-Siu, but his eyes had already rolled back, losing focus. Lam Lak glanced at the doppelganger smugly and said, too bad it's too late for any healing now. Finally, the light retreated back into Chi-Siu's neck. The rope in Lam Lak's hands remained tight. Just then, the system displayed a message. You have seized the opponent's soul power. Your F-rank talent has evolved into E-rank. Your E-level talent evolved into D-level talent. Your D-level talent evolved into C-level talent. And while the system kept announcing upgrades, TCU foamed at the mouth and died. When the final level up notification sounded, your A-level talent evolved into S-level talent. Lam Lak finally let out a breath and said to himself, phew. He checked his talent attributes information. Quickly appeared, Plunder, level S, capable of growth. Effect, when killing a life form, he can plunder all attribute stats from a talent effect, skill effect, or soul power, one of 4 types. Cooldown time. One day after reading this, he felt a bit sentimental. In his previous life, he and his companion had struggled for 3 years to barely raise their talent to level A. In this reborn life, within just a few hours, he had surpassed his former self and obtained an S-level talent with a probability of 1 in a million. Truly unbelievable. Then he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come out, my avatar!" Magic surged from Lam Lak's palm, and finally, a steel-armored knight appeared majestically amid the swirling dark purple energy. Lam Lak's avatar wore a silver-black armor and a knight's helmet with a cold violet glint in its eyes. The system quickly displayed its detailed information. He recalled the S-level avatars from his previous life. Those born from S-level talents had maximum attributes of 200. SS levels reached 400, and SSS levels could go up to 600. The Black Emperor had 3 stats at the maximum level. The Black Emperor's weaknesses were intelligence, defense, and action range, especially intelligence. With such a low value, it could only be controlled directly by Lam Lak's will. But even so, it was still the strongest close combat S-level avatar at present. Lam Lak smiled faintly, his eyes showing satisfaction. The Black Emperor's coercive plundering power had no effect on substitutes, but his own talent perfectly made up for that flaw. Moreover, 200 growth attributes, something even many SSS level substitutes did not have. Then he ordered it to carry Chi-Siu's corpse away. Black Emperor, deal with the body. Watching its back as it left, he tilted his head slightly. Vong Chi's Xiu, in the previous life, after the chaotic age began, you turned into a demon. Now you die unnoticed in a restroom serves you, right? Finally satisfied, Lam Lak shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. By the time they trace this back to me, it will be at least a month. And by then, I will already be invincible. Outside, he walked while scrolling through his phone. Everyone had awakened their talents, and even the usually dull class group was buzzing with excitement. On his screen was the group chat, Finance Class 3, Coal Group. After reading the flood of messages, Lam Lak rubbed his chin and frowned. I remember that bootlicker, Lo Men. In my previous life, after awakening, he quickly got close to Fuang Mong, so the class. Beauty, and later used some underhanded means to kill many innocent people and several city inspectors. He even joined the dark faction led by Quan, MUC. Then he raised his hand and tapped on the name Lo Min on the screen. This time, I will seize his talent and create wealth from it. At the same time, at the Tomato Hotel, Lu Min sat on the bed with an unpleasant expression. Behind him was a substitute holding a book, looking extremely powerful. Vong Dang, this good son of yours, finally called his father. This substitute can truly fulfill the host's wish. What a delight. He looked up at the substitute and commanded, Main prayer. I wish to have the heart and soul of Fuang Mong So. Immediately after, the shadow of the substitute released a surge of immense demonic energy in response to him. Master, your wish has been fulfilled. Lu Min smirked, picked up his phone. The substitute could soon be summoned again, but he could not afford to miss the goddess, Huang Mengso. On his phone screen appeared a rather inappropriate chat inviting Mengso to his hotel room. After receiving her agreement, he shouted excitedly, Main prayer, you are amazing. As long as I have men, I can even rule the world. Just then, Lam Lak called. Lu Min, I have discovered a secret about the S-class substitute. It benefits both of us. Where are you? Let us meet and talk. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming's face turned sinister. The atmosphere around him was as dark as his mind. Having learned Lin Hao's secret and about to win the goddess of his dreams, the timing was perfect. 5 minutes later, someone opened the door and walked into the room. Standing at the doorway blocking Lin Lak's way, Lu Ming hurriedly asked Lin, Lak, what is the S-level talent secret? Tell me quickly. I have got an appointment later. Lin Lak stepped in, answering calmly. All right, I will tell you. Then he leaned in close to Lu Ming's ear and said, the S-level talent secret is... Right at that moment, the Black Emperor suddenly appeared behind him. Lu Ming quickly noticed and glanced back. But before he could react, the Black Emperor fondly pinched his chubby cheek until he spat out a mouthful of saliva. That affectionate interaction sent Lu Ming flying into the wall. He died just like that before he could even meet the Black Stocking Goddess. At the same time, the system displayed a message to Lam Lak. You have activated S-rank talent plunder. Please choose one of the 4 attribute categories, attribute stats, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power of the target to plunder. He lowered his gaze, rubbed his chin, observed the man, and analyzed silently. Luo Min was still an ordinary person without many attribute points since he had not entered a class change dungeon. Of course, he had no skills. Soul power could be used to upgrade talents, but the soul power of that S-rank guy was not enough for his upgrade. So seizing his talent would be more beneficial. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, Plunder talent. Immediately after, 2 system notifications appeared in succession. Successfully plundered target's talent. Congratulations. You have obtained S-rank talent Wishbook. Wishbook S-rank effect allows 3 form changes. 1. Wish 100 battles, increases hit rate and critical rate by 20%, and doubles experience gained from killing monsters. 2 wishes kind wall increases evasion rate by 20% and grants a vulnerability to all forms of attack every 10 minutes. 3 wishes fortune increases luck 10-fold. Cooldown time. After each form change, there's a 5-minute cooldown. The pink-orange magic aura that had belonged to Luo Min earlier now surrounded Lam Lak. He smiled and spoke softly, Wishbook. Not a bad ability at all, comes with both offense and defense, even a bit of luck. Come forth, my avatar. A surge of magical power burst out and a hooded figure holding a book appeared, but its form differed from Luo Min's original version. My great master, the prayer servant responds to your summoning. The system also displayed its details. Avatar prayer servant, S rank, strength 20, average human 10, speed 40, intelligence 180, defense 50, HP 4000, energy 200, energy recovery rate 1 point per 2 hours, growth 80, action range 15 meters. Wish book, grant 1 wish of the summoner. Consumption depends on the difficulty of fulfillment. Cooldown, none. Lam Lak looked at the mage-like figure holding a staff and asked cheerfully, can you communicate? The prayer servant immediately replied, yes, master. I am a functional type avatar, but my usefulness far exceeds that of combat type avatars. Any theoretical wish in your hands through me can be realized for you. He looked at Lam Lak and continued, of course, simple wishes require little energy consumption while difficult ones consume more. Excessively difficult wishes may cause me to shatter permanently. In addition, my intelligence surpasses that of other avatars, and I can also help you devise strategies. After hearing that, Lam Lak immediately asked, then tell me, what is the best way to use your power to gain the most benefit? The Master of Wishes replied, I think it is asking for information. Information holds immense value and costs very little energy. Hearing that, he continued, so instead of asking you to give me treasure, it is better to ask where the treasure is. Pleased, he immediately praised him. Master, you are truly wise. Then he went on to give more examples to help Lam Lak understand more easily. Besides, wishes that are achievable consume little energy, while entirely fabricated ones consume a lot. For example, winning the lottery uses far less energy than creating a bottle of water out of thin air. And if the wish involves another person, the energy cost depends on that person's strength and willpower. Lam Lak looked at him seriously and slowly asked, Master of Wishes, if I want my brother, Chu Tangdong, released from the investigation bureau, how much energy would that take? He quickly flipped open the book in his hands and answered, Master, that wish would require all of my energy and I would also need to fall into deep sleep for a while. Moreover, because of its difficulty, I could only accelerate the release process, not make it happen instantly. Lam Lak was stunned as if struck by lightning. His face darkened and he thought to himself, it seems wishes also need to follow logic. Makes sense if all wishes could be granted. That would be too absurd. In the end, he smiled helplessly and said, looks like the most practical option is still to ask for intelligence on other S-class experts. After saying that, he turned his head and smiled with satisfaction at the returning Black Emperor. Did you deal with the body quickly? Suddenly, his gaze landed on a clock embedded in the center of the Black Emperor's chest. How did I not notice that before? Why is there a clock on his chest and with only one hand? At that, then he turned back to the Master of Wishes and asked, Master of Wishes, do you know much about substitutes? Does their appearance have anything to do with their abilities? The latter nodded and responded, that is right. A substitute's appearance and abilities are related to the form of its host soul. Hearing this, Lam Lak fell silent in thought. Clearly, the Black Emperor had no power related to time. Could be tied to resurrection. Forget it. If I can't figure out for now, I will just leave it. After a while, he walked out of Lu Min's hotel room, hands in his pockets, thinking to himself, as long as my strength grows, there is no riddle in this world I can't solve. Since my talent is still on cooldown, I will use this time to look for dungeons and secret realms. As soon as Lam Lak stepped outside, he ran into Somong, dressed in a seductive red dress with black stockings. But her face was anything but pleasant as she muttered, damn it. Why did I send so many disgusting messages to that bootlicker and even come here? Block him right now, so disgusting. Lam Lak ignored her and went straight to the reception desk. Extend room 414 for another 7 days and do not let the cleaning staff in. My friend does not like being disturbed. The receptionist smiled politely. Yes, sir. Scene transitioned to Lam Lak's company. Tai Keep sat at his desk, propping his chin up and staring at the person before him. Master of Time, where's the white clock on you? Also, why was the time travel delayed by more than a week from? What I said. The Master of Time holding a wand reported seriously, my lord. During my time travel, an unknown existence robbed me of part of my power, which caused the timeline to shift. Hearing that, Taikeep slammed his hand angrily on the table. Damn it. After paying such a huge price, there's still an accident. He recalled walking on the clocks of time within the rift, and thought to himself, since the dawn of the era of global awakening, I have awakened an extremely rare SSS level talent space-time shuttle. Relying on this talent, I could slay gods and Buddhas alike. And in the end, I charged alone into the temporal rift. At that time, he and the Master of Time were attacked by another existence. Unfortunately, one of Huaxia's guardian gods encountered a foe that drove one to despair, the illogical clan. The opponent easily defeated me. After that, with the help of the Master of Time, I risked everything to activate the space-time shuttle, draining the Master of Time's energy from 4000 down to 40, barely escaping with my life through time. Thinking of this made his heart sink. Who would have thought that intending to return a week before the Great Awakening would instead land him just a few hours after it? And he even lost the second-hand power of the Master of Time for too many unexpected turns. The Master of Time closed her eyes and sensed the faint traces of magic drifting in the air. Master, I can feel the power of the second hand. It seems to be on someone within Hang City. Fakey immediately asked, are you certain? Why would your power be on someone else? The Master of Time replied, it seems that person stole it outright. Master, should we take it back? Hearing her question, he rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, for him to steal your power, his strength must be extraordinary. You're not skilled in combat and are still weak right now, so there is no rush to find him. Are you sure he is not from the illogical clan? The Master of Time looked seriously at Thakeep and replied, rest assured, Master, my power is definitely on a human. Thakeep calmly smiled at her. Let's go clear the dungeon first, and maybe we will run into my old teammates. In his heart, he was already calculating he needed to gather enough strength first, then he would settle the score with that thief. How dare you steal from me? Do Tai keep, we will see who you really are. The awakened ones did not seem to listen to him at all and kept chattering non-stop. So this is the dungeon. Amazing. I gotta post this first. Wait. Can you really change your class inside? The new era has truly begun. It feels just like we are online on Earth again. A guy in black turned to ask, why are not you guys going to take a look? Just then, Lam Lak strode confidently through the crowd. His self-assured expression immediately stirred up a commotion. Before Lam Lak stepped through the gate, noise still erupted behind him. Lam Lak did not care and walked forward slowly. In his past life, he had hesitated before entering the dungeon. This time, he smiled confidently and pushed the gate open with steady hands. Inside the instance, countless floating cubes drifted around Lam Lak. As the system activated, his body was digitized. A notification sounded. All injuries sustained inside the secret instance would be completely healed upon exit. Deaths within the instance would result in resurrection and immediate ejection from it. However, after dying 3 times, resurrection would no longer be possible. Please choose one of the 6 basic classes: Mage, Archer, Warrior, Guardian, Assassin, or Priest. Lin Lak touched his chin and smiled faintly. In his previous life, he had chosen the Warrior class. That class was fairly ordinary before its second advancement at level 20. Now that he possessed 2 S-grade talents and a substitute body, he naturally had to make a better choice. Then he summoned his Prayer Master. Prayer Master, do you have any recommendations for my class selection? The Prayer Master lowered his eyes, looking wise as he offered advice. Master, I recommend choosing the Mage class. After level 20, guided by my S-grade talent as your beacon, you can advance to the hidden class of Prophet Mage. Moreover, with the Black Emperor's protection, you can overcome the Mage's weakness in close combat. Lin Lak inclined his head slightly, pondering his words. So an S-grade talent could also unlock class changes and hidden professions. Still, he felt the Prayer Masters seemed to have some self-interest. In that suggestion, after thinking, he looked at the Prayer Master and asked, if I choose the Mage and use Plunder as the guiding talent for my second advancement, would that turn into a hidden class? The Prayer Master replied, I do not recommend using Plunder as it would result in a terribly weak melee mage. Lin Lak seemed to realize something and thought to himself. Although the Prayer Master's advice was not wrong, his own core talent was still Plunder. Everything should center around the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor's strength and agility were both at their peak, so a class that relied on agility like Assassin should be more suitable. Then his expression darkened as he asked, Prayer Master, if I choose Assassin and use Plunder as the guiding talent of my second advancement, what class would that become? Hearing that, he exclaimed in astonishment, high probability of being an outlaw of magic able to amplify advantages and seize power. Still, I would suggest you choose a Prophet Mage. That class is easier and more elegant. Finally, he reached out his hand and said in a deep voice, I choose Assassin. His finger pressed on the word Assassin on the screen. A trace of guilt flickered in his heart. Master, please forgive me. In the next instant, a surge of violet-blue light swirled around him. The system immediately popped up. System notification class changed successfully to Assassin, generating attributes. Lin Lak, level 1. Experience, 0. Class, Assassin. HP, 180. Constitution, 20. Mana, 200. Spirit, 20. Attack power, 18 plus 6. Strength, 2 plus weapon bonus. Lin Lak coldly stared at the stats on the display. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 10 plus 5. Attack speed 1.2 times per second. Movement speed 10.5 meters per second. Spirit 10. Intelligence 12. Physical defense 9. Magic defense 6. Attributes are now being transferred into the character. Streams of attributes in various colors flowed with a magic force, finally converging into a single point. The system continued displaying information. Shadow Hunt LV-1 instantly appear behind. The enemy unleash a critical strike dealing 10 plus times 2.2 physical damage. Cooldown 10s cost 10 mana. Phantom Slash LV-1, concentrate all power into one strike. Deal 20 plus times 2.2 physical damage. Briefly, knock back the target. Cooldown 20s cost 15 mana. Keen LV-1, agility plus 5 reduces stamina consumption by 30% while moving or in combat. High Speed Reflex LV-1 increases dynamic vision by 10% in battle. Power Strike LV-1 increases critical hit rate by 1%. Lin Lak quickly tightened his grip on the dagger. As expected, only an assassin was worthy of the Black Emperor. The system displayed another prompt. Please select the number of participants for the dungeon expedition. Team limit, 5 players. Then the system confirmed it and displayed information about the instance Goblin Lair. Recommended entry level, 1 to 4. Available difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Instance description though, it is a playground for beginner adventurers. One must still be cautious of the small green goblin monsters, especially female adventurers should never enter alone. Please choose a difficulty level. Lin Lak answered without hesitation, nightmare. The system continued to display notification system alert. Nightmare difficulty recommended level 5 to 10. Clear the stage, or die to exit. Your current level is 1. Confirm entry. Lin Lak decisively said, confirm. Enter the instance. After a series of processes, Lin Lak finally appeared on a barren land. In front of him were tens of thousands of green goblins ready to attack. He looked at a goblin holding a club nearby, and the system immediately displayed its information. Red-Eyed Goblin Level 5, Cap 300, Defense 30, Attack 40, XP 15. Skills: Red Eyes, Reproductive Fury when HP drops below 20% or when encountering a female adventurer, attack speed increases by 30%. Lin Lak extended his hand, magical energy crackling like lightning along his fingers. Right after, he summoned his avatar. Wish 100 battles come forth, Black Emperor system message. Wish 100 battles activated. Critical hit rate increased by 20%. He then pointed forward proudly and commanded, Black Emperor destroy them. The Black Emperor instantly gathered magic power in his raised fist. As it punched the goblin before it, the system displayed, your avatar Black Emperor dealt 770 critical damage to the red-eyed goblin. A surge of magic spread around the Dark Emperor as the demons waited for a chance to attack him. He killed a red-eyed demon gaining 150 experience points. Over-level monster kill bonus, 500% experience. Wish effect battle mastery, monster kill bonus, 200% experience. Next, the Dark Emperor unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Each blow almost destroyed a demon. His clone, the Dark Emperor, dealt 390 critical damage to the red-eyed demon. His clone again dealt 390 critical damage to the red-eyed demon. And finally, his clone dealt 770 critical damage to the red-eyed demon. After the fierce battle, a golden beam of light shone down on Lin Lak. A bright golden announcement appeared. He had killed 15 red-eyed demons accumulating 2,250 experience points. Over-level monster kill bonus, 500% experience. Wish effect battle mastery, monster kill bonus, 200% experience. Lin Lak clenched his fist and smiled in satisfaction. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 6. Current experience, 700 out of 1600. Lin Lak looked up with a smile and muttered, the Dark Emperor's skill Shadow Seas can only be used 7 times. These monsters are too weak. Better save it for later. Check free attribute points and skill points. The golden system panel appeared again. Free attribute points, 4x5. Free skill points, 2x5. Distribute now. Lin Lak read through it and fell silent. An assassin's weapon is coated with poison. After the second transfer, agility can be converted to attack power. So I should increase agility. As for skills, let us put everything into precision, the agility-related skill. After thinking it over, he said aloud, increase agility by 16 points, strength by 4 points, and raise the precision skill to level 10. The golden system immediately confirmed. Distribution complete. Strength 9 plus 4, Constitution 9, Agility 10 plus 21, Precision LV 11, Agility bonus plus 15, Stamina consumption during movement and combat reduced to 40%. Lam Lax stood amid the smoky haze, the Black Emperor behind him like a divine guardian protecting him. Compared to Shadow Hunt, an illusory slash, the stamina cost of agility could be reduced by 40%. Not wanting to waste that points on Constitution while still saving energy, adding to agility was the best choice. In his mind, he recalled scenes from the past. In his previous life, after everyone entered the dungeon, they realized that even slight movements spanned several kilometers and battles were inevitable. In just a short while, their stamina was completely drained, leaving those with low constitution as burdens. While he was lost in thought, the Black Emperor easily destroyed another goblin. As for dropped coins, once the boss died, everything would be gathered into a single treasure chest, so there was no need to pick anything up. The Black Emperor continued darting swiftly in a zigzag path, taking down several more goblins. Their anguished screams echoed all around. At this moment, a faint golden glow radiated from Lam Lak's body. Several unclear symbols flowed within his mana stream, appearing before him. Wolf-Hide Goblin, Level 6, Stone-Headed Goblin, Level 7, Ice Goblin, Level 8. The monsters are getting stronger, but he himself had also reached Level 7. Lam Lak let the Black Emperor continue fighting while he strolled leisurely deep in thought. Dealing with these small fry was no problem. Then he smiled slightly, his expression turning predatory like a hunter about to claim his prey. Now then, it is time for the next one. The dungeon boss, he murmured, picturing in his mind a massive crimson goblin seated upon a throne. But to get there, he would have to pass through hundreds of thousands of red-eyed goblins. Right at that moment, out of nowhere, 2 girls appeared captured by a group of goblins screaming desperately for help. Save us. Please save me. Lamlack led the Black Emperor to take a quick look around and silently assessed. Great Goblin, Lizard Goblin, Blazing Goblin, quite a number of them, but still far inferior to the Black Emperor. Immediately after that, a huge goblin holding a club charged toward him, growling as it attacked. Lamlack's expression darkened. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Even if it is just a human NPC, looking at this scene over and over still makes me angry." He instantly commanded his substitute, who was already raising his fist ready to fight. "Destroy them, Black Emperor." With just one punch, that goblin flew straight into the wall, its agonized scream echoing throughout the cave. Then two more goblins appeared, using magic power to summon a dark green skull-shaped phantom, radiating death. Sensing the surge of magic approaching, Lamlack quickly leapt backward, with the Black Emperor simultaneously forming a barrier to shield them. A terrifying explosion rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air so thickly that nothing inside could be seen clearly. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Black Emperor's fist was already right in front of them. The two demons did not even have time to react before being sent flying by a substitute's punch. Green goblins lay scattered everywhere. Linlack arrogantly pointed at the boss, taunting, "Only you are left, come on." The Black Emperor gathered his dark energy, watching the boss warily. The boss refused to back down and roared, its power blazing like fire behind it. Right after that, the Black Emperor charged forward to attack first. He gently brushed the boss's cheek, drawing a spurt of blood and a shrill cry. With just one strike, the boss was left sprawled flat on the ground. From above, Linlack looked down mockingly, too weak. Still, only a dead demon is a good demon. The golden system quickly appeared, killing a total of 83 goblin wolfskins, great goblins, goblin tamans, blazing goblins, goblin guardians, moonhearts, in 100 battles. Plus bonus kills for a level crossing defeat, earning a total of 9,700 experience points. Congratulations, your character has leveled up to level 9. Current experience points, 7,340 out of 12,800. The green goblins around were also being encoded by the system. They finally turned into a stream of magic spiraling upward like a whirlwind. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Treasure chest is being updated. Lamlack smiled and gave a command use wish luck. System confirmation. Your luck has increased tenfold. A shimmering purple chest appeared with a notification. Goblin lair cleared. Nightmare level, 0 loss. Clear time, 5 minutes. Solo clear triple rating bonus. For levels lower than the recommended level, 5-fold. Rating bonus. Clear score this round, 1,500 points. Rank, SS. Congratulations. You have obtained a top-tier golden treasure chest from the Goblin Lair. Lamlack read it with a triumphant smile. As expected, loss and time determine the base score, while team size and level gap determine bonus or deduction. For example, lower loss and shorter time mean a higher base score, fewer players and lower level mean multiplied points. Based on total points, the rating ranks differ AS, S, and SS, each corresponding to specific score ranges. Originally, even at nightmare difficulty, the lowest level dungeon could only grant one black iron chest. Treasure chest quality levels are bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, saint earth, heaven, and immortal. Each major tier is divided into 3 sub-tiers, normal, rare, and top grade. He stroked the lid of the chest, pleased, boosted by the enhanced prayer. After surpassing 8 levels of quality, reaching gold grade, a treasure chest, he could hardly believe it. Without any hesitation, he shouted, "Open the treasure chest." A stream of weapons, elixirs, and gold coins poured out. He looked over the pile of loot he had just gained, secretly calculating. High-grade recovery potions, not bad. Black iron and silver gear, trash. Silver-grade spells, the level's too low. Still, with tenfold luck, 2 usable golden items, not bad at all. After examining everything, he decided to check the stats of the Guardian's Dagger. The info panel appeared: Guardian's Dagger. Quality, gold grade. Rarity, epic. Level requirement 6. Class restriction, assassin. Attack power, plus 60. Critical rate, plus 5%. Critical damage, plus 10%. Sharpness, ignores 10 points of the enemy's defense. Causes bleeding after breaking defense, inflicting 5 bleeding damage per second for 10 seconds. Linlack held the dagger in his hand, thinking about its terrifying history. This used to be a divine weapon from the previous event, 40 points stronger than the level 10 bronze dagger, plus 3 additional attributes and a bleeding effect, riding the momentum. He looked up and opened the armor next. He checked the stats of the Guardian's armor. The info panel appeared again. Guardian's armor. Quality, gold grade. Rarity, normal. Level requirement 6. Usable by all classes. Physical defense, plus 25. Magic defense, plus 23. HP, plus 200. Glossy finish, reduces sharp weapon damage by 7 points. Dodge rate, plus 10%. He put on the full set of armor, surprised that it could hide his appearance. Delighted, he exclaimed, with the life armor added, it can even reduce damage. What a great item. At that moment, the system completed and displayed character data successfully generated. Please name your in-game character. Reminder, your game name will appear publicly when exploring copies and secret realms. Without hesitation, he entered a name Black Emperor. Immediately, a giant screen displayed for everyone global announcement. Congratulations to the player Black Emperor for becoming the first in the world to clear a nightmare-level dungeon solo. Reward, 1 ticket for 10 spins on the Wheel of Fate. Outside, everyone who saw it could not help but marvel, damn impressive a global announcement. Who is Black Emperor so badass? Clear a nightmare-level dungeon solo. Wonder if he is handsome. The Wheel of Fate sounds epic. Some even started becoming fans. I want to have Black Emperor's baby. On Taikeep's side, he also saw the text and grew doubtful. Something's off. He remembered that in his previous life, the announcement showed up at night and the player who achieved it was Grey Wolf. Thinking that, he turned to the Time Master beside him to confirm. Time Master, you're sure the time shuttle does not alter history, right? She immediately replied, Master, the time shuttle only returns the soul to its former body. It absolutely does not affect history. Hearing that, Taikeep stroked his chin, pondering the possibilities. Then there are 2 options. 1. The Black Emperor of this world borrowed your power to become stronger and clear the dungeon. 2. The future Black Emperor stole your power and traveled back to the present to clear it. The Time Master suddenly interjected, but my ability can enhance anyone's strength. So how could he clear a dungeon solo? He was just as puzzled. That is exactly what I do not understand either. Song, he quickly set aside his doubts and turned to more urgent matters. Still, no matter what, we have to find him soon. If his speed surpasses ours, we will be in trouble. Meanwhile, Lam Lacked, the one being talked about, just finished drawing lots and was incredibly lucky. 10 spins in his previous life after 3 years of effort. He only managed 5 spins on the wheel. Afterwards, he used them right away, closed his eyes, and called out, Come forth, Prayer Master. It is your time to perform. He summoned his trusted assistant, a young man in a purple cloak holding a gleaming golden book who greeted him respectfully. It is an honor to serve you, my great master. Lam Lack requested, Analyze for me the best way to pray. The Prayer Master began speaking. Congratulations, Master, for drawing the Wheel of Destiny reward. This is a precious prize that only appears in nightmare-level dungeons or in the Tower of Heaven. Then he seriously analyzed, as far as I know, the Wheel of Destiny can grant items ranked S, S, B, C, D, E, F, and Q. Many of these items can't be obtained from regular dungeons. Moreover, the drop rates vary. Rank F has the highest rate at 40%, while SS is the lowest, only 0.01%. After that detailed explanation, the Prayer Master raised his hands and concluded. Therefore, even with 10-fold luck and 10 continuous spins, Master might still not get a single item above rank S. He pointed at the Praying Master with curiosity and asked, What if I use your power to make a wish? The Praying Master immediately introduced several service packages to him. Receiving a designated SS grade item and falling asleep for 6 months, a random SS grade item and falling asleep for 6 days, at least 1 S grade item for 190 energy, or at least 1 S grade item for 10 energy. Hearing that, Lam Lack stroked his chin, silently pondering. Falling asleep would affect his ability to seize others' talents, too much of a loss. It seemed that the S grade item was still the more stable choice. After thinking, he asked again, What if I get at least 2 items above S grade? The man calmly replied, 110 energy points. Seeing such a large number, he made his decision on the spot. Then I will go with 1 item above S grade. Once he received the command, the Praying Master immediately got to work. The shining book opened and he held a staff in one hand and flipped through the book with the other while chanting. Then he announced, Master, your wish has been fulfilled. Hearing that, he quickly shouted in excitement, Draw the reward. The gleaming golden prayer card shattered and disappeared in response to his command. Next came a spinning wheel of fortune filled with various kinds of spirit stones. The needle spun round and round continuously. Then he commanded, Stop. The needle spun for a moment longer before finally stopping at a small green diamond-shaped spirit stone. A notification frame pops up. The system prompts, Congratulations to the player for receiving the following 10 rewards. Right below is the list of 10 loot items he just drew from the gacha. Looking over each item's effect, he can't help but sign Admiration Binding Crystal. Extends substitution range. Limit Crystal increases the substitute's energy cap. Rage Crystal temporarily boosts the substitute's level. All of these drawn, not bad luck at all. Yet even so, he is not particularly satisfied. Holding 2 white crystals, he muses, What a pity. Only the Limit Crystal is S rank. The others' effects are much weaker. Still, even if he's a bit disappointed, items are meant to be used well. He grips them tightly until they shatter, a confident smile appearing on his face. Another message pops up. The system prompts, using 1 D rank and 1 E rank, Reality Crystal. Upon leaving the dungeon, 3% plus 1% of your dungeon stats will be retained. Done with that. He turns to his substitute and tosses 2 green stones to the Dark Emperor. Dark Emperor, these 2 binding crystals are yours, crush them. The substitute immediately follows his command. Dozens of emerald energy rays burst forth with a crush. The system announces substitute action range extended to 6 meters. Linlak thoughtfully considers the remaining items, Ascension Crystal, to be used right away. Rage Crystal and Longevity Pill to take outside. What is left are the Energy Heart and the Limit Crystal. After thinking for a moment, he held 2 pieces of blue glass in his hands, waving them playfully before the praying master as if teasing or tempting him while pretending to mutter to himself. Who should use these 2 substitute items? He immediately took the bait like a mouse falling into a trap, his eyes gleaming and his mouth drooling with desire. Great master, I suggest you let me use them first. That way you won't have to worry about my energy problem anymore. Satisfied with the response, he tossed them over. All right, then they are yours. The other stared at them without looking away, still flattering him. Great master, you have truly made a wise decision. The praying master clutched the 2 glass shards in his hands. Energy surged continuously into his body. Energy, 190 out of 300, 100. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour, double the previous speed. Meanwhile, he once again sank in a thought. Unfortunately, the true crystals were not enough. He could only bring out 4% of his attribute points without spatial crystals. The equipment on him could not be carried outside. With both hands in his pockets, he forced himself to stay patient. He could only move forward step by step. Then from the gate, Linlek stepped out. Around him, countless people were talking excitedly. That dungeon was way too hard. Yeah, such a waste of a resurrection chance. If I would known, I would not have gone in. He walked through the crowd thinking to himself, right now, the others are still too weak. This is the perfect time for me to grow stronger quickly and leave them all behind. Then a new destination popped up in his mind next. He should head to the sky-reaching tower to seize the Global Master's achievement. The number of floors there was endless. In front of the blue tower, crowds of players bustled about. Some said, I've cleared up to the 3rd floor. Others were looking around. Anyone got a team with girls? Some were recruiting. Need an archer? We are short one. Linlek quietly listened to 2 guys chatting behind him. I heard the global record is the 8th floor. That made him think every 10 floors of the sky-reaching tower can earn a spin ticket for. The lucky wheel draw. He had to make good use of his time. Just then, a beautiful, seductive girl approached him, flashing her eyes flirtatiously. Hey, handsome. Want to team up? He did not care. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes slightly and walked past her like a stranger, leaving her standing there in shock. Team up, he thought. No way. That only slows down my clearance speed. He stepped into the sky, reaching tower muttering level 1. Kobolds only give 4 experience points. This tower is really great for beginners. At his call, the Black Emperor appeared. Come out, Black Emperor. Tommy, get to work. Then his clone with 1,000 hands struck down all the beastmen before him. A system notification popped up. You have cleared floor 1 of the sky-reaching tower. Time spent, 20 seconds. First clear reward, Fate Shard, ×5. He calmly walked up the stairs and left. The Black Emperor hurriedly chased after him, having just collected a mountain of beast corpses. A system reminder appeared. Congratulations. Player, you have refreshed the global floor clear time record for floor 1 of the sky-reaching tower. Your in-game name, Black Emperor, is now known among players worldwide. The moment he set foot down, 2 other beastmen looking stronger with blood-red eyes and cracking their knuckles menacingly blocked his way. Lamlak did not waver at all, his hands still in his pockets as he confidently challenged them. Monsters coming together, I am very busy. Global announcements kept flashing for all citizens. Player Black Emperor cleared floor 2 of the Sky Tower in 30 seconds. Player Black Emperor cleared floor 3 in 40 seconds. Player Black Emperor cleared floor 4 in 52 seconds. Everyone could not help but marvel. This Black Emperor was ridiculously fast before their eyes appeared his latest record. Player Black Emperor cleared floor 8 of the Sky Tower in 88 seconds. Others agreed. Yeah, and he is breaking records on every floor. He is even solo clearing them. Who on earth is this guy? Meanwhile, he had already reached door number 10. The system warned, once you enter floor 10 of the Sky Tower, you can only exit after clearing it or dying. But with the memories of his previous life and the power he now possessed, he was confident. He recalled that in his past life, the first person to clear floor 10 was Tyet True. Since he was here this time, he had to at least conquer floors 10 and 20. Before him stood a massive wolf restrained by chains. Its info panel appeared. Cobalt Lord Irfan level 10, attack 90, defense 70, HP 5000, XP 200. Skills, 1 frenzied slash wildly slashes the target, increasing attack speed by 30%. 2 savage summon calls forth 10 cobalt guards. 3 berserk, when HP less than 2000 changes weapon grip and attack method. However, those slim chains obviously could not hold it back. It unleashed a frenzied slash, though he dodged. He could not help but remark that frenzied slash combined with a giant cleaver. Getting hit by that would not feel good at all. With that thought, now it was the Black Emperor's turn. His clone clenched its fists, ready to charge in. In an instant, the Black Emperor closed in on the wolf known as the kobold, and he pummeled it relentlessly, shouting out battle cries with each punch like in JoJo. The wolf strained, unleashing its strength, and the pressure sent him flying back. He stared in disbelief as his clone was blasted away, only for the Black Emperor to spring forth again. The werewolf radiated furious energy, switching into berserk mode. With both hands gripping two swords, it slashed decisively at the Black Emperor ahead. Yet the Black Emperor instantly moved behind it and struck. His fist slammed straight into its twisted, unguarded face. The entire kobold's body fell right in front of him. The notification frame instantly appeared congratulating player Black Emperor for being the first in the world to single-handedly clear the 10th floor of the Sky Tower, rewarding him with a ticket for 10 consecutive lucky spins. He calmly said, "It is done." A huge frame appeared prominently across the sky global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for being the first in the world to single-handedly clear the 10th floor of the Sky Tower, rewarded with a ticket for 10 spins of the Wheel of Fate. People went into an uproar again. No way. Black Emperor's on the announcement again. The 10th floor already. That guy's way too fast. Meanwhile, in-country are 2 or 3 people in white lab coats like scientists were examining a stone tablet together. The recent global dungeon announcement seemed to have triggered some mechanism on the tablet. The inscriptions read, "When the first person at level 20 completes their second job change on Blue Star, calamities of Trial Grey will begin appearing in the real world." Someone, after reading it, could not help but wonder, Trial Grey calamities, do not tell me dungeon and secret realm monsters will start appearing in reality. A girl with purple hair adjusted her glasses and turned around saying, "With calamities coming, the age of chaos is probably about to begin. We have to prepare for the worst case scenario. Black Emperor, can we find a way to locate him?" On his side, the prayer wheel appeared once more, its needle spinning rapidly. Linlack hoped that with the bonus from the prayer's owner, he might draw some good items. Then he shouted, "Stop." The needle halted over a blue-white fragment. The system popped up a message. "Congratulations, player, you have received the following 10 rewards, followed by a list of items." Obtained. He drew in a satisfied breath, the space crystal, an S-rank item. With it, he could finally bring items back into reality. As he spoke, his hand crushed another shard of glass. Real glass could be used directly, allowing it to carry 7% of its attributes into reality. Then he handed the Black Emperor 2 other shards of glass, magic glass to upgrade defense and strength, and 2 life crystals, all of which belonged to him. His avatar clenched both hands and crushed them. The status panel popped up right after strength 205 plus 5 points. Intelligence plus 1, defense 59 plus 4 points, HP 540 plus 80 points. Turning back here, ignoring the smoke behind, he continued checking his inventory. 2 tickets for the Wheel of Fate draw and 175 fragments of fate. He needed 10 tickets to have a better chance in. Prayers and more fragments to exchange for useful items in the shop. After looking over the equipment inside, he finally decided to head to the next floor first and sell equipment beforehand. The sooner the items were sold, the higher the price. His finger tapped on a shirt in the control panel. The suggested selling price was 3,200. In-game currency and real money were interchangeable currently at a rate of 1 gold to 5 to 6 real coins. High-value gear of black iron grade needed several 100 gold. Then he entered the number 6 in the box based on the 1 gold to 6 coins exchange rate and listed it. Next was the second item with a suggested price of 2,300 gold of Frost Staff for a beginner, silver grade, rare level restriction 5, class restriction warrior. Attack power 26, magic crit rate, plus 5%. He calculated 2 rare silver grade weapons plus top-tier magic gear of the same grade, so set the prices at 2,300, 4,100, and 4,000. At that moment, a notification popped up. All the items he listed have been sold, earning a total of 8,400 gold. He widened his eyes in surprise what someone actually bought them. That was 5,000 real-world cash. Tears streamed down as his heart ached from regret. He had not expected this at all, clearly underestimated the wealth of global players. Careless of him, he should have sold them one by one, but he did not stay upset for long. He quickly closed the system. Forget it. Getting gear was easy enough. Next, he would climb the tower to reach level 20, then complete his class advancement quest. It would probably take all night, but once he finished, he could obtain an S-rank talent. Suddenly, he remembered several Dargil from his previous life: Coffin Smile, Nasalakadam, and the 8 Banners Guild, the 3 most notorious organizations that rose after the Age of Chaos. Began, the 8 Banners Guild, among its 8 leaders. Blade Knight by Hong Lai was known for never carrying an umbrella. In Nasalaka Tomb were 2 of the Blood Demoness 10 Guardians. Frozen rage, Li Yue Yin Dawn. After killing those people, the only place left to go would be the Sin Capital, a city infamous for persecuting Huaxiao players, swarming with villains who deserve to die 1,000 deaths. A glint of murder flashed within his violet eyes. As for those who had caused his and his brother's deaths, they were probably freelancers hired by someone none of them S-rank talents. Once he finished his most important task, he would find whoever was behind them and take revenge for his past life. Elsewhere, Atten, the manager of the Crouching Tiger Manor branch in Hang City, was typing something on his computer. He sighed. The anti-scam tactics of Huaxiao players are getting more and more advanced. You can't lure people to Southeast Asia with fake high bids like before anymore. On the screen is a recruitment website he just created, but now that he's registering a legitimate company, it really feels like recreating glory. He lets out a savage, cruel grin. He recruited people from Huaxiao some time ago, then organized everyone to take action securing all major routes. Soon after, it seems someone fell for the bait and called. He gleefully picks up the phone. Another fat sheep has bitten the hook. Gather them all up and close the net. The boss will definitely praise him. A gloomy place filled with skeletal remains, bone soldiers, and flickering wisps. The system announces, welcome player to the 11th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Skull Soldier level 10, HP 1000, defense 100, attack 90, experience 83. Passive skill, damage break slash. The large cleavers held by these undead buried long in rotting soil have rusted. Adventurers wounded by them are forced to lose 3 horsepower per second for 5 seconds. Lamlac trails behind the Black Emperor, feeling a bit nostalgic. In the previous 10 floors of the Tower of Heaven, he only received shards of fate, then could directly acquire equipment. How memorable he used to grind here with his teammate in his past life for skull gear. Right after that, he commands attack. Leave no one alive. The Black Emperor, as if infected by Jojo, fights through the scattering bones while shouting, Hola! At that moment, a skeletal soldier in armor riding a bone steed suddenly charged at him from behind level 17 Skull Commander. It swung its blade downward, but he managed to grab the blade. You underestimate me just because I'm only level 13. Thinking that, he unleashed the haunting weak strike skill, circling behind and piercing straight through its body. The boss fell and burst into flames. A hidden notification appeared. You have cleared floor 11 of the Sky Tower. Time taken, 1 minute 35 seconds. First clear reward, 85 shards of fate. He glanced at his spoils on the ground with satisfaction. With battle experience accumulated 3 years ago, few underlings could threaten him now. Let us go straight to floor 20. 8 minutes later, floor 20. Standing before him was a mighty skeletal general wielding a great sword skull. Lord Tay, Dat me NHI. Level 20, attack 250, defense 220, HP 15,000, experienced 2,500. His eyes blazed with fire, teeth clenched in a fury. His skill list appeared. Skills Nether Summoning, summon the Skull Legion when drawing his sword. Great Sword Break, a charge strike dealing 400 physical damage and knocking back targets within 3 meters. Iron Bone Armor grants 5% immunity to physical attacks. Facing him, the Lord swung his sword and roared, Awaken my slaves, return from hell to fight for me. The Nether Summoning skill was activated. From the ground rose thousands upon thousands of dry bones of all kinds, ready to support their leader. With a fearless face, he held his short saber across his chest and counted silently at least over 200 skull warriors. The difficulty of this level surpassed the previous 19. Then, without a word, the bone troops simultaneously charged straight toward him. The Black Emperor kept on with his cooking specifically, breaking his own bones without forgetting to shout. One after another, the skeletons snapped in two and fell to the ground. The Black Emperor once again targeted the Skull Lord and lunged at him with fierce force. As the Black Emperor's fist struck out, Mel also quickly swung his great sword. Below, Linlac was surrounded in a circle by the remaining small fry. He clenched his teeth, staying alert and calculating. No. Like this, he might be able to win, but the chances of getting injured were high. So he shouted loudly, Come out, Prayer Master! The boy in the purple robe holding a staff and a book immediately appeared. He declared boldly, I pray from then on. The Black Emperor was always protected until the Skull Lord Mani was slain. He immediately began chanting a spell, his whole body shining like the stars. Great Master, your wish has been fulfilled. Linlac had been joking, but unexpectedly it actually worked, so now he was stunned. You really can pray like that. According to his wish, the Black Emperor instantly went mad, his power surging violently and overwhelmingly. The Skull Lord Mani suddenly felt a tremendous pressure and was somewhat baffled. Just after praying, he was already swinging his blade to behead a skeletal soldier, leaving the Prayer Master wide-eyed and trembling. He instructed, Fight with all your might. Black Emperor, your master can take good care of himself. Receiving the words from the master, his substitute no longer hesitated and charged straight toward me NHI shouting, Hola! A punch and a sword clash waiting for the moment to collide, and then the impact erupted, smoke and dust filling the air, blinding their sight. Mi and Hai stood safely outside the smoke, mocking his opponent. Broken bones, that is the fate of invaders. Lam Lak looked toward the source of the tremor, a bit worried, muttering softly, Black Emperor. The smoke cleared, revealing a large hole in the stone wall and a view of the outside where the ground had split in two. The gloomy lord stood silent, eyes still blazing with fire, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, a piece of rock fell from somewhere and struck the top of his armored helmet with a thud. The Black Emperor was not hurt at all. He struck hard at the back of his head. Hola. Lam Lak watched the Black Emperor's move and cheered excitedly. I knew it. Taking advantage of Mel's distraction, he was caught and pinned down. Lam Lak unleashed a flurry of punches, beating him until he spat blood helplessly. Hola. His health kept dropping by 580 points. He looked at the health bar of the Skull Lord tied at Mel, level 20 still more than half full, and thought a 100% critical strike. Moments later, the Black Emperor's power erupted, causing the health bar to drop to less than 1/3. Lam Lak was stunned. What explosive damage! With one hand, he slashed another minion and exclaimed, This is how you truly use devotion. Shattered bones, this is the fate of demons. The Black Emperor swung one final punch and shouted, Hola! A notification appeared. You have successfully slain the Skull Lord tied at Mel. Despite the system flooding with messages over level kill, plus 700% XP. Triggered effects, wish 100 battles, plus 200 XP. You have cleared floor 20 of the Sky Tower. Clear time, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Congratulations. Level up to 14. He quickly grabbed the Black Emperor's shoulder and called out, Stop. Black Emperor, we have more important things to do. His substitute could not help but feel puzzled upon hearing that. Outside, the golden leaderboard was projected again, publicly announcing to the world, Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for being the first to clear the 20th floor of the Sky Tower. Reward, 1 ticket for 10 spins on a Wheel of Fate. Everyone discussed this powerful yet mysterious person, the 20th floor. That is insane. Is he still climbing? No way. He must have been beaten half to death by now. Completely unaware of all that, he continued his tower climb. Right now, Dark Emperor was punching another opponent in the face. A notification appeared. You have cleared the 21st floor of the Sky Tower. He thought from floor 21 to 29, they're all mazes. You have cleared the 25th floor of the Sky Tower. He kept sinking into his thoughts, using the shortest route he remembered to get through. All just so he could meet the big boss on the 30th floor sooner. The screen jumped again. You have cleared the 29th floor of the Sky Tower. When he reached the enormous gate of the 30th floor, the notifications still had not stopped. Congratulations. Leveled up to 15. Welcome to the 30th floor of the Sky Tower. Your level is too low. It is recommended you return later. He crossed his arms, ignoring the warning. I suggest you stop suggesting things, he muttered as Dark Emperor pushed the doors wide open. Inside stood the Taurus King Minotaurus level 30. He suddenly thought, a boss of this level is finally worth using my active skill Cs. The giant golden hammer slammed straight down onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. The Taurus King planted his foot on the hammer's head, eyeing the tiny creature before him with disdain. Level 15, foolish human. Do you even know what you are about to face? Lam Lak did not answer, but calmly crossed his arms and countered, your palace. It's actually a massive trap, is not it? He froze, surprised by the man's words. Seeing that, Lam Lak quickly ordered his substitute hiding behind him. You can go now, Black Emperor. Lak 2 raised the hammer high, about to smash down on the tiny figure before him. Fury storm. But the Black Emperor leapt away just in time. Lam Lak reasoned, based on his past life experience, that the maze from floor 21 to floor 29 cannot be cleared quickly. The Black Emperor soared high into the air while Lam Lak remained deep in thought, because any monsters avoided by players will be summoned by the king to provide reinforcements. He reached out to grab the Black Emperor, who was in mid-air, but missed as the Black Emperor had swiftly landed. Lak 2 angrily slammed his hammer onto the ground, shattering the earth. Cracks spread and the land collapsed. Yet he kept thinking, in his previous life, countless players had all fallen into this great trap, but he had a clever plan of his own. Thinking so, he smiled meaningfully, then called out, Prayer Master, time to get to work. The man immediately appeared, standing behind Lam Lak. Master, what do you need? Lak extended his hand and ordered, Keep praying that the Black Emperor always gets critical hits. Your wish has been granted. The moment that voice rang out, the king's fist smashed the Black Emperor's face, making his nose bleed. Hop -450. Lam Lak's substitute continued to unleash a flurry of punches directly into his body, each hit reducing HP by 450. Hola. At that moment he began chanting the royal command. My warriors, hear my order, come protect your king. At a glance, Lam Lak understood. His gaze sharpened in full concentration. It had begun. After thinking, Lam Lak swiftly activated for seizure. A swirl of dark purple energy enveloped his hand as he said, Black Emperor, let us begin. As his opponent's fist struck wildly, Lamlak absorbed every bit of his strength. Notifications kept popping up, skills seized, great path shattered, 30% power absorbed, wow and 200 horsepower gained. Skills seized, fury dance, 30% power absorbed, 106 attack points gained. Each stream of power drained made his foe grit his teeth in resentment. Human. Despicable. The Black Emperor used his might to stomp the enemy into the ground, silencing him thoroughly. When Lamlak extracted the last remnant, skill seized. Royal command. 30% power absorbed, 23 speed points gained. Feeling the surging power within his body, Lamlak cried out in exhilaration, this feeling of seizure. Incredible. His level kept rising endlessly. Congratulations. Level 16. Congratulations. Level 17. Congratulations. Level 18. At that moment, Lok 2's henchmen swarmed in like a hive of enraged bees, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" The Black Emperor turned back, puzzled. Lamlak glanced over and explained softly, "Monsters from the other levels have arrived. Perfect timing. Just managed to steal a new skill. Theory is nothing without practice." He raised his hand and used it right away. "Soldiers, hear my command, retreat." Golden light kept radiating from Lamlak's arm as he activated the king's command. Let us see if this stolen skill is really any good. Several heavy hammers dropped to the ground. The bull monsters widened their eyes as if something was invading their minds. Lamlak grinned cunningly, purple energy swirling around him like that of an emperor. When a mist completely dispersed, all the bull monsters knelt respectfully before him. Inside the beginner dungeon, Mushroom's secret realm, golden eyes gleamed brightly as someone activated the king's domain. Kneel before me. Not only humans, even the level 8 Mushroom King had to yield to this power. Suddenly, someone's applause echoed. Tai Ki cheerfully praised non-stop, no doubt worthy of being the emperor's child with S-level talent, long renowned by name. Tai Lang secretly calculated, if I can get his support, I will surely be able to defeat the Black Emperor. Tai Lang glanced back coldly. Who are you? Why are not you afraid of my emperor's child? He stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Du Tai Keep, one who exists outside of time, someone who can make you stronger. He looked warily at the hand reaching toward him. One who exists outside of time. Why are you looking for me? But Tai Keep took the initiative and grasped his hand, then smiled with full confidence. Because I need your help, because you're the only one who can make monsters kneel. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a herd of demon bulls knelt down and shouted in unison, Greetings, my lord! Lamlak, thrilled by the sight, shouted, Black Emperor, go! At the command, he immediately swung his power-packed fist forward. The earth-shattering punch sent shockwaves so strong that every monster ox was blown away without a single one left standing. Dust rose thick into the air as the stunned monsters reeled from the fierce assault. Lamlak covered his mouth, coughing too much smoke. A pillar of light shone down accompanied by messages. Congratulations on reaching level 19, level 20, level 22. You have cleared the 30th floor of the Sky Tower in 16 minutes and 29 seconds. He curved his lips into an excited smile. Next, it is time for the second job change. The sign of the tomato noodle shop stood out under the gentle glow of the sunset. Lamlak noisily slurped his noodles while thinking. The second mission transfer for an assassin would definitely be harder than for a soldier. His past life experience was useless now. He had to fill his stomach first. Suddenly, across the way, a red-haired man slapped a girl hard across the face. Damn useless priest. All you can do is hold people back. She cried out in pain. Lamlak calmly observed the group exuding a thuggish aura. It turned out they were his former colleagues. Memories of a meeting flashed through his mind. Hey, did you know Lamlak's brother is a thief? He is already in prison. The bald guy snickered. I sit next to Lamlak. Did he steal from me too? The redhead added, better be careful. The purple-haired one mocked. Lamlak's, just an unwanted bastard his brother picked up from the trash. Lamlak's felt disgust just remembering it. That bunch stuck together, lapdogs for the managers, always bullying him. Tan Chudmai knelt down and pleaded. I am sorry, Captain. I did not mean to. I am sorry. That man, Chuang Six, showed no mercy and kicked her again. What good is sorry? You get killed. She screamed in pain. Lamlak took a sip of noodle soup. No wonder someone was missing, so he was dead. Then one of the group called out an order. Boss, 3 bowls of noodles and some side dishes. The captain gritted his teeth in irritation. Bring her over here. Keep treating my wounds. The fierce bald man kicked the bloodied woman hard. Get up. Quit pretending to be dead, she stammered. When a supervisor was still around, you did not treat me like this. He brushed her hair aside. Yo, still think you were the supervisor's woman, and where's your supervisor now? While eating, Lamlak could not help but snark inwardly. The supervisor will live forever in your hearts. The bald man dragged the woman away. You used to be the supervisor's dog, now you are a dog. Lamlak chewed on the yellow noodles, thinking to himself, they used to be so close, but times have changed, and so have their relationships. Chu might bend down to tend to Truong V's wounds, looking completely out of place among those discussing. Captain, now that Chu Kiet's dead, our team's short on people. What should we do? The man across from them suggested, recruit someone quickly. We still have to clear the second floor of the Sky Tower. Suddenly, Chuang Six raised his eyebrows as if he saw something. He picked up a plate and walked over. Greet. Long time no see. Lamlak. Chuang was stunned when she heard that name, Lamlak. The red-haired captain acted friendly, putting his arm around him and saying a few polite words. Old colleague, where did you go after getting fired? I have missed you. Then he placed a neatly arranged plate of food in front of him. Come on, have something delicious. Do not live so hard. Before Lamlak could reply, he eagerly asked as though they were close. What talent did you awaken with? I will take you to make some big money otherwise. How would you be worthy of Envu too? Memories from another lifetime suddenly surfaced, and that guy had said the exact same thing. Only difference was, back then he was still naive drinking with him. In his previous life he was locked up for 10 days for punching his supervisor, and when he got out, Terong Six contacted him. He told Terong Six the details of his talent, recalling his naive self confessing, my talent's called plunder, just level F. But Terong Six treated him like a joke, spreading the story around. That kid Lamlak really lives up to being the bastard raised by a thief, his talent even relates to stealing. His subordinates laughed, and it is only level F, the lowest one. A girl chimed in, evil deeds reap evil returns. He and his brother never learned anything good since childhood guest karma caught up with him. In this life, Lamlak flatly refused. Sorry, I do not team up. Chuang Six showed no reaction. No team. Do not tell me you can climb the tower alone. But then he returned to his arrogant, overbearing look of poor brat, like you still dreaming of becoming a big shot like the Black Emperor. Just then, Xiaomei quickly decided to run after Lamlak. Wait. Putting on a seductive act, she clung tightly to his calf. Brother Lak, please save me. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. Xiaomei grabbed Lamlak's large hand, then acting shy she placed it on her chest. Brother Lak, take me away. Without hesitation he immediately pulled his hand back. You have got the wrong person. I can't help you. Zhang Wei angrily exuded black aura as he walked over. Well, you shameless woman. Then he gritted his teeth and yanked her hair hard, flirting with anyone you meet. Did you even think whether Lamlak has the strength to save you? Making her cry out in pain. The brown-haired guy walked over mockingly. You think Linlak's talent is so great? I bet it is not even higher than mine. The bald one sneered. Are not those two brothers just thieves living off? The generosity of the An family. What kind of strength could a pair of freeloaders possibly have? The An family took pity on him, and now he is even eyeing their daughter. Has he no shame? Zhang Wei grabbed Xiaomei's hair, yanking it back while taunting. If I would know the An family would pity two thieves, I would have stolen from them too. Who knows? Maybe I could have sparked some romantic fireworks with Envu too. Linlak's cold eyes looked down at him as he warned, I advise you do not mention those 3 words. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow provocatively. Which 3 words? He leaning close to Linlak's ear. You mean freeloader or Envu too? A toad like you dreaming of eating swan meat? Linlak's hand and even the Black Emperor's clenched tightly in rage. Zhang Wei turned to leave but still jeered. Brothers, this brat does not seem to realize the times have changed. Come on, let us show him what the world of fist really means. His lackeys eagerly got into position. Alright, perfect chance to test the stats we just brought back from the dungeon. The brown-haired one chimed in. Hey brat, those fists you trained in the dungeon, careful. They might kill someone. The bald guy with electric punches lunged forward. Do not think you have still got do try to back you up if you do not want to die. Get on your knees and call me daddy. Lamlak just leaned back slightly and easily dodged the stinking fist in front of him. He did not forget to strike back with a painful blow that made the guy spit syrup everywhere. Then with both hands out, he directly knocked down 2 more thugs. Lamlak's cold, sharp gaze swept across the troublemakers. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the power of fist better than anyone. Xiaomei, who've been watching, could not help but exclaim, Amazing! Terong Six clenched his fists angrily as he watched his men fall. 2 useless idiots can't even handle him. Then he pulled a sharp knife from his jacket pocket. He gathered red energy into it and charged forward furiously. You wanna die? Lamlak calmly leaned to the right to dodge, then threw an uppercut that made the guy spit blood. Next, he kicked Trong Six flying without even using his innate power. The underlings gaped as he flew past them. Captain, Lamlak casually brushed the dust off his hands. Such weaklings beating them just makes me feel dirty. The bald man turned pale with fear. Lamlak's so strong. What level has his talent awakened to? The brown-haired one guessed. It is at least level A, maybe even ass. The bald man hesitated. Then what do we? The other understood. I get it. They immediately knelt in unison and shouted, Master Lak, the bald one led, sir. Does your team need more people? The brown-haired one added. We can do anything. Lamlak raised his brows and spoke coolly. I already told you, I do not form teams, but you would not listen. The brown-haired one clasped his hands pleading, Master Lack, our ears were stuffed with donkey hair. Forgive us. The bald one flattened himself to the ground. Master Lack, our eyes were covered in pig fat. Forgive us. The white-haired man standing behind the curtain had seen everything. He did not expect such a small noodle shop to have such a powerful expert. Bakung Leet, one of the 8 hallmasters of the 8 Flags Association, a man with awakened S-rank talent, turned around and ordered, find a few clever brothers to keep an eye on that kid. Lamlak turned to leave, but did not forget to command, kneel properly. When Truong 6 wakes up, that is when you can stand, understand. Meanwhile, Chumai gazed at him in fascination. This was the kind of powerful man she truly desired. She quickly crawled over, wanting to cling to his leg. Brother Lack, back at the company, I was rude, but it was all because the manager forced me. I know you would not be angry with me. Right? He grew irritated, rubbed his nose, let go. She stubbornly nuzzled his cheek and hand. Brother Lack, take me with you. I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold, but Lam Lack coldly pulled his hand back. Please show some respect. She sat there clenching her fists in hatred. Lin, the loser making a comeback. I'm the beauty queen of the company, agreeing to be with you is already me giving you face. Brown hair sneered. Xiao Mei, you think you can reel in just anyone. Bald head Mach 2, in the heart of the Lack family. We already have Wen Yuzi, so save your energy. Xiao Mei angrily turned her head and shouted, In what way am I inferior to Wen Yuzi? Brown hair happily commented, You're not even worthy to carry her sandals. Bald head burst out laughing, not even worthy to pour her a chamber pot. The two of them were suddenly stunned by her change in demeanor. Go on, say one more thing. But she stood up without a trace of fear. Lin is gone. No one's here to protect you now. Bald head stepped forward. That is right. Brown hair forced himself upright. Damn it. Lin Lack really hits hard. I've got no strength at all. Seeing this, Xiao Mei was instantly delighted. Her chance for revenge had arrived. Then she gave him a hard slap across the face. All the love you people gave me. Today, I return it to you in full. Without giving him a chance to breathe, she slapped him again. Still got the strength to fight back. Wanna die. From a distance, Hong Li watched and could not help praising her. One intriguing woman. The subordinate beside him stared wide-eyed in desire. This girl's quite pretty too, he said casually. Let us recruit her into our guild. How about you guys been complaining we lack female players? Hong Li took another sip of coffee. One more thing, find out information about that guy from earlier. Discover his weaknesses, make him easier to control. On the other side, Thumai had already beaten that gang of thugs to a pulp. Lamlak, sooner or later, I will have you under my foot too. Suddenly voice called out, Excuse me, have you heard of our guild, the Bat KY Association? He made an offer. I am looking for talented players among the ordinary folk. Would you be willing to join our guild? He firmly signed the book, but still could not resist mocking. Lamlak, oh Lamlak, look at the attitude of a great guild. That is the difference between a poor brat and a born noble. The man showed respect. Tan Chumai, Miss Tan, right from now on we are family. She happily replied, Senior, just call me Chumai. And he casually asked, Chumai, that guy who just left, what is he to you? He seemed very rude. She pretended to be pitiful, Senior. That man's name is Lamlak. He was my former colleague. He deceived my feelings. The man pulled her away and asked further, Does he have any weaknesses? Maybe the guild can take revenge for you. Chumai thought for a moment. Weaknesses. Her face filled with hatred. His weakness is a woman named on VU2. Outside the shops, Lamlak walked step by step down the empty street. The man tailing him reported over the phone. That guy Lamlak is heading toward the square. The person on the other end ordered, Keep following him. Watch him closely. The man replied, Yes, sir. The other man chuckled. Hey, good news, boss said. I could take that girl downstairs. We are in luck now. The follower added, Boss is truly the boss, knows exactly what the brothers need. Lamlak had already noticed and wondered who this kid following him all this time really was. The person on the other end of the line said the girl claimed Lamlak's weakness was a woman named On VU2. The sect leader wanted to subdue Lamlak, and that woman was the key to controlling him. The tail immediately replied, Understood. The other side quickly instructed, After you confirm Lamlak's next move, then investigate this on VU2. He obeyed. Got it. Right after hanging up, he followed close behind Lamlak. But Lamlak suddenly turned around, startling him. Lamlak raised an eyebrow and smiled confidently. He wanted to see who dared follow him. He deliberately passed by to observe. Had they met somewhere before? He had no impression at all. The tail pretended to walk quickly ahead, but his head bumped right into the armor of the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor let out a roar, then landed a direct blow to the man's face, sending him flying. He slammed straight into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lamlak raised an eyebrow and questioned him. Talk. Who sent you? The stalker hurriedly protested. You've got the wrong guy. I was just passing by. He then pinched the man's ear with the purple earring and realized he was from the Eight Flag Society. Lam Lak narrowed his eyes. Based on the timeline from his previous life, the Eight Flag Society should not have shown up this early. He grabbed the man's face and threatened, I will give you one more chance. State your purpose. Lam Lak's expression turned serious as he considered it. The Eight Flag Society's death operatives were known for their silence. This one must be one of them. Continuing the interrogation would only waste time. The familiar figure holding the scepter appeared as he called out, Prayer Master, begin your work. The figure asked, Master, what are your orders? Lin Lak pointed toward the dead soldier. I pray, make him reveal why he was spying on me. The prayer master immediately activated the scepter using the prayer book skill. Master, your wish has been fulfilled. No sooner had he spoken than the man confessed everything. My name is Tun Lung, a death soldier under hall leader Bok Hong Lee of the Eight Flag Society. We recruited a female player at the noodle shop. Lin Lak recalled, Noodle shop, Tan Chu Mi. The female player revealed the background of a powerful man. That man's name is Lin Lak. Following the hall leader's orders, I have been tailing him and even investigating a woman named On VU2. Lin Lak rubbed his chin in thought. So the Eight Flag Society recruited Tanchumai as well. The death soldier spilled everything. On VU2 is Lin Lak's weakness. The hall leader plans to use her to threaten him into becoming his death soldier. Hearing this left Lin Lak stunned. Tanchumai, that vicious woman actually set me up like this. Unpleasant memories surfaced his previous life, the 3rd year after the cataclysm when Bak Hong Lee killed Sister An. Lin Lak lay miserably on the ground. To avenge Sister An, he had risked everything to raise his talents, but in the end was killed by a demonic creature. Glancing at the Black Emperor punching Tone Lang in the face, he made up his mind. Looks like I have to kill Bak Hong Lee before the Eight Flag Society finds Sister An. Lam Lak turned back and ordered the Dark Emperor. All right. Dark Emperor, handle the corpse. He began to lift the body upside down. While the Dark Emperor was dealing with it, Lam Lak turned to ask the Lord of Prayers. Lord of Prayers, if I pray for the Eight Extreme Society not to make a move against on VU2, how long can you guarantee that? He replied, Master, with my current power, I can only guarantee up to 24 hours. Lam Lak thought, I must complete the job transfer first, only then will I be confident enough to kill Bak Hong Lee. He said to the Lord of Prayers, 24 hours is enough. He then requested, Lord of Prayers, please pray for me. The Lord raised the staff and answered, Understood, Master. Your wish has been granted. Lam Lak left with the Dark Emperor and said, Let us go to the secret realm for the second transfer first. He moved to the Assassin's Alliance secret realm, looked at the block ahead, and assessed the surroundings of this high-level secret realm are really deserted. As he stepped into the block ahead, he thought, I wonder what I will encounter. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. Once inside, the space turned hazy with smoke. There's a man with the following information. Name, Diamond Meyer. Identity, mentor for second-class assassin job change, level 30. Profession, high chivalry. He speaks up. Adventure from afar. I can feel the power within your body. Are you ready to explore the secrets of a higher level? Lam Lak replies, I am ready. Please point the way while thinking to himself, this NPC dialogue feels so familiar. The man opens a door and says, then go. Head into the snowy plains and find 30 sharp-horned snowmen and 1 sharp-horn from the Penguin King, in a snowy plains full of danger. I hope you can make it back alive. Hearing that, he answers, yes sir. Inside, snow keeps blowing against the Lam Lak's face. Struggling forward, he thinks the quality of this secret realm is indeed much higher than that of the second-class transfer secret realm for warriors. Suddenly, a huge monster appears behind Lam Lak. He turns around alertly to look. Lam Lak sees that the monster is a level 20 black snowman. It swung its fist down. Watching it attack, Lam Lak smiled in assessment, impressive. A monster with a second-tier secret realm, and it even knows how to ambush. Lam Lak shouted loudly to summon Black Emperor. His substitute appeared instantly and caught the monster's punch. Sitting on the Black Emperor's shoulder, Lam Lak looked ahead and thought, so the horned snowman is there. The black snow monster suddenly roared. He ordered the Black Emperor, kill it. It obeyed, punching the monster in the face and letting out a wild howl. That punch slammed the monster hard into the ground. As the monster melted away, a notification appeared acquired a sharp horn of the snowman. Approaching it, Lam Lak said, this is exactly what we needed to find. As Lam Lak was about to take the horn from the monster's corpse, the Black Emperor glanced to the side and warned him. Next to them, another group of snow people was charging forward, surrounding them in overwhelming numbers. Lam Lak laughed and asked them, so you have transformed into White Snowman now? He drew his sword and said, the real battle has only just begun. Lam Lak pressed his back against the Black Emperor's and asked, Black Emperor, are you ready? The two of them charged forward to attack the monsters. He told the Black Emperor, their speed is not fast. Let's focus our attacks. Break them one by one. Whether they are black or white snowmen, as long as they can give us snow horns, that is enough. With one slash, a snowman fell dead. A message appeared when the creature died, obtained one snowman horn. Then Lam Lak moved on to the next monster ahead. The Black Emperor lunged forward and punched the monster's arm. Before it could react, he swung his sword and slashed off its other arm. It stared blankly at the sight of its own two hands gone. Lam Lak ran up and shouted in order, "Black Emperor, lift me up!" He leapt onto the Black Emperor's hand to gain momentum. He sprang high into the air, charging straight at the armless snowman and yelled, "Take another strike for me!" With one slash, the snowman was cut in half. A message appeared, obtained one snowman horn. He landed successfully, driving his sword hard into the snow-covered ground, causing the earth to crack and pushing the remaining snowman back. Lam Lak turns back and orders, "Black Emperor, while they're dazed, kill them for me." Following the order, his substitute unleashes its power, Frenzied Storm Dance. The Black Emperor charges straight into the head of Snowman. Its jaw flies off and a notification appears, obtained to Snowman Horn. Another one is struck head-on by the Black Emperor. A hole pierces through its body and a notification pops up, obtained a Snowman Horn. The Black Emperor speeds up, continuously ramming into the snowman, making notifications appear in a frenzy, obtained a Snowman Horn. Lam Lak opens his inventory to calculate he only needs 30 snowman horns, but his bag already holds 37. Looking behind, countless more snowmen continued to appear. Lam Lak thought, why does it feel like these snow monsters can never be killed? Where's the problem? A penguin wearing a crown, known as the Penguin King level 20, was sitting somewhere watching and mocking foolish human. Let us see how this king tires you to death. The Penguin King calmly held a glass of red wine in his hand. Suddenly, it raised the glass high and shouted, "Return spirits of the black snowman." Something fell straight down in front of Lam Lak, startling him. He reached out and grabbed the strange water-like substance, wondering, what is this? Suddenly, those things slipped out of his hands and gathered at one point in the air. They all converged into the Penguin King's wine glass. He was utterly satisfied, continuously shouting, "Be reborn, my black snowman warriors." The scene was so astonishing that Lam Lak stood frozen on the spot. A surge of power quickly shattered a thick layer of ice. From the center of the ice pit, a smaller mound of ice rose up. Moments later, a giant snowman suddenly appeared before Lam Lak. He vaguely realized something was that surge of power reviving the black snowman. In the distance, those streams of energy kept shooting out without pause. Could it be that Lam Lak had found the snowman's weakness? I get it now, he thought. No wonder they can't be killed no matter what. He quickly shouted, ignoring the snowman that had just appeared. "Black Emperor, follow me." The Black Emperor quickly changed direction to chase after Lam Lak. With faster speed, his avatar immediately picked Lam Lak up. The Penguin King was still sitting there, muttering, "Black snowman, come save me. The king is calling for help." On Lam Lak's side, he calmly said to the Black Emperor, "Throw me to the top of the mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Emperor tossed him away. It did not take long before Lam Lak gripped his weapon firmly and dashed toward the Penguin King illusion slash. In an instant, it took the full force of his attack. Suddenly, the system notification sound rang out, which made Lam Lak extremely excited. Mission accomplished. In just a blink, the giant snowman began to melt. The scene made Lam Lak exclaim that, indeed, to catch the bandit, one must seize the king first. Standing before Damon, Lam Lak said, "This is what you need. I have collected enough." Demon praised him. "Well done. Well done. Your ability has truly been recognized by me." He calmly looked at the cards in his hand. These 3 cards represented the usual second job options for assassins, Ronin, Windwalker, and Apostle of Shadows. But your potential does not stop there. There's a more powerful hidden class. Would you like to try it? Lam Lak quickly agreed. Of course he would. This was exactly his goal. He had come for the hidden class. Suddenly, Diamond's expression turned eerie, and his voice grew deeper. "But if you fail to change class, you could die. Are you still willing?" Lam Lak stood silently thinking. The second class change was crucial, yet he calmly said, "Even if the risk is greater, it is worth it. Even if I die, I am willing." Diamond was pleased and burst out laughing. "As expected of the first adventurer I have met, I like your recklessness." Lam Lak stood there deep in thought. In his previous life, others could switch to hidden classes this time. Lam Lak could too. Damon stretched both hands forward, his voice rising and falling. "Now it is too late for regret, because you have no way back. I will send you into the void. Every hidden art exists here, you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Lak was already standing in another dimension. "Choose carefully." Lam Lak stood in the dimension, his lifeless face staring intently at the passing cards. He unconsciously looked down at his own hands. He kept evaluating everything around him. This place, this is the void. Lam Lak stood there puzzled. Why is there nothing here? Suddenly his foot caught on something. A burst of bright light suddenly flared. Lam Lak instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. More and more pillars of light began appearing around him. It seemed he had understood. He got it now. Lamlak reached out and touched a red pillar of light. The system notification sounded with the following message. Profession madman beyond the law. Specialty lawless and unrestrained intersecting rays. Attribute strength +2, constitution +2, speed +6. At that moment, Lamlak thought, this must be the madman beyond the law that the Lord of Prayer recommended. He kept walking through the infinite space wondering what about the other two. The notification sounded again. Profession shadowless. Specialty split shadow, shadow arts, curse of haunting. Attribute strength +3, constitution +2, speed +10. Lamlak thought to himself. In both attributes and skills, this shadowless profession is far stronger than a madman beyond the law. He gently pulled his hand back, a bright smile appearing on his face. So the color of each pillar represents the profession's quality. Suddenly, he turned around. The golden pillar of light must represent the profession of the highest quality. Lamlak reached out and touched the golden pillar of light. A system notification suddenly sounded. Profession Storm Swordmaster, Legendary Class. Specialty Sonic Blade, Gale Sword Form, Boundless Sword Aura. Attributes, Strength +4, Constitution +2, Speed +14. This time, Lamlak was much calmer. He pondered silently. Legendary profession. Suddenly, was stunned. Professions of this rank were incredibly rare. In his previous life he had never even heard of one. However, that look quickly faded. He regained his usual composure. If he could change to a legendary profession, dealing with evil organizations like the Eight Flags Society would be nothing difficult. Then Lamlak suddenly exclaimed, wait a minute, his mind racing. Why would the Prayer Lord hide such a legendary profession? He shouted loudly. Prayer Lord, get out here. The figure appeared as usual and replied, Master, I am here. He thought to himself, this intelligent substitute really makes one uneasy. Immediately after, Lamlak turned to interrogate him. Speak. Why did you deceive me? The prayer master held a book in his hand with solemn grace and spoke, Honored Master, how could I possibly deceive you? Yet he seemed slightly uneasy mentioning this matter. Changing profession to Arcane Berserker is something I have compiled, researched, and judged to be the most suitable choice. Lamlak exclaimed, the most suitable inside. He thought this guy really takes matters into his own hands. The prayer master continued, Master, please look. These are the stats for the Storm Swordmaster. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Talent compatibility, 1%. Job change success rate, 0.5%. He went on, this profession only matches 1% with your natural talent and the success rate is even lower, just 0.5%. Lamlak thought to himself, that really is too low. The prayer master approached the pillar of red light, continuing to persuade him. Please look at the stats for the shadowless agent. His words were briefly interrupted by another system message. Talent compatibility, 22%. Job change success rate, 9%. He resumed. Though higher than the Storm Master by far, it is still not ideal. With a serious expression, Lamlak spoke immediately. Then what are the stats for the Arcane Berserker? The prayer master kept persuading Lamlak. Master, here are the stats for the Arcane Berserker. Talent compatibility. Is this not the most suitable choice suddenly? The system voice rang out. Talent compatibility, 89%. Job chain success rate, 98%. At that moment, Lamlak also agreed with him. It was indeed the best choice. Your analysis and judgment are flawless. The prayer master felt deeply grateful to you, thanking you for your understanding. However, the corners of Lamlak's lips curved into an involuntary smile. He voiced his request, but who told you I wanted the safest option? In his heart, he was thinking, of course I have to choose the one most beneficial. The prayer master unconsciously blurted out. Lamlak continued to state what he wanted. I want you to remember this. From now on, just tell me the pros and cons of each choice. You do not need to decide for me. Understood. The prayer master quickly agreed. Understood, master. Just as Lamlak turned around to approach the golden light pillar, the prayer master still called out after him, Master. He quickly voiced his concern. I still have one question. You said the innate compatibility is only 1%. So if the class change succeeds, can I obtain 100% of that class's power? Lamlak immediately replied, of course you can. As long as the class change succeeds, you will have 100% of the power. However, the prayer master's eyes turned sorrowful, his voice faltering. It is just, if you fail, the best outcome is your mind weakened for 20 days. The worst outcome might be. The two seemed to understand each other. One spoke, the other replied, death right. Right? Lamlak seriously voiced his judgment. In fact, being mentally weakened for 20 days is no different from being dead because I'll be left behind by others. However, there is something you still do not quite understand. The important thing is that if I can't save Sister An within 24 hours, the Master Prayers will ask again. Then you still, suddenly, Lamlak reached out toward the Master of Prayers and said, Old KY, you are smart, but when calculating the success rate, did not you forget to include yourself? That left him stammering. I Lamlak smiled and said, I am praying. He immediately responded, Master, I am here. As Lamlak stepped into the golden light, he made a wish. I pray that this job change to Tempest Swordmaster will surely succeed. May fortune and will align. That made him extremely delighted. I understand now the master does not want to take risks. He already had a plan. The master of prayers raised his staff high and shouted, Honored master, your wish has been fulfilled, Wishbook. Lamlak sat within the golden light pillar as the system announced. Job change, success rate, 100%. He thought to himself, that is not that perfect. The system alert rang out, job change in progress. Then he sat down to gather his energy. When it was done, he immediately came out. Damon was astonished to see Lin Lak radiating a mysterious golden light. The Stormblade warrior profession was an extremely rare inheritance from ancient times, yet he dared to choose it. Watching him gradually change, the old man could not stop laughing. Even those with the strongest SS-level talent might not succeed in changing professions this time. It would be interesting to watch. Earlier, the master's prayer had poured all his will into Lin Lak. Sitting inside, he thought to himself, if I want to obtain the ancient inheritance of the Stormblade warrior, I must comprehend the true essence of storm and death. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. When he opened his eyes, Lin Lak saw a man playing a bamboo flute, loyal to the wind, loyal to the sword, loyal to the heart. Beneath that man's feet lay countless lives. Death often follow beside me, yet I have never feared it. The imperial sword moves with the heart. The letter listens to the melody of the wind. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword decisively. When the wind moves, it is the sword. When the sword moves, it is the wind. In an instant, the man leapt down into the crowd below. His stormblade grew fiercer with every strike. His jump shook heaven and earth. The crowd beneath was affected as well. In the blink of an eye, they turned into dry bones. Only by facing death can one be truly invincible. In just a moment, the man had sheathed his sword again. This was the sole magnificent style among assassins, the Stormblade grandeur. Outside, Lin Lak was still sitting, cultivating his mind and training his will. The master's prayer softly called out to him in a gentle voice. Master, my energy has been completely exhausted. I am about to fall into slumber. Lin Lak sat within the golden stream of light before fading away. He reminded him, from here on, you can only rely on yourself. In the illusion, he suddenly slipped and fell off a cliff. Then Lamlak fell into a round surface suspended in midair. In reality, Lamlak also lost his balance and crashed to the ground under Diamond's watchful gaze. Surprised, he stepped forward toward him. Lamlak lay unconscious on the cold ground. Diamond mocked. I knew it. This is the price reckless use like you always pay. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Global notice. The world's first person to reach the second career advancement has appeared. Diamond Manor murmured softly. What a pity, just a few seconds short. Seeing Lamlak slowly regain consciousness, he said, if you'd not been so greedy and had chosen a simpler class, you would have been the global #1. Unfortunately, someone else has claimed it first. He coughed softly. Manor asked mockingly. Still alive, Lin Lak slowly stood up. Though wounded, he remained firm and spoke. How do you know the one ruling this world is not me? His words startled the man. What do you mean could it be? You have successfully changed your profession. The cigarette in Diamond's hand fell onto the carpet. He watched Lin Lak gulp down a bottle of red liquid high-grade stamina recovery potion. Seeing the blue light radiating from him and his strength fully restored, Damon asked curiously, do not tell me you relied on that potion to succeed in changing classes. But Lin Lak only smiled without answering. That made Damon grow even more curious and urge him anxiously, answer me, tell me how you succeeded. He just looked down and commented, Teacher, are not you hot? When Diamond looked down in confusion, the flame from the cigarette had already burned fiercely. It made him jump up in a panic, stomping to put out the fire. Too hot, too painful. Lamlak glanced back. There was no time to talk to him, then he quickly strode toward the door. Lao Titi was still asleep. After killing Bai Hong Lait, he still had to hurry and save Lao Tai. The sky outside was already dark and full of stars that turn out night had fallen. The screen showed 09:37 p.m. and 4 unread messages. He did some quick math-changing jobs, took 5 hours. He had 19 hours to kill Bok Hong Lait. He tapped on the message notifications. A message from Tan Chu Mei popped up on Lak. Thank you for helping me deal with Trunk 6. I would like to invite you to lunch tomorrow to express my gratitude. Link below. You must come. Japanese restaurant FQ with location attached. Lamlak sneered. Tan Chu Mei. Since when are you this kind? Is this an invitation from the Baki Association? His face showed clear disdain as he reached the door, thoughts running in his head. But tomorrow noon is too far off, and the location should be somewhere more suitable for action. In a room filled with an intimate atmosphere, she was still shyly saying, Master Duongchu, You are the strongest man I have ever met. In Chi Mai's life, at last there was light. The phone chimed you of 3 unread messages. She leaned into Hong Li's arms, who had already sat up. Master Duong Chu, forget about those things. Let's continue. He simply said, It is Lam Lak, he has replied. On the screen was Lam Lak's message. I am busy tomorrow. If you want to meet, then tonight, 10:30 p.m., come to Dongzhou Beach. Location attached. Hong Lit said, he has changed the meeting place. Less than 30 seconds later, they were fully dressed. Clean up, we are leaving now. This made you might clench your fists in fury. Damn Lam Lak. He's just ruined my plan. Elsewhere, 2 people were observing the stone tablet with inscriptions. The first person to change professions for the second time had appeared. In 24 hours, a trial-level calamity would occur. The blond man asked curiously, Teacher, what kind of calamity will this trial-level disaster be? The person beside him analyzed. If the tablet can issue a warning, then it must be an extremely great calamity. He then gave a serious order, spread the news to all countries so they can prepare in advance. The blond man obeyed, Yes, teacher. At that moment, Lam Lak was sitting by the shore gazing at the dreamy sea under the romantic night sky with a crescent moon. On his phone appeared an updated curfew notice starting from 20:00 November 13 tomorrow. A global night curfew will be enforced. All outdoor activities are suspended. The time for lifting the curfew will be announced later. He muttered, night curfew. Then remembered, the first curfew notice from my previous life. I recall it was because of a trial level calamity. He widened his eyes in shock as he counted again. But in this life, why is it 5 days earlier? Lam Lak pondered by the sea. The first trial level calamity in his previous life was the extra-dimensional insect apocalypse. Most of the monsters range from level 1 to 20. For the awakened, that insect outbreak was an opportunity because killing those creatures granted 4 times the experience. Several major guilds rose during that catastrophe. But for ordinary people, that insect calamity was fatal since it lasted 15 days. In my previous life, those who protected me, I could not protect anyone. Instead, I only held them back. In this lifetime, I finally have the strength to protect them. Lam Lak remembered the time he was beaten until his nose bled. Back in those childish days, he lived recklessly. That person gently scolded him and he just laughed. The U2 angrily grabbed his hand saying, come on, let us go settle this. And he thought to himself, Sister On It taught him so much. She gently applied medicine to little Lam Lak, saying, you have to learn to protect yourself from now on. Understand? He clenched his fist thinking, I must protect Sister In too. He recalled again, he really had once stolen from the An family. Yet after they learned of our situation, they did not hold it against us. After I was sent to the welfare home, they still cared about how I was growing up. When the 4 of us stood together like a family, VU2 teased, Shorty, you were still shorter than me. Until I grew up and she appeared with a bouquet in her hands. Her warm voice congratulated me. Alak, congrats on finishing your exams. Thinking back, every important moment in my life always had Sister In's presence. Vutu helped him with his tie saying, Alak, do your best at work. The image of her lying down in that blood-red space appeared in his mind. Yet, when Sister On needed protection the most, I was not by her side. Lam Lak of the present gritted his teeth in hatred, filled with determination. White Crane Leet, in this life, I must kill you first. A black car was speeding down an empty road. The phone rang with a ting-ting sound and Hong Li took it out. As soon as he saw the caller, he was startled in shock. The person on the other end spoke Song Dang Trek. He respectfully replied, yes. To be specific, Song Dang Trek was a member of the Anhua Nation. His name was Bak Hong Leith, a core member of the 8 Banner Society, an organization devoted to restoring the Anhua Nation. Qmai overheard and silently wondered, a powerhouse like the Home Master also has someone to fear. The person on the other end, deliver message. The engagement ceremony of Princess Jai Tu and Lord Kungban will be held next month. Prepare yourself. He widened his eyes and replied, yes. That person reminded him, Lord Kungbon has awakened an SSIS level talent and is our greatest hope for national restoration. US levels must actively gather ascension crystals to upgrade your talents. Hong Li trembled and repeated, yes. After hanging up the phone, his hand tightened around it. How dare you steal my things? Hong Li's whole body radiated a dark aura of hatred. Princess Jai Tu belongs to me and the future Back Key Society will be mine as well. He began to calculate, resting his hand on the table. Within a month, I must rise to Sis level. I need a huge amount of ascension crystal. His eyes narrowed with determination. Anyone with a bit of ability like Lam Lak must become a crystal mine worker for me. Then folding his arms and leaning back in his chair, he gave an order. Tan Chu Mai, starting tomorrow, I will assign you a team. I will personally oversee on VU2. As long as we get hold of on VU2, whether Lam Lak agrees tonight or not, he'll have to risk his life for me. She quickly replied, yes sir. Hong Li smirked and spoke with disdain. I won't show myself later. When you meet Lam Lak, I do not need to teach you what to say, do I? She answered confidently. Please rest assured, master. Chu Mai will definitely bring Lam Lak into the Bat KY society. Hong Li laughed contentedly. You are a smart girl. Use all your abilities. Tan Chu Mai slowly walked toward where Lam Lak was lying. She tucked her hair behind her ear, still holding onto the sect master. She did not believe she could not handle Lam Lak. As she ran, she smiled sweetly and whined, Hey brother Lak. Startled, Lam Lak turned to look and saw her leap toward him saying, I am coming. Lam Lak folded his legs unexpectedly, causing her to fall flat on her face. She looked at him and scolded, Brother Lak, you made me fall so painfully. He stood up, looked at her and questioned, Where is Bakong Lit? Tan Chu Mai felt guilty and wondered, how does he know the sect master's name? She put on a cute expression and looked at him. Brother Lak, what are you talking about? Lam Lak stepped closer, pressing near her face, his voice low. Bakong Li, the leader of your 8 Flag Society. Startled and nervous, she clenched her fists and trembled as she spoke weakly. The 8 Flag Society. I did join, but I have never met the leader. I have only heard his name. He found it no longer interesting and turned his head away to leave, not wanting to waste words with her. Tan Chu Mai, anxious but desperate, called out to stop him. Unlock, please listen to me. She ran up to him, grabbing his arm, and explained weakly, I really have not met that Bok Hak Li or whoever he is, but this time I asked you out because I wanted to invite you to join the society. He turned back to look at her, his ear pressed to the phone. Tan Chu Mai, not thinking much of it, continued eagerly, the 8 Flag Society is a great support. As long as you're willing to join, resources, people, money, whatever you want, you will have it. Scene changes on the other end of the line. Bakong Li's scolding voice came through the phone. I sent you to keep an eye on Lam Lak. Why are you only answering now? On this end, Lam Lak picked up the call, deliberately sneering because she's already been killed by me. Hearing that, Bakong Li broke into a cold sweat, horrified. What? You're a Lam Lak? Bakong Li froze when he heard the voice coming from the phone. Come out, Bakong Li. I know you are here. Then Lam Lak tossed the phone straight into the sea. Ken Chu Mai beside him did not explain. So you have known for a while, she said. He calmly replied, I know everything. Bakong Li stepped out, clapping excitedly and laughing loudly. Exactly the talent I chose, truly extraordinary. Boasting proudly, he said, Lam Lak, join my Baki Association. I will lead you to great success. Lam Lak did not believe it. Great success. He looked at Bakong Li and smiled. You mean your plan to restore the nation? Song Dang Trek. The man froze when he heard Lam Lak say that. You, how do you know? Lam Lak decisively drew the knife at his side, threatening seriously, all of you deserve to die. The Black Emperor, Lam Lak's double, leapt out. He smiled smugly. Huide Ko appears. She stands in front of Bakong Li. He is worried. Damn it. Huide Ko, get back. Do not force yourself. She obeys. Yes. The Black Emperor launches a surprise attack on Huidekot, but she quickly dodges it. Huidekot completely evades all of the Black Emperor's ultimate techniques. Lam Lak grits his teeth in shock. She is keeping up with the Black Emperor's speed, and her defense is so high that his attacks cause no real damage. He pulls back the Black Emperor's hand. A substitute is not bad, but the host is already dead. No matter how strong the substitute is, it is meaningless. Bakong leaped, pointed at Lam Lak and laughed provocatively. You can't even break through my defensive substitute, yet you think you can kill me. Lam Lak worried he might lose and tried to think of a way to counterattack. He could no longer hide his true strength and had to take down his opponent as quickly as possible. Bakong Li also thought of a way to retaliate. Although Huidekot was not injured, his energy was steadily depleting. If he switched to another form, the chances of defeating his opponent would still be high. Both sides shared the same thought: they had to end the fight swiftly. Bakong Li commanded his Huideko. Huideko switched to martial form, blade kill his substitute. Lam Lak smiled confidently. The next strike from the Black Emperor, the host definitely won't be able to dodge. Go. Huideko drew his sword and rushed straight at the Black Emperor, who narrowly dodged the attack. The Black Emperor then charged directly at Bakong Lit, catching him off guard. Damn it. His target is Mai. Even if Huideku pierces the substitute, that punch from the substitute will still land on Mai. He decided to take a risk and ordered Huideko, fine. Then I will risk it with you. Let's see who is faster. Huideko, kill his true body directly. Huideko obeyed the order and attacked Lam Lak. The Black Emperor threw his fist straight at Bakong Lit's face. It sent him rolling to the ground. Meanwhile, Huideko had just raised his blade right in front of Lam Lak. Bakong Lit stood up, wiped the blood off his face, looked toward Lam Lak and sneered. How can a fist compare to a long blade? Huidekot slashed his blade toward Lam Lak. But strangely, there was only a wisp of smoke, no person in sight. Bakong Lit stared at the confused Huidekot in shock. How is that possible? How could an ordinary man have such speed and reflexes? Lam Lak, hands in his pockets, confidently appears behind Bak Hong Leet. I admit, he is a bit different, quick to react, strong substitution ability, but unfortunately, in this world, Bak Hong Leet turns around to look at Lam Lak, then faces forward again, startled to see the Black Emperor's fist flying straight toward him. The fist slams down on him. Lam Lak smirks wickedly. Those who are strong, live. Those who lose, die. Hands still in his pockets, Lam Lak looks down at Bak Hong Leet lying motionless on the ground. In his past life, the grudge for Sisterin, he's finally avenged it with his own hands. He opens his palm to activate the innate talent, activating S-level talent seizure. Your S-level talent seizure has been activated. Please choose one of 4 current attribute types: talent effects, skill effects, or soul strength to seize. After activating it, he pauses in worry and thought. His innate abilities are not very strong and now he needs more S-level talents. Lam Lak stands in the center of a circle surrounded by a purple light. Talent effect seized. Congratulations, S-level talent Knight of Martial Spirit obtained. Knight of Martial Spirit level S. Effectiveness 1. In rainy weather, the umbrella can block all reconnaissance. 2. At night, it can directly manipulate celestial phenomena to create localized rain. 3. During rainy nights, Deco's attack speed increases by 20%. A new avatar form of Huey Deco is a beautiful girl with long white hair holding an umbrella. System explanation. Avatar Huey Deco rank S, strength equal to 120 normal people, speed 200, intelligence 30, defense 30, health 4500, energy 180 per 180, energy recovery rate 1 point every 10 minutes, growth 130, operational range 20 meters. VU to umbrella, defense increased by 400 points. Excess damage will only reduce energy, consuming 1 energy point for every 100 points of block damage. VU to blade, attacks deal an additional 200 true damage, consuming 2 energy points per second. During rainy nights, blade energy consumption reduces by 50. Cooldown none. She looked toward Lam Lak, master. Lam Lak sat silently, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Talon Voodoo combined with the avatar Huey Deco not only offered high defense and powerful attacks, but even speed far surpassed the Black Emperor, a seamless fusion of offense and defense. In Lam Lak's hands now, Huey Deco's intelligence was 30. The Black Emperor's 1, and his battle strategy had reached level 30, able to fight autonomously without his control or command. He reached out his hand to Huey Deco. Let us have a pleasant cooperation from now on. She happily replied, do not worry, master. I will give my all to protect you. From where Bak Hong Leet lay on the ground, a stream of energy drifted up. Lam Lak noticed that stream. When killing someone, there's a certain chance to obtain items dropped by the opponent, and this time, equipment dropped. He spreads his hand, and a stream of energy brings forth an item that looks very much like a compass. Ah, the Wheel of Fate, draw just once. Great timing, exactly enough for 2 tin pulls. He clenches the item in his hand, glancing around and praying nothing happens. Seems the previous wish drained too much power. He is exhausted, so he can't summon. He remembers that inside the sacred secret realm in the Forest Martial Arts Square, there is a rare artifact that can restore energy. Huey Deco says to Lam Lak, Master, are we going to the secret realm now? Lam Lak smiles, no. I still have to go somewhere even more important. Scene shifts. A woman is nervously biting her nails while making a phone call. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. It is Princess 2. She stares at the phone that won't connect, fear in her eyes. What's going on, Song Dang, though? Hong's phone has never been unreachable before. A servant approaches and calls to her. Princess Jai 2. It is time for the meeting the elders arranged with Lord Vietong. She turns back, her gaze growing sharper. Those rotten old men, for the sake of restoring the kingdom, they're trying to force me to marry Vietong of the 8 Banner Society. She sits in a room gazing out at the dark night sky. It would be better if I never came back. She recalled the days when she and Song Dang happily went shopping together, wandering with Hong and Hua Xia. That 1 year spent with him was the happiest year of her life. The princess looked at her phone and felt uneasy. Yes, if Hong were still around, he would definitely be willing to help her escape from here. She tried to contact him once more, but the result was still the same. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Home, where are you now? Lam Lak returned to the villa. He looked up at the window, still lit. Bak Hong Leet was one of the 8 leaders of the Bat KY Society. His death would definitely cause a huge stir. The Bat KY Society was busy hunting for the killer, so when VU2's side was probably safe for now. Huey Deco, eavesdropping behind him, asked, when VU2 is the woman the master likes. Right? She slowly approached him. I remember she is called girlfriend. Lam Lak blushed awkwardly. No, not yet. She gave a fake smile. The master had been watching over here all night. Warmth and tenderness must be very important to him. Lam Lak clenched his fist, looking toward the villa, and said firmly, Yes, very important. He recalled the image of those dear to him happily reaching out to greet him, to lack. He tightened his fist with determination. In this life, he must become strong, protect those who matter, and never let regret repeat itself. Turning around, he called to Hui Deco, "Let us go." She blinked blankly. "Go where?" He turned away and walked ahead to the saintly land of Lam for level training. At a building complex, security guards stopped him and her. "Hello, sir," he said firmly. "I want to go in." The guard tried to dissuade him. "Have you thought it through? The danger level of this secret realm is very high. Entry requires level 30 or above, and once inside you can't quit halfway." "I know." The guard saw that and reluctantly let him in. "All right. Please show me your identification." The ID displayed the card of the Black Emperor. The guards were stunned. Black Emperor, that name sounds familiar. "Are you the one who repeatedly achieved global announcements?" Lamlak casually put his hands in his pockets. "Can I go in now?" The guard replied. "All right." As he passed, the guard whispered something to Lamlak's ear. "Brother, take my advice. Do not risk your life just to impress your little sister. Each person in the dungeon can only revive 3 times, so treasure that." "Thanks, I really believe in myself." Watching the 2 figures of him and Hui Deco walking away, the guard sighed. Heroes truly can't resist beautiful women. A slimy green creature appeared. Deco slashed with her sword. "System notification, your avatar. Hui Deco has slain a level 30 monster jester while being level 8. Congratulations, player. You have gained 1,260,000 experience points." She sliced through its head, then stabbed the green monster. "Take my sister along." Lamlak sat on the green chair while Hui Deco performed, then turned to Black Emperor and said, "My sister's guidance for me is decent." Hui Deco had finished fighting the monster. She reported to Lamlak, "Master, all enemies in this area have been wiped out." He stood up with satisfaction. "Good." He told Hui Deco and Black Emperor, "The mission in this secret realm is to help the spirits protect their camp and block the enemies outside." The image of a white tree trunk appeared. The divine crystal shards of the spirit race resembled super energy crystals. The divine gift stone tree could restore the energy of an avatar. She thought for a while and asked Lamlak, "So if we help the spirits defend their camp, will they give us this as a reward?" He replied, "Normally, that is how it goes." He thought about it, but in his previous life, someone had researched a different strategy after the clown attacked and broke the spirits' defenses before killing them. He could obtain a large amount of glass shards. Lamlak turned around to leave, but we still had to wait, leaving Hui Deco and the Black Emperor confused behind. "Wait for what?" He smiled and explained, "Wait for the best chance. Getting a share of the reward is not as satisfying as taking all the resources for ourselves." A fireball shot into the city wall, causing it to explode. The people here shouted, "The wall's been breached, everyone retreat." He called to Hui Deco. "Let's get out of here, Hui Deco. Our turn is coming next." The small blobs of slime were moving in one direction. They gathered together and merged into a giant slime monster. 430, health 100,000 experience, 350,000 skill points, destructive death light. When in extreme rage, he will release a deadly beam from his mouth, dealing 800 damage to his target and causing necrosis in the affected area. That monster looks terrifying, but Hui Deco slashed it open with a knife. Linlak's group felt more confident than ever before, just like in their memories. The monster roared angrily, "Human, you dare steal my food! You must be courting death!" He picked the purple gem. It replenished all the energy for himself and the Black Emperor. "Wake up, master. Pray." The Black Emperor rejoiced with satisfaction. "Such abundant energy, thank you, my master." Linlak's avatars never stopped feeling grateful to him. The Lord prayed. Each attack from the Black Emperor was a critical strike, continuing until the Clown Chief finally died. "My great master, the Lord of Prayer hears your summoning. Consumption and decisions depend on the difficulty of fulfilling the wish. Cooldown time, none whatsoever as you desire." Linlak controlled his avatar to charge forward and fight the monster. Linlak looked toward Hui Deco and shouted orders to her. "Hui Deco, formation Night Feather, Umbrella, defend the Black Emperor from all attacks so it can strike with full power." Hui Deco obediently followed his words and threw away the umbrella in her hand. "Yes." The Black Emperor Linlak's avatar immediately caught the umbrella, raising it before him to block a punch from the monster. Just then, a group of small goblins appeared out of nowhere, each wielding a meteor hammer or an iron ball covered with sharp spikes, all targeting Hui Deco with their attacks. Though they were numerous and their moves vicious, they could hardly trouble her. Deco dodged every swing like a nimble squirrel. She and Linlak's clone darted back and forth to dodge the monster's attacks. After a fierce battle, the system suddenly announced, "Your clone, Hui Deco, dealt 200 true damage to the ugly commander. Your clone, Black Emperor, dealt 370 true damage to the ugly commander. Plunder successfully triggered, draining 27,900 health." The monster, enraged by the damage from the two of them, hurled a massive spiked iron ball straight at them. It slowly fell to the ground. The monster mustered all its strength and let out a deafening roar, absorbing all the life force around it. A stream of blue energy gathered before its mouth, looking utterly terrifying. Seeing the situation turning critical, Lin Lak's handsome face showed clear signs of worry. Destructive Deathlight. Hui Deco. Full defense. The monster's body hovered in midair as it focused the energy toward Deco and Lin Lak's clone. Both stayed calm. She quickly grabbed her umbrella to shield herself while the Black Emperor stood behind her, providing backup. The umbrella looked ordinary, yet its power was anything but. Moments later, the green aura began to fade. At last, it vanished into the air. Deco slowly lowered the umbrella in her hand and observed the situation. Lam Lak was uneasy. Watching them fight for so long left his face covered in sweat. He thought to himself, although Hui Deco's defensive power had flared up impressively, it consumed energy too quickly. But this destructive deathlight had some weight to it. Even the Black Emperor's strength was running low. He grabbed the stone before him, crushed it with all his might, and ordered his substitute, the Black Emperor, whose ultimate skill was recharging, to attack with full force. Receiving the command from his master, the Black Emperor gathered all his power, taking a stance ready for assault. Then, the beast took a series of strikes from the Black Emperor, its face contorted in pain. Successfully activated Plunder successfully stole the skill Destructive Deathlight, 30% of its power. Successfully activated Plunder successfully stole 150 attack points. Successfully activated Plunder successfully stole 36 speed points. Finally, sensing the creature's body had weakened, the Black Emperor delivered the finishing blow, lunging forward and smashing through it. Jets of liquid burst out from the monster's body. After defeating the beast, the system displayed a notification congratulating the player for killing the ugly boss, earning 9,500,000 experience points, surpassing level 13 with a 1,400% experience. Bonus, Wish Effect Battlemaster gaining an additional 200% experience points. Lin Lax smiled happily, having completed the quest. He rejoiced inwardly, so much experience would allow him to activate his third profession skill, 10,000 Swords Return to Sect. Lin Lak reached out and pressed the button. 10,000 Swords Returned to Sect. Suddenly his body was lifted off the ground, surrounded by a strange glow. The liquid substance on the ground suddenly began to move slowly, forming sharp serrated blades as if controlled by something. They bare their sharp teeth and lunged straight toward him. Facing such a critical moment, Lin Lak only gave a faint mocking smile. Dozens of spatial rifts appeared, and from within, countless sharp swords shot out. 10,000 swords. Lin Lak raised his hand, controlling the flow of light around him. He shouted, "Return to Sect," as beams of light pierced straight into the mouths of the small monsters. His body slowly descended to the ground. Lam Lak withdrew his hand, looked at it, and smiled with satisfaction. His attack power had risen. His combat ability was now almost equal to that of his clone. It felt great, but still his mana bar was almost empty. The cheerful smile from before faded, his face drooping like a soggy rice cracker when he saw how little mana he had left. Handsome for 1 second, mana completely drained the next. He began recalling earlier memories. He remembered that a mage's first-class advancement granted 2 skills, mana recovery and mana absorption. One accelerated mana regeneration, the other absorbed mana from monsters. Determination flashed in his eyes. Lam Lak silently made up his mind when he had the chance. He would definitely learn those kinds of skills. He did not want such a cool ability to only be used as a desperate last resort, something that could only be activated once in critical moments. With his hands in his pockets, Lam Lak walked leisurely, observing the sparkling stones on the trees. Now, let us see how many shards of divine glass I can still collect. He waved his hand, using his power to gather the crystals. Under the strong external impact, a cascade of crystals fell down. Lam Lak caught the glass crystals with his hands, delighted as he looked at his spoils, more than 100 pieces equivalent to 5 Sis's super energy glass shards. It is always the same. Too much of anything is never good. If these crystals are overused, it would not be wise either. Lam Lak pondered gloomily, yet this was also the advantage of leveling up rapidly. If his upgrade was too fast, next time there would not be as many divine glass fragments. No need to overthink and give himself a headache. He returned to his cheerful look. Alright, next is the thrilling 10 spins of the Wheel of Fate. Come forth, Prayer Lord. As soon as the Prayer Lord was summoned, he instantly appeared. Placing a hand on his chest respectfully, he bowed to Lam Lak. "Greetings, my beloved master." Lam Lak walked up and put his arm around him, speaking in a friendly tone. "Old T. You gotta put your heart into it this time. Last time you drew 2 S-rank life-prolonging pills that cost me a lot of energy to save people." The Prayer Lord did not argue, only gently replied, "Master, I suggest you add a restriction condition within the prayer would be better." A moment later, he stepped forward and tossed the crystals into the air. Wheel of Fate. Next hand draws an item of S rank or higher must appear. Moreover, among those high-rank items, no life-prolonging pills. Both Lam Lak and the Prayer Lord stood aside, watching the Wheel of Fate begin to spin. After a while, a golden crystal floated into Lam Lak's hand. He gazed at it, eyes glowing with joy. Amazing, a golden legendary shard SS rank recovery, crystal capable of having the cooldown time of permanent talents. Lamlac clenched his fist tightly and a powerful light emerged enveloping him. Lamlac thought happily, if that is the case, one day I will be able to seize 2 S-level talents. His gaze shifted to the light purple crystal on the other side. The other one was the magic crystal S-level intelligence, increasing intellect by 10 points. The praying master walked up to Lamlac, leaned close to his ear and gently reminded him, Honor Master, I suggest you assign this crystal to the one who needs it most. The most notable names are the ones who need it most. Intelligence 180, Intelligence 30, Intelligence 1. Lamlac turned to ask him, Praying Master, what exactly does this intelligence attribute represent? He answered calmly, Honored Master. Intelligence does not equate to wisdom or cleverness, but rather to the speed of problem solving. The praying master continued, the higher the intelligence, the stronger one's ability to learn knowledge and accumulate experience. Intelligence 1, Intelligence 30, and these abilities manifest in combat and communication. After listening to the master's analysis, Lamlac gradually fell into deep thought, pondering over whom he should give the glass shard to. The Black Emperor relied solely on attack power. But as the monster level increased, he was no longer as strong as before. He focused on the sparkling shard of glass in his hand. It seemed that the one who needed it the most now was the Black Emperor. Breaking free from his thoughts, he tossed the shard to his substitute and said, Take it, Black Emperor. Receiving the shard from Lamlac, the Black Emperor immediately crushed it in his hand. His entire body lit up as a massive surge of power gradually flowed deep into him. His eyes turned a bright red, looking rather terrifying. After receiving such a precious gift, the Black Emperor's respect for Lamlac grew even more. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed and said, Master, thank you for your grace. The Black Emperor will clear every obstacle ahead for you. Lamlac looked straight into his eyes and gently said, You have grown. From now on you do not need me to control you in battle anymore. Lamlac scratched his head, looking confused. Gaining experience still was not as fast as directly plundering. Then suddenly he threw the remaining 2 crystals toward the Master of Prayers. Lord of Prayers, take these 2 extreme crystals to increase your energy capacity, then locate my next target with S-level talent, Chu-Du. His face was filled with joy as he received the 2 crystals. He absorbed their power and did not forget to say to Lamlac, Yes, my great master. Scene shifts to a certain apartment. Duong Deng was covered in wounds, his body knocked into a trash bin on the other side, blood gushing from his mouth. Chu-Du, in a harsh tone and with a taunting expression, stood with hands on his hips and said to Duong Dong, we are friends. Do not go overboard. Since you have awakened an A-level talent, we won't bother you anymore. Though exhausted, Duong Dong still forced himself to stand and confront the group. Flames ignited in his hands. Too much. He charged toward Chu-Du with his fiery arm saying, You guys beat me before, and when you peed on my head, did you think I would not take offense? Just as his fist was about to land on Chu-Du's face, suddenly a tentacle coiled around his wrist. What? The Duong Deng exclaimed in shock. Countless gigantic tentacles sprouted from Chu-Du's body. With a scornful smile, he said to him, Duong Deng, do not be so reckless. You think only you have hidden heavenly talent. If this vessel were not so ugly, I would have killed you long ago. Panic was written all over Duong Dong's pitiful face. Impossible, out of thousands of people, barely one gains an S-level talent. And yet you, a brute like you, have S-level talent. Then he suddenly realized something and shouted, Could it really be the higher the path, the stronger the demon? All the developments in the battle between Duong Dong and Chu-Du were already within Ho Kim Dan's mind. He smiled mysteriously. Excellent. Next plunder target locked. Duong Dong was now cornered. Chu-Du mocked him arrogantly. Little Duong, why are not you acting tough anymore? His 2 underlings chimed in, egging their boss Anya. Keep clashing with our brother Chu. You think awakening in a rank talent makes you impressive? Brother Chu is S rank. Chu-Du seemed unsatisfied with the fight, tightening his tentacles around Duong Dong. Today, I will use you to nourish my demon spirit. Due to the crushing pressure, Duong Dong's face was twisted in pain. In that moment of peril, when his life was hanging by a thread, a sudden voice came from nowhere, saving Duong Dong at the last second. It is so late already. What are you guys doing? A pink-haired girl dressed neatly approached and spoke up to stop him. Classmate, you can't just bully others because your talent is stronger. Seeing that familiar figure, Duong Deng immediately called out, Miss Tran! One of Chu-Du's lackeys turned back to look, his face full of fear as he stammered, Brother Chu, safe she is here, in contrast to his terrified underlings. Chu-Du remained strangely calm, his tone showing no hint of tension. Scared of what? Chu-Du truly feared neither heaven nor earth. He turned and directed his tentacles toward Miss Tran. Since my identity's already exposed, I've got nothing to worry about. Countless tentacles surged forward surrounding her. Miss Tran had not expected such reckless behavior and cried out in alarm. Classmate, WH, what do you think you were doing? Chudu pressed his face close to hers, caressing that beautiful face. The vile look on his features betrayed him. She was the one we boys had all secretly admired. Can you guess what I want to do? The tentacles began to creep along Miss Tran's fair thighs. At this point, Chudu showed the full extent of his depravity by slipping his tentacles beneath her skirt. Seeing that, Miss Tran could not hide her fear nor her embarrassment. As her cheeks flushed red without her realizing it, Duongdeng could not stand it any longer. Furious, he shouted at him, "Chudu, you beast!" But Chudu was fixated on the fresh prey before him and ignored him completely. "Chuduong, let me finish my fun first, then I will deal with you," he sneered. Suddenly, in that instant, each of his tentacles was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Miss Tran fell to the ground, free from that wretched Chudu, his wicked deed ruined. Chudu roared angrily, "Who is there?" The two henchmen following Chudu were struck across the neck twice in a blur of motion. He could not even see who did it. Still trying to sound tough, Chudu shouted angrily, "Get out here! Stop pretending to be some ghost!" Footsteps echoed from the other side. A handsome face gradually appeared. Lin Lak and Hui Deco walked over casually. He spoke first. "You must be Chudu," sensing a powerful aura from him. Chudu exclaimed, "I remember our school does not have anyone awakened above rank S. Who are you?" Linlock did not bother answering his question. He snapped his fingers and called out a familiar name, Lord Prayer. The prayer master appeared behind Linlock. He commanded for 30 seconds, "I will take no damage." The prayer master respectfully obeyed, "Understood, master." Seeing he did not answer, feeling insulted, Chudu cursed, "Damn it, I'm talking to you." "Who the hell are you?" Linlock smiled confidently, "Guayam does not matter. I will give you 3 seconds to think about your last words." Anger had reached its peak. Chudu no longer bothered arguing. He got into position ready to attack. "I already gave you face, did not I, who does not have stand-ins? I will give you 3 seconds if you do not get lost. I'll take you down too." Linlock remained completely calm. "Black Emperor, strike." Chudu's face showed surprise when he saw he had that many stand-ins. "How many clones do you have?" The Black Emperor swung his arm once, but tentacles immediately wrapped tightly around it. Each tentacle coiled tightly around his entire body. He looked at the things twining around him in bewilderment. Thinking he still held the upper hand, he sneered. "So what if you have many stand-ins? 6 demons devour him." Linlock did not let him act so arrogantly for long. He spoke Pui to Kel. As soon as she heard him call her name, she quickly sprang forward, swung her blade, and severed Chudu's tentacles one by one. Dance of the blade. She turned and continued cutting off the remaining tentacles one after another. Fragments of the tentacles scattered all over the ground. Now Chudu finally understood what true power was. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground and hurriedly tried to stop him from attacking again. "Wait, I'm a victim too. It was Duongdeng who bullied my brothers. I only fought to protect them, to protect justice." Hearing him talk like that, Duongdeng cried out in frustration, "Chudu, do not spout nonsense." It seemed Linlock did not believe a word Chudu said. "Stop struggling. That uneducated look of yours, having a bit of strength yet using it only for evil instead of wasting police resources later. It will be better for you to die by my hand now." Realizing he could not convince them, Chudu turned to beg Miss Tran, the very woman he had tried to ruin moments ago. "Madam, you must save me. I still have to go to college." Her face now looked terrified, as if she had just seen something horrifying, while Miss Tran was still confused. Deco had already grabbed the blade and struck Chudu with a fatal blow. Chudu completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, a mess, Tran could not help but scream loudly. Lamlax slowly walked over to Chudu's body. He did not spare even her. "I hate those who use their power to do evil. Such a death is not undeserved." He began to absorb his talent, activating his S-level plunder ability, successfully seizing the target's talent. Lam Lak looked skeptically at the talent he had just taken from Chudu, thinking to himself, "This talent is." Duongdeng shyly stepped up to Lam Lak and with a respectful tone and demeanor said, "Thank you. May I know your name?" Lam Lak did not give his real name. Instead, he gave a name of his double Black Emperor. Once everything there was settled, Lam Lak, Deco, and the Black Emperor turned and left together. He even invited them, "Come on, let us grab a late-night snack." Duongdeng just stood there watching Lam Lak, his face full of admiration for him. "Black Emperor, one day I will definitely be like you." Lam Lak gazed thoughtfully in one direction, thinking to himself, "I did find it strange earlier, perfect fusion." The description of that talent was far too sloppy. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the system. System, perfect fusion, grade S, effect, extract the essence of 2 random entities and perfectly merge them together while retaining their unique traits. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. After staring at the system in silence for a long while, Lam Lak calculated inwardly. With such a long cooldown time, it is not suitable to test it now, better to try it in actual combat. Just as he thought that, the next second Lam Lak quickly called out, "Lukma, come out." As soon as he spoke, a swirl of black smoke mixed with shades of green spread around him. At that moment, a proud smile appeared on Lamlak's face. Do not expect it to have an upgrade form like this. Feels like having more than a dozen arms that can move freely, and I can even feel their sense of touch. Then he looked again at the system in front of him. System, grade S. Strength, 100 equal to 10 normal people. Speed, 100. Intelligence, 2. Defense, 150. HP, 6,000. The above are the stats for a single arm. Total of 15 arms. Below are the combined stats for all arms. Energy, 200 per 200. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth, 120. Action range, 5 meters. Imperfect fusion can temporarily merge two entities. Each fusion consumes 10 energy points. Skin has elasticity, resists blunt weapons, magic, and similar attacks with 50% damage reduction. Takes 20% more damage from sharp attacks, no cooldown time. Behind him, Lukama also reached out to assist Lamlak by tapping the system screen. After looking through the system, Lamlak realized a few things. No wonder the Black Emperor's attacks were not effective and Huey dissolved him so quickly. Thinking of that, his expression turned sinister, but he still calculated carefully. Although the number of attacks is high, it even has special resistance against magic can count as a substitute. After a period of hard work, Lamlak finally relaxed. He stretched with a satisfied smile. Everything's settled perfectly. Come out everyone, I'm treating you to fried chicken. While Lamlak was enjoying himself, the three Black Emperor, the Master of the Prayer Orb, and Hui Ducat suddenly appeared before him. Thank you, Master, our great master. Choosing fried chicken was truly a wise decision. Fried chicken? I love fried chicken the most. Hearing that, Lamlak became even more determined, quickly took out his phone and tapped a few times with basic punching gestures. After placing the fried chicken order, Lamlak let out a relieved sigh. Done. Now we wait. Seeing the sheer amount of food Lamlak ordered, the server was shocked and hurried over to confirm. Sir, did you order 300 portions of chicken salad rolls? 400 spicy beef hamburgers, 2 servings of young 5 spice beef, 100 codfish burgers, and 400 cups of cola, despite the waitress's astonished expression. Lamlak calmly replied with just 2 words, that is right. After hearing Lamlak's confirmation, the waitress looked embarrassed as she explained the situation. But our store does not have that much stock. Hearing that, Lamlak merely glanced at her and resignedly said, just bring whatever you have. After ordering, Lamlak could not help falling in a deep thought. He recalled that in half a year, global food supplies would become strained. The spatial crystal could preserve food right before it is. Consume better to store some materials while he could. While Lamlak was still lost in his thoughts, Hui Ducat suddenly spoke up in a panic. Master, look quickly, the fog outside is getting thicker and thicker. Hearing that, Lamlak could not remain calm, his expression unconsciously showing surprise. Then he sank into contemplation and spoke slowly this time. Before Lamlak could finish his sentence, a notification suddenly came through his phone. Looking at the screen in fear, he read the message. Disaster alert, dimensional insect catastrophe. Outside, 2 mutated spiders appeared, their blood-red eyes gleaming fiercely as they charged forward. The next moment, a woman holding her small child ran in screaming in utter terror. Help! Please, someone help my child! Before she could even cry for help, one of the spider's legs reached out, hooking her clothes. Feeling the sudden grasp, she screamed hysterically, and the child in her arms began to tear up in fright. Less than a second later, the massive spider knocked her down and roared, baring its sharp fangs. Terrified, she did not dare hesitate another second, lunging forward while crying desperately. No! Please help! Somebody help! Because of the force of her movement, her shirt was swiftly torn apart by the spider. Just when it seemed the woman and her child would die at the hands of the monster, a miracle happened. Lamlak appeared in front of them, standing firm and resolute. To the woman's surprise, Lamlak remained utterly calm and slowly walked forward. Dust and smoke filled the air around them. Although a massive monster stood before him, Lamlak showed no fear and boldly approached it. Standing tall and unafraid, Lamlak spoke quickly. Main prayer, I pray within 10 meters around me. Let the white mist disperse. Hearing that, the praying master standing behind him immediately replied obediently, Yes, my revered master. The very next moment, a dazzling pillar of light descended from the pitch-black sky. Thanks to that beam of light, the monster was slightly wounded. Taking advantage of a chance, Lamlak swiftly unleashed his next move to finish it off, Storm Sword Slash. As soon as the strike was released, the monster before him was cleaved cleanly in 2. Right after it was slain, a system notification appeared. Congratulations. Player, you have killed a level 7 long-legged spider gaining 640 experience points, 9400% calamity experience, and 200% battle wish experience. Seeing the results he had earned, Lamlak gazed at the fallen monster and reflected with understanding. Indeed, I was right. Although killing it does not drop any equipment, I do gain 4 times the experience. Before Lam could have more time to ponder, from afar appeared the figures of 2 huge-nosed monsters. Not only that, but black smoke also surrounded them, looking utterly filthy. Seeing that, Lam Lack merely glanced toward them and commanded Black Emperor, Dark Knight Spirit, go fight the monsters and level up. Before Lam Lack could say another word, Dark Knight Spirit had already appeared, slicing the monster into pieces. Right after that slash, the system quickly displayed a notification. System reminder, congratulations player. Your avatar, Dark Knight Spirit, has slain a level 3 giant insect. You have gained 64 experience points, 800% experience bonus. Not only Dark Knight Spirit, but even Black Emperor perfectly completed his task. The system also displayed system reminder, congratulations player. Your avatar, Black Emperor, has slain a level 3 giant insect. You have gained 64 experience points, 800% experience bonus. Around the city, upgrade monsters kept appearing endlessly. Somewhere else, mister. Lu spoke slowly with a sinister look. Old Do. So this is the fusion form of the mutated dragonfly species, rather intimidating. Duty Keep gazed into the void and replied calmly. This disaster may be catastrophic for ordinary people, but for those of us with powerful awakening talents, it is actually a great blessing. Mister. Lu then showed a smug smile and asked, because of the quadruple experience gain. Hearing that, Duty Keep simply turned his head and replied coolly, exactly. In the original timeline, the first player to reach the second phase of awakening appeared 6 days after everyone awakened. But yesterday, that Black Emperor had already reached the second phase, so the first stage disaster had been brought forward. Speaking of which, I looked out the window at those mutated monsters again, but it is fine. I came to find you because I want to build the strongest team. As long as we make use of the insect's light, affinity, we can quickly reach level 20 and complete our second advancement. Just as he finished speaking, a hand reached forward and smashed through the window frame in front of him. The next second, all four missed her. Lu's group jumped decisively out the window. Let's see whose loot will be greater. Meanwhile, Lamloss group was in a tense standoff with those monsters. After a fierce slaughter, the insect creatures seemed to have overcome their instinctive fear of light and did not dare approach this place, but that was only temporary. Thinking that, Lam Lack turned his eyes toward the Black Emperor and gave an order. Black Emperor, Hui Deko, you two keep watch here. Then Lam Lack turned back into the shop, calm as if nothing had happened. The food I ordered, have you finished packing it up? All of it, right here. Seeing that, Lam Lack quickly took the food and left, but he still informed the people inside of the current situation and reminded them for the next 10 days. No one will come to rescue you. You absolutely must not go outside. Wait here for help. There is food and water, use them sparingly, and you should be able to hold out. The woman whom Lam Lack had just saved mustered all her courage and spoke up in confusion. Sir, please take us with you. Hearing that, Lam Lack turned back and gave a brief explanation. Coming with me would only mean more danger. The outside is full of man-eating insects. After I leave, turn off the lights and cover the windows. Without light, they won't break in. After saying that, Lam Lack turned away with a determined look and said, we must trust Huaxia. They will definitely come to the rescue. Suddenly Lam Lack stopped. A trace of fear appeared on his face as he thought to himself, what is this bad feeling? Could it be that I have forgotten something? The outside world was gloomy, smoke billowing everywhere, which only deepened Lam Lack's doubts. Damn it. History has changed because of my rebirth. Could it be that Sisteron is not able to handle this and is in danger? Somewhere else, a young girl was being attacked by a huge monster, its blood-red eyes looking terrifying. Mister! Lu suddenly appeared just in time, and in the next moment, he struck to rescue her, a display of divine power. As soon as he unleashed his technique, his glowing ghostly form charged forward without hesitation. The very next second, that monster was mercilessly crushed by the surge of power. Mister! Lu quickly approached the girl with a gentle smile, stretching out his hand kindly. Young lady, I saved your life today. How do you intend to repay me? At that moment, another surge of power struck the monster from before Emperor's eye, life and death seizure. The one who made that move was none other than Hui Tai Lang. With a sly grin, he stepped forward and said, Master Lu, let me give you a hand. Mister. Lu turned to Hui Tai Lang with a reproachful look. Hui Tai Lang, stealing experience like that is not good behavior. But despite the rebuke, Hui Tai Lang calmly replied, Master Lu, are not I just helping you? While the two were talking, another voice cut in. Since this monster is already dead, I trust you won't mind if I make use of the remains. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped up to the fallen monster and whispered, For your king rise. Seeing that, Mister, Lu turned to Old Two and gave him a thumbs up. So this is the S-rank Monarch Shadow talent. Old Two, you have found yourself quite the powerful teammate. Meanwhile, over on Lam Lack's side, he was still desperately fleeing from the swarm of monsters above. Just catching a glimpse of the passing figure made Mr. Luke could not help but be astonished. Then he stared at Lam Lack with suspicion, neat and clean. Could it be that he is like us too, also fighting monsters to level up? Hearing that, Hui Tai Long quickly added, Ordinary people can't foresee the future. Maybe that person has some ability, fought his way out and escaped. It is not impossible. While the two were still doubtful, Old Two also showed a suspicious look, silently gazing in that direction. Meanwhile, Lamlac kept running forward without caring about anything. Thinking to himself, based on the original trajectory, Sister An should have safely survived this disaster. At this moment, Lamlac stopped in front of a door, silently praying in his heart. Please open the door. I just need to confirm. I just need to make sure the whole family is safe. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. Is that VU2 back already? The next instant, Aunt Ly hurriedly came to open the door, her face full of surprise to Lam. Seeing Aunt Ly open the door, Lamlac anxiously asked, right away, Ly, where's Sister An? She's not home. Hearing his question, Ly nervously replied, It's long past work hours, but VU2 has not come back yet. I do not know if something unexpected happened. Now the white mist outside has covered everything, and there is no phone signal. What should we do? As soon as he heard that, Lamlac felt as though struck by lightning. His face grew tenser than ever. As expected, Sister An still had not returned. Something must have happened. Thinking that, Lamlac shouted at Aunt Ly, Andy, do not panic yet. I'm gonna look for Sister An now. Promise me no matter what sounds you hear, do not open the door and absolutely do not open the windows. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Aunt Ly could only nod quickly. All right. Outside, the building was now shrouded in a thick black fog. Damn it. At times like this, unless one has awakened combat talent or inherited dungeon power, encountering the insect race means almost certain death. Thinking that, he dashed straight into the mist without hesitation. Sister An, you must be safe. While Lamlac was running anxiously ahead, the voice of the Black Emperor echoed beside his ears. Master, there is someone here. The words had barely ended when before them appeared a woman lying wretchedly on the road covered in blood, lifeless. When Lamlac saw her, his expression grew even more grave. She can't be saved anymore. The catastrophe is truly deadly. I must find Sister An quickly. As he said that, Lamlac's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Lord of Prayer, tell me immediately. I know where An VU2 is. No sooner had he finished speaking than a master of prayer appeared behind him. Seconds later, a book was opened page by page under a dazzling light. At Lamlac's feet beyond the golden glow appeared a glowing red dot and a glowing blue dot. As soon as he saw them, Lamlac clenched his fist, his expression firm as he silently muttered, VU2, wait for me. Elsewhere, monsters were appearing everywhere. Inside a cramped room with 3 terrified people, a blonde girl trembled as she spoke, VU2. What should we do? We can't get out anymore. While the two were trying to calm each other, the man sitting next to them held his head in his hands, his face pale as a leaf, his mouth trembling. The end of the world has come. Everyone's doomed. No one can make it out alive. No one. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he stared in one direction. The very next moment, he lunged toward the U2 and the girl, startling them so much they screamed, What are you doing? At that moment, he furiously lunged at them while the two kept dodging. What for, of course, to seize the chance for pleasure, being locked up together, waiting for death. This was fate. While VU2 was so terrified that she kept stammering, You, calm down a bit. The girl beside her shouted fiercely, Shameless, had not even pissed to see what you look like. Even if you were the last man on earth, I still would not want you. Hearing that, he grew even more excited, lunging forward to grab the U2's hands tightly. Stop talking nonsense. I would not be interested in someone like you either. Seeing this, the girl next to her panicked and rushed over to stop him. You thug, let her go. He shoved her away roughly with a look of disdain. Get out of my way. Then he turned to VU2 with a vulgar expression. Girl, I'm still a virgin. Let me die without regrets, he said, while using his hands to open up and expose himself. At that moment, VU2 could only struggle helplessly, tears streaming down her face. Let me go! He lost his patience, angrily pressing his forearm hard against VU2's cheek. Stinking woman, you refuse the good drink but want the punishment instead. The next second, he pinned VU2 to the ground. At that moment, she could only shed tears in anguish. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. He froze in fear, his whole body stiff, stopping what he was just doing and muttering deeper, deeper. Less than a second later, an unseen force kicked him straight in the face, making him spit out strawberry syrup. At that moment, a familiar figure approached VU2, leaving her startled. Lamlac. Lamlac gently helped VU2 up, showing a soft apologetic smile. Sister An, I am sorry. I came too late. The man who just took Lamlac's hit staggered his feet, still refusing to back down. Are you crazy? It is deep now if we go on. We will both die. Hearing that, Lamlac gave him a cold glance and called out, Black Emperor. Before Lamlac could say a second word, the Black Emperor had already rushed forward and grabbed the man's neck without a hint of mercy. The man turned pale with fear, his face drained of all color. Let me go, he cried. Lam Lak looked at him coldly and demanded, "What did you do to her?" His face grew even paler from lack of air, yet he stubbornly refused to answer. "Help!" Seeing his hesitation made Lam Lak so furious that he shouted harshly, "Speak." At the same time, the Black Emperor tightened his grip on the man's neck, making him so terrified he stammered continuously, "I will talk. I will talk." The moment he said that, the Black Emperor released him, causing him to fall hard to the ground. As soon as he was freed, he crawled forward, clutching Lam Lak's leg and pleading desperately, Boss, I was wrong. I did not do anything. Please forgive me. I will confess. I will turn myself in." Seeing him like that, Lam Lak's eyes turned cold and his expression was full of contempt. Still, as he spoke, he raised 2 fingers and continued, "You have 2 choices. Either die by my hands now, or get out of here and keep one last chance to live. Choose." Hearing that, his whole body went limp, but he still managed to thank him. "Thank you, boss, for sparing me." Then he quickly made his choice. "I will go." As soon as Lam Lak saw his figure slowly walking away, he began to pray, "Lord, I pray that within 5 minutes, 200 insects will appear around him." The master of the prayer standing behind him immediately responded, "Yes, master." The man had just stepped out and laughed triumphantly, glancing back at Lam Lak's group and thinking, "Idiots, the glass was shattered by you. None of you can survive now. Fortunately, I know a place nearby to hide. Go die." But he did not know that countless dazzling lights were appearing all around him. Suddenly, huge insect lunged forward and knocked him down. In the next instant, thousands of other insects came flying at terrifying speed, making him so frightened that he kept stumbling backward. Before he could react, the swarm had already rushed in and tore him apart mercilessly, leaving him to die in unbearable pain. On this side, Lam Lak held VU2 in his arms and comforted her. "Sister An, it is all right now." After calming down, VU2 raised her head to look at Lam Lak with a resentful expression, then curiously asked, "Lam Lak, did you really let him go?" Lam Lak replied casually, "How could I? He dared to harm the person most important to me." His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Only by letting him die beneath the jaws of countless insect beasts could even 1/100th of his sins be repaid. Hearing that, VU2 blushed like a tomato and shyly thanked him. "Lam Lak, thank you." While the two were being affectionate, Quil Deco suddenly appeared and broke the mood. "Master, is she the one who's going to be your girlfriend?" Both of them instantly turned red with embarrassment. Lam Lak hurriedly turned to shout at Hoi Decot in a flustered voice, "Hoi Decot, do not talk nonsense." Hoi Decot looked unconvinced, staring at VU2 beside him. "Nonsense. You clearly said before that she was very important to you." Then he innocently asked, "Master, do not you like her?" Caught off guard by the question, Lam Lak could only stammer and scratch his head. "Well, that." Lam Lak put on a confused look, waved his hands in denial. "Of course not. I mean, I am obviously not." On the other side, Van Von, perhaps awakened by the loud noise, slowly opened her eyes. When VU2 heard the sound, she looked over and was startled to see a familiar figure. VU2 quickly ran over and hugged her tightly. Van Von. She gently helped Van Von sit up and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Van Van slowly replied, "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." Van Van glanced over and saw Lam Lak. She immediately hugged VU2 tightly and shouted, "VU2, that pervert, he hugged me." Knowing Van Van was still in shock, VU2 softly comforted her. "Do not be scared, Van Van." She patted her lightly. "He is my friend, Lam Lak. He is the one who saved us." Van Van cast a quick glance at Lam Lak, and his handsome face made her heart flutter. You are really good looking." Lam Lak put his hands in his pockets and strode away. As he left, he told the two of them, "It is not safe to stay here. Let's go." Stopping in front of an apartment, VU2 softly called out, "Mom, open the door." Hearing the familiar voice, Aunt Ly hurriedly flung the door open. Her face lit up with happiness. "VU2, you're back. Are you all right?" That face, that voice, it was indeed VU2's beloved mother. She could not help but rush forward to embrace her. "Mom!" she cried, throwing herself into her arms. The three of them stepped inside. Enli brought out a steaming cup of tea and set on the table for him, asking, "So, how's Van Van now?" She turned to him with a grateful look. "Little Lin, we were really lucky to have you this time." She glanced around and curiously asked, "Mom, where's Dad?" After hearing that, his face grew puzzled. "Stay at his workplace." Lin Lak began reasoning in his mind. "If I remember correctly, Uncle On works at the city office center. The main gate there is designed to stay open wide." He suddenly stood up ready to leave, but before going, he did not forget to tell the two of them, "Aunt Ly, Sister On, I will head to Uncle's unit right now." As he stood up, the U2 seemed unwilling to let Lam Lak go. Worried, she said, "But no. It is too dangerous outside. What if you—" Before she could finish, he reassured her, "Do not worry. It is fine. I will definitely bring Uncle On back safely." A while later, Lam Lak arrived at the building where VU2's father worked. The place was swarming with insectoid creatures. Observing the area, he said, looks like this place has already been attacked by them. Suddenly, his whole body was seized by a strange sensation. Lamlak looked around puzzled. What is this oppressive feeling? The highest level monsters in a Class T disaster do not exceed level 20. There is no reason for such pressure. Just then, a loud explosion drew his attention. Lamlak looked up, worry clouding his handsome face. God, he's a hive guardian. After surveying the surroundings, he began to analyze. Class T disasters, also known as classy disasters, range from level 1 to 20. Around the hive, monsters stronger than the disaster itself appear. They are called hive guardians. Only by killing the hive guardian can we end the disaster in this area, Lamlak thought to himself. In his previous life back in that chaotic era, those who joined in the hunt against insect nests would receive generous rewards. He looked at the guardian of the insect nest, thinking gloomily that if he ran into this one here, it was at least level 30. He could not tell if that was lucky or unlucky. Putting aside what was happening outside, Lamlak ran straight into the building. As he moved, he thought, something that looks like that is still terrifying. Better to get ready first, but right now, he had to save Uncle Ann. At that moment, Old Ko and Old R running frantically, trying to escape the beast chasing them. Run! They stopped in front of a room and without thinking twice, hid inside. As soon as they entered, Old Un quickly slammed the door shut. Still not feeling safe, he shouted at Old Ko. Old Ko, hurry, move that cabinet over to block the door. If it breaks in, we are done for. The two of them quickly dragged the cabinet in front of the door. Old Ko and Old One sat close to the cabinet, not daring to make sound. The monsters outside would not let them off, relentlessly pounding on the door. Fear filled the entire space. Both old men trembled uncontrollably, only able to sit still and watch the situation. The window pane suddenly shattered and the two of them screamed in fright. After a long wait, hearing no more noise outside, Old Ko said to be of you too. Old One, wait. Could it be that the worm has stopped moving? He agreed with Old Ko's guess. Seems like it. Could be dead. At that moment, a voice called out, Uncle One, it is Yoan. Are you in there? Hearing the familiar voice, Old One replied, Sialin, Linlak. Without a hint of caution, both of them went to open the door. Linlak stood calmly on the corpse of the worm beast, raising his arm to wave at BAVU2. Uncle One, long time no see. The scene shift to outside the building where angry voices shout, Damn it! The system displayed a notification. Player cleared the stage. Black Emperor. Time taken, 1 hour 52 minutes. Time until the secret realm refreshes, 18 hours. Tai Keep clenches fists, teeth grinding tightly. His face now filled with nothing but rage. The Holy Land in the forest, the secret realm that gathers this energy, had already been taken by the Black Emperor. He thought to himself, to gather the strongest awakened ones, I've already lost several global achievements to him. And now, even this secret realm has been snatched away. The purple-haired man walking beside him spoke up. He soloed a level 30 to 35 secret realm for this long. Fighting for so long non-stop in there, can his substitute's energy even hold out? Tai Keep's expression darkened, being robbed of credit over and over. Who would not be angry? He forced himself to stay calm and told the man, this secret realm can be tackled using normal strategies. So the energy consumption is not that high. You can sneak in and help the NPCs at the right moment. I just did not expect someone to beat us to it. Master Lu began to speculate. Old man, it seems this Black Emperor might also be someone who returned from the future. Tai Keep appeared to agree with the old man's view, probably. I just did not know what method he used to seize my power, or how he could have returned alongside me. Tai Keep observed the expressions of those standing beside him, thinking to himself, the only weakness of us Sisu-level awakened ones is that our substitutes are too powerful, requiring a constant supply of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and said as he walked, time is critical. I know of several other secret realms. I do not believe he can clear them all. The stifling feeling made Tai Keep extremely disgusted. He loosened his tie and pulled at it, silently making a firm resolve. Black Emperor, sooner or later, I will come face to face with you. Just as promised, Lamlak brought VU2's father back safely. After learning that he had killed that monster all by himself, Aunt Ly was astonished. Thulam, what happened? How can you be so strong? Honestly, you're just like a superhero in the movies. That worm was bigger than a buffalo, and in a blink, it was dead. He proudly showed off his ability while also explaining it to the two of them. Uncle An, I awakened an S-rank talent. Hold on, gaped in disbelief. An S-rank talent is that strong. I awakened a D-rank talent's sturdy body. It helps me recover physical strength faster, but at best, I can climb 5 floors without losing breath. Ellie share the same feelings. Mine is a C-rank talent intelligence. It greatly improves my memory. They say this talent can help me avoid senility. When I am old, VU2 suddenly walked over, gently placing her hand on his shoulder and said cheerfully, I am way better than both of you. I awakened in a rank talent heavenly voice. It makes my singing better and can recover people's stamina, boosting beneficial effects. NLI then turned to ask Lam Lack. Right, Chu Lam, what kind of talent did you awaken? Lam Lack looked slightly awkward at the question, sensing his discomfort. Vu Tu quickly stepped in. Mom, why are you asking about someone's private matter like that? Realizing she had been indiscreet, Aunt Ly hurriedly said, Yes, and Ly asked too much. Hugh Lam's grown up now, I should not pry so much. Lam Lack did not take offense. Instead, he smiled kindly at her. It is alright, NLY. The talent I awakened is called Justice Descends from Heaven. It is a type of talent with very powerful offensive strength. The U2 looked at Lam Lack with admiration and praised him. Little Lack, you are amazing. When you have time, take me to run a dungeon. Will you? I do not dare go alone. Without thinking much about her request, he immediately agreed. Alright. Seeing the talented young man before him, Old Un expressed his admiration. Indeed, heroes are born in every era. Now the world is undergoing great changes and the future society will surely have a place for you. Little Lamb, you must seize this opportunity. Receiving the compliment, Lam Lack replied firmly, I understand, Uncle An. After a long chat, it was already late. Hold On stood up and suggested, Alright, Little Lamb, you've had a tiring day. As luck would have it, there is still a guest room. Why do not you stay here for the night? Hearing that, Lam Lack was quite surprised and a trace of embarrassment showed on his face. That might not be very convenient. As for VU2, she did not give him a chance to refuse. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him toward the room saying, There is nothing inconvenient about it. Come on, I will show you to the room. Life is truly full of surprises. Old On could not take his eyes off Lam Lack, thinking who would have thought that after so many years without contact, the boy from the orphanage back then would become the one who saved our lives. A while later, after bathing, Lam Lack sat on the bed lost in thought. I never expected that in this life. I would save Anon and Uncle Ann and end up staying at their house, but I can't stay here forever. He is still waiting for me to rescue him. Lam Lack's well-defined muscular body was mesmerizing. Droplets of water on his skin only enhanced his natural allure. As he dried his hair, he muttered, But I can't stay here forever. He is still waiting for me to rescue him. He started to come up with a plan in his head. What matters now is to keep improving his strength and quickly find the next S-rank substitute. Scene shifts to a dark and rather frightening place. At this moment, Kim Dan is performing a summoning spell to call forth the Demon King of Fear to help him achieve his goal. His face shows satisfaction with what he is doing. I use the fear and despair of all beings to condense you come forth, Demon King of Fear. A hand slowly emerges. Next, the entire body of the Demon King of Fear takes shape. It opens its filthy mouth and says, Such a delicious scent. He looks up at the enormous creature before him. This is the SS rank substitute. My SS rank substitute. The Demon King of Fear folds its arms, striking a commanding pose to assert its dominance over him. My servant, go forth. Offer me the fear and despair of living beings, and I shall grant you invincible power. Standing beside him, Hunt Hit trembles at the sight of her father's demeanor. She softly calls out, Dad, Dad. Hearing his daughter's voice, Kim Dan regained consciousness, and the terrifying look from earlier faded away as he came to his senses. He looked at Han Dayet with gentle eyes, softly patted her head and stroked it lightly. Good girl. Daddy's going out to buy you something tasty. Be good and wait at home for Daddy. Okay. Hearing that, Han Dayet obediently replied, Okay, Daddy. I will stay home and wait for you. Then Kim Dan and his newly assumed substitute strode out of the house. Han Deal looked toward the substitute with fearful eyes. After Kim Dan left, the little girl hugged her teddy bear and curled up in a corner. Daddy, cut to Lam Lack's location. He was standing on a rooftop of a building taking a step forward. He was talking with the Lord of Prayer. Lam Lack spoke and the priest smiled. Lo Min and Chudu who wandered for 10 years. The officials I killed are gone. The two whose substitute awakening can be confirmed are Ho Kim Dan and Quach Tao. Then Lam Lack gave an order. Lord of Prayer, send me Ho Kim Dan's location. Upon receiving the order, the master carried it out immediately, just as you wish, my master. Once his wish was fulfilled, Lam Lack gave a word of praise. Very good. Lam Lack did not linger any longer and immediately jumped down. His face showed clear excitement. He was ready for the thrilling showdown ahead. The hunt had begun. Meanwhile, for Kim Dan, the system displayed notifications about his double. Your double Fear Demon King killed Giant Needle Bee. Level 6 gained 300 plus 400% disaster experience. Killing monsters 4 levels higher yields an extra 500% experience. Your double, Fear Demon King, killed Ghost-Faced Spider, level 7, gained 400 plus 400% disaster experience. Killing monsters, 3 levels higher yields an extra 400% experience. Congratulations, player. Your level has risen to level 3. Congratulations, player. Your level has risen to level 4. Congratulations, player. Your level has risen to level 5. Kim Dan was now immersed in the happiness brought by the Fear Demon King. So this is the power of an S-level double. Without even moving, he could level up quickly. A strained smile curled on his lips. Let us see who dares laugh at me now. And that damned woman who abandoned her husband and child. Sooner or later, I will make her regret it. The Fear Demon King felt its current power was still insufficient. It approached Kim Dawn and commanded, "Slave, my power is still too weak. The souls of these monsters are too small and weak. The fear they produce is not enough to fill the gap in my teeth." Humbly, he asked it, "Then where can we get enough fear?" He spoke slowly. "Humans, only the fear born from the human soul is my most delicious nourishment." As soon as Ho Kim Dawn heard the word human, his face turned pale, sweat pouring down his body. Kill humans. The Demon King of Fear lowered his voice, whispering each word into his ear. The demon spoke deeply. "Servant, do not you long for even greater power?" Those words carried a strange enchantment. The fear from before vanished, replaced entirely by hatred consuming his mind. Kim Dan obediently replied, "Yes, my master." The two of them began moving toward the neighboring homes. The door of one house was completely shattered by the Demon King. A family of 3 was terrified, backing away in fear. The wife clutched her newborn tightly in her arms while her husband gripped a knife, shouting at the 2 intruders. Who are you?" Kim Dan pointed toward the family, then turned to the doppelganger and asked, "Like this, is it okay? Just scaring them that should produce fear, right?" The Demon King took in the scent of their fear. "Ah, it smells so rich, so intoxicating, such a wonderful aroma of fear." To protect his wife and child, the husband charged forward without hesitation. "Monster, I will fight you to the end." Seeing this, the wife screamed in panic, "Husband!" Before he could do anything, the man was pierced straight through by the Demon King. Blood spilled everywhere and his wife could do nothing but stand frozen in shock at the horrifying scene. The Demon King licked the fresh blood on his hand, looking utterly satisfied. Indeed, the fear-born strength of humans was a far higher quality than that of monsters. Kim Dan still seemed not to have lost all reason. He cast a glance at this substitute body that had been born. What exactly was it? The Demon King bent down and began absorbing the energy from the husband's corpse. Absorbing. Sensing that his body was still not fully energized, he looked toward the wife holding her child and said, "Not enough. I want more." Kim Dan could no longer contain himself. He stood in front of the mother and child, shouting at the Demon King, "Stop! How could you kill people? I summoned you to kill the monsters outside and help me level up." The Demon King was unmoved and reached out to grab him. A wicked smile curled on his lips as he spoke to Kim Dan, "Slave, I was born from the despair and fear in your soul. I am a prodigy. Once I've had my fill, I will naturally reward you with invincible power." The Demon King, enraged, sent him flying aside. "Take back that false kindness of yours." Wanting to enjoy the sweet fruit without getting his hands dirty, the Demon Lord casts another soul-snatching spell. It begins to breathe out words filled with dark magic. "This woman was killed by you." Although Kim Dan's intentions are somewhat cruel, his conscience has not completely vanished. Hearing the double say that, he hurriedly refuses. No. Even so, it refuses to let Kim Dan go, relentlessly controlling him toward the mother and child over there. The double's magic has enveloped Kim Dan, gradually taking over his mind. Kim Dan's face is now completely changed and his eyes have grown sharper. He steps forward and picks up the dagger from the ground. Without a hint of mercy, he raises the dagger, ready to end the lives of the mother and child. The mother clutched her child tightly, her fearful eyes pleading with him, begging him to spare her child. Ho Kim Dan's mind was now completely under the control of dark magic, his inherent kindness gone. He lunged forward, stabbing them repeatedly, their screams of pain tearing through the sky. Lamlek finally appeared, but it was already too late. The mother lay barely breathing on the ground, blood spattered everywhere, hearing sound from behind her. Kim Dan slowly turned around. Witnessing the scene, he could not hold back his anger and said, Lamlek's face darkened, his rage at its peak. He slowly spoke to his substitute, Black Emperor, "Kill those beasts." The Black Emperor received the order and immediately charged forward. Yes. The Demon King showed no fear. Instead, feeling excited, he had not expected to encounter such a powerful soul. It was all prepared, ready to strike, emotions so intense, and if one were to sink into despair. The Demon King swung his arm, tossing the Dark Emperor away, telling him to get lost. Then he charged forward. Turns out the Demon King's target was Lamlek. He dashed straight at him, certain it would be an easy win. Lamlek had not expected this at all, and stood frozen in place. The monster spewed a stream of blazing red power toward Lamlek as if it would swallow him whole, but unexpectedly, a familiar umbrella appeared right in front of him. Lamlek was stunned. Seeing the person before him had just saved his life, the creature's power was truly unimaginable. Even Lamlek had not anticipated its attack. Lamlek thought to himself, such incredible speed. If it were not for Huey Deco, I might not have reacted in time. Without thinking any further, he let out a shout, "Black Emperor." Hearing his master's call, the Black Emperor charged forward to strike. The wound that had just appeared quickly healed on its own. and the beast smugly said, "I am the supreme demon king of fear." With that, it swung its fist straight at the Black Emperor, ready to kill. Seeing the Black Emperor struggling to hold on, in the urgent situation, Lin Lact quickly called out, "Hui Dekoe, View da Blade." Receiving her master's command, Dekoe obediently complied. Yes. The beast looked Dekoe over, clear scorn in its eyes like looking at an ant. "Get out of my sight." With a heaven-shaking roar, Dekoe was instantly thrown far away. Luckily, Lam Lac was quick enough to catch her. The Black Emperor was now exhausted, lying sprawled on the ground. The beast seized the opportunity, preparing to deliver the final blow. "Brat, die for me." Turning to see the Black Emperor in danger, he urgently unleashed his move, 6 demons. Tentacles shot forward, wrapping tightly around the beast's arm. "What the hell is this?" "Hold it." The tentacles continued to coil around its entire body, tightening. That was the opening Hui Dekoe needed. He swiftly approached, driving the blade in his hand straight into the monster's belly. Seeing this, it was terrified. No. Impossible. Why has my protective demonic energy failed? Flames burst out from the tentacles, burning its body. Lam Lac walked over calmly. "Do you think you fought well, Burn? Already in a losing position, yet still talking big. I will not die. I am the fear born from the beings of all living creatures. Burn. As long as fear exists, I will return." That mouth really brought ruin upon itself. Its whole body has now turned to smoke and ashes, while Lam Lax still stands there calmly speaking with contempt. "Even if you come back again, you are only fit to kneel at my feet." Hui Dekoe, the Black Emperor, and Lam Lax stood in a circle together like an undefeated trio. At that moment, he thought to himself, Hui Dekoe's attack carried true damage, and from a moment it was restrained by the Black Emperor and the 6 demons' combined control, its fate of defeat was sealed. While he was lost in thought, a sudden scream drew his attention. The cry came from Kim Don's mouth. He looked utterly terrified, scrambling and crawling across the ground. "No. What have I done?" Tears streamed down his face like a torrent. He stared fixedly at his own hand's eye. "I have killed someone." Lam Lac slowly walked over and spoke. Hearing the voice right in front of him, Kim Dan slowly lifted his head. With a terrifying expression and eyes turning bright red, he asked any last words. Seeing that face, Kim Dan could not hide his fear. He hurriedly knelt down. I did not mean to. I was being controlled. I did not want to kill anyone. Please spare me." Lam Lac conjured dagger in his hand, looked at the man and said, "A life for a life, that is a principle I do not need to explain much, right? Besides, as long as you are in control. Your substitute might stir up trouble again." As if realizing something, the man's face went blank. "You are right. A life for a life." Before crossing to the other world, he looked up, gazed straight into Lam Lac's eyes and pleaded, "I have only one request, my daughter. Please tell her that her father has gone somewhere far away. When she's grown, I'll come back to find her." Lam Lac said nothing. He drove the dagger straight into the man's heart. Kim Dan collapsed against Lam Lac's shoulder involuntarily. There seemed to be a hint of pity on Lam Lac's face as he softly said, "Do not worry. I will take care of your daughter for you." Tears streamed down Kim Dan's face. He was deeply grateful to Lam Lac, and just before his final breath, he forced out a single word, "Thank you." Blood spilled across the ground from his body. The system displayed a message, "Activates grade talent plunder. Please choose one of 4 target attribute types, talent effect, skill effect, soul power to proceed with plundering. Select now." After handling everything, Lam Lac quietly analyzed what had just happened. It took 3 great substitutes striking together to kill him. This man's talent was at least S grade. Judging by his appearance now, that demon substitute seemed able to counterattack while controlling its master. If I choose soul power, I can directly upgrade an S grade talent to S grade. Lam Lac approached Kim Dan's corpse, drained all his power, activated his S rank talent plunder. He kept thinking, just because Ho Kim Dan could not tame him does not mean I can't. All of the man's power had now transferred completely into Lam Lac's body, converging and successfully plundering the target's talent. Congratulations. You have obtained SS rank talent emotion trigger. The system once again announced talent emotion trigger rank SS. Effect 1, emotion sense able to feel the emotions of all living beings within 300,000 meters. Duration, 5 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Effect 2, emotion trigger able to amplify the emotions of any living being within 30 meters tenfold, duration 2 minutes, cooldown 2 hours. He looked at the system message and said, "The cooldown is short and the range is frighteningly large. But if I can only sense emotions, it feels a bit." Lam Lac began to reflect, no, an S-rank talent surely is not that simple. Maybe like Vuda, it can boost the effect for my substitute. He turned his head shouting the command, "Come out, my substitute!" The sky suddenly turned stormy. Thunder formed without warning, rumbling through the heavens, and a surge of power surrounded him. Then a small egg appeared. Lamlak looked at the small egg in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Panic rose in his voice. What is this? Where's my demon? Lamlak held the egg closer to his eyes to examine it. What? What is this? He began searching for information about the object in his hand. Substitute, frozen embryo, level SS, strength none, ordinary human 10, speed none, intelligence none, defense 20, health 1000, energy none, energy regeneration speed none, maturity 400, full action range 0 meters. Nurturing the substitute will absorb one dominant emotion chosen by the host within a radius of 300,000 miles as nourishment for its birth. Consumption none, cooldown time none. He sighed except for the full maturity stat. All other attributes are basically 0. Worry showed clearly on his handsome face. Nurturing, absorbing an emotion determined by the host. Could it be that this substitute does not have a fixed form or power, but depends on the host's choice? Without wasting another moment, Lamlak closed his eyes tightly. Let's try this first sense, emotions. Eyes shut. A thick white mist enveloped the entire city. Frantic voices echoed. When will this white fog clear? It is terrifying out there. Someone please save me. Why can't we contact the outside? What should we do? Mother's illness has relapsed and the phone won't connect. His whole body was still floating midair, completely focused on sensing everything around him. The sounds around him disturb his mind. Sweat streamed down into his eyes. Time's up. Sense emotions. Open eyes. His eyes opened wide, revealing the panic buried deep within. Lamlak, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Fear drained the color from his face. He let out a long breath and said, "Luckily this ability can only last for 5 seconds. With such a huge amount of information, only a mage with strong mental power could bear it without strain." He fixed his gaze on the small egg in his hand and began to realize something. Now the whole city was sealed off by white mist. The insect race was rampant and fear spread everywhere. It seemed that most of Ho Kim Don's soul had chosen fear as nourishment, triggering and giving birth to an uncontrollable demon substitute. Lamlak continued slowly. Though the power of the Lord of Fear is terrifying, it is a double-edged sword. We would better wait until we regain emotional perception. Try sensing a few more times and see if there is a better option. He spoke out a familiar name, prayed to God and said, "I know the location of Ho Kim Dan's daughter, Ho Han Diet." Scene shifts to a small, dark room. At this moment, Ho Kim Dan's daughter is sitting in the corner thinking about her father. "Dad, where are you? Why have not you come back yet?" Suddenly a knocking sound from outside caught her attention. A warm voice rang out. "Handai, right? I'm a friend of your father. A friend of your father." Without the slightest suspicion, the girl flung the door wide open, revealing a handsome, angelic face. After getting to know each other for a while, they sat facing each other at a table full of fast food. Han Dieppe picked up a piece of burger, looked at him and asked, "Lamlak, when will my dad come home?" Lamlak did not tell her the truth. He repeated what Ho Kim Don had instructed. "Your dad is protecting the city wall and won't be able to come back for now. He asked me to take care of you." Hearing that, Han Diet's eyes lit up, her face showing pure pride. "I knew it. My dad is amazing." Resting his chin on his hand, Lamlak looked at the girl and asked, "Han Diet, are not you afraid I might be a scammer?" Han Diet calmly replied, "My gift is sensing emotions. I can feel that you, Lamlak, only have pure goodwill." He seemed surprised by her words. With her cute face and sparkling eyes fixed on him, she said, "That is why I believe you. Lamlak are truly my dad's good friend." After a while, Lamlak left. Before leaving, he looked back at Honda yet with some reluctance, while the girl happily waved goodbye, shaking her hand. Lamlak thought wistfully, Ho Kim Dan is also someone of pity. When the white mist fades, I will help find a good family for his daughter. Stepping outside the building, he fell into deep thought. The whole world is in chaos now. There must be no shortage of people like Ho Kim Dan who cannot control themselves whether they are right or wrong, righteous or not. Lamlak kept walking while thinking worldly notions are no longer that important. I must take control of my own destiny. His eyes were now filled with determination. Lamlak must create the future ruler of Huaxia. Whoever stands in my way will become mere white bones beneath my feet. They arrived at a temple named Lingying Temple. As soon as they arrived, the purple hair man asked, "Old Two, is this the place where the wormhole guardian appeared?" After hearing their conversation, Master Lu immediately joined in. "Before we find the wormhole guardian, I think our 5-person team needs a leader. What do you think, Old Two?" Tai Keep looked at his expression and instantly knew what he was after. He said, "It seems Master Lu wants to be the leader." His eyes turned sharp. I could not read them. Tai Keep did not react to Master Lu's words, only calmly replied, "Though we have the highest talent in Hang City, the Black Emperor has a huge advantage, and his strength may not be weaker than ours. Right now, we still need my past life memories to guide our upgrades. It is best we avoid infighting." Seeing that Tai Chi seemed to overly praise the power of the Black Emperor, he spoke irritably. "Are not you overestimating that Black Emperor? Not to mention, in your previous life you had never even heard of him. We are both cis level. Could he really be stronger than us? Master Liu pretended to be friendly, walked up, and put his arm around him with a big smile. If you fear the Black Emperor so much, what if I kill him for you? Reclaim your power, would not that prove I am more suited to be captain than you? Taikeep clearly did not like the old man. He stepped back to avoid the friendly arm. The Black Emperor stole my power. Sooner or later, I will take it back myself. I do not need you to intervene, realizing he could not persuade him. Master Liu began plotting his mind. I wonder if killing the Black Emperor would also let me seize Taikeep's power at the very least. I can't let him succeed in regaining his strength if he recovers his former power. Taking control won't be easy. After the second transformation, I must kill the Black Emperor first. No longer paying attention to Master Liu, Taiki turned to give Eagle an order. Eagle, sense the surroundings a bit. The boy obediently complied. Eagle began focusing his mind to feel everything around them. After a while, he spoke up within 1,000 miles. The strongest life form is a level 7 giant mantis. Hearing Eagle's report, Master Liu frowned at Taikip. You are kidding me. Old man, what is going on? Hui Tai Lang hung his head gloomily, his voice full of discouragement. The last secret realm. We were beaten by the Black Emperor, and now we have come all this way for nothing. Taikip clenches fists in anger. Damn it. Looks like the rat calamity happened earlier, shifting the spatial rift's position different from my previous life. Scene transition to a certain apartment. A monster is wreaking havoc here. System notification incoming system interface. Void Queen Bug, level 34, speed 140, defense 450, HP 1000,000, XP 600,000. Parasite army within the Void Queen Bug's body are many parasitic insect troops. Once it is attacked, these troops will immediately be deployed to destroy the enemy. Queen Bug's roar. When HP drops below 30%, it will continuously roar, summoning all insect tribes within a 10,000 meter radius to protect it. While running, Lamlac kept a close eye on a monster. It was clearly just a level D, level 34 monster yet had 10 times the HP. The Ugly Spirit Commander, level 35, had both skills summoning underlings, a merciless deep-sea swarm tactic. No wonder in his past life the city's forces had to deploy massive armies and warheads to kill them. Suddenly, calculations ran through his mind. Aside from its intimidating size and outstanding ability to summon underlings, this monster was not as strong as it looked. Moreover, with such high stats, it was the perfect target for the Black Emperor to plunder. Huey Deco and the Black Emperor quickly charged toward the monster, battle spirit boiling inside both of them. Lamlac ran behind shouting, the new talent I just obtained is from the growth system Huey. Deco, Black Emperor, I am counting on you too. Both responded in unison, yes master. Just as the Black Emperor was about to unleash a move, the system notified. Warning, within the Guardian Insect Nest exterior lies dimensional spatial power. Your substitute ability is ineffective. He looked up and surprised this guy was playing dirty again. Suddenly, a sound from behind caught Lamlac's attention. He turned his head to look. What was that sound? Countless bees appeared from nowhere flying toward him. He stood there quietly observing those tiny monsters. Though they were all low-level creatures, if he were truly buried under this swarm, he could not guarantee his own safety. But this vast horde of monsters also meant a vast amount of experience. Lamlac continued to think. His expression brightened. Come on then, the rougher the waves, the bigger the catch. Huey Deco, Black Emperor. The moment she heard him call, she rushed over, slicing through the swarm with her blade without hesitation. The Black Emperor was no less capable than Deco, using his power to destroy the tiny creatures' bodies. Lamlac on this side also gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, ready to join the battle. System notification. Your substitute, Huey Deco, has killed the giant emperor insect. Level 3. You gained 64 experience points, plus 800% bonus experience. Your substitute, Black Emperor, has killed the giant claw beetle. Level 6. You gained 160 experience points, plus 800% bonus experience. Killed the poison armor stinger beast. You gained 640 experience points, plus 800% bonus experience. At that moment, a helicopter flew toward them. A voice from inside rang out. Hello everyone. I am reporter Yao Mushi. On the helicopter were Mu-11 and a cameraman filming the entire course of the battle. Mu-11 held a microphone in her hand and spoke in a tense tone. Right now, we can see that Hang City is shrouded and mist. Though there's no longer a signal from this disaster zone, Yao Mushi will still record the situation on the front lines for you. The cameraman anxiously told her. Mu-11, quickly look over there. Mu-11 hurriedly looked in the direction he pointed. Viewers, we could see a giant monster emerging in the sea of clouds. Let us zoom our lens in a bit. After observing for a while, as if realizing something, she exclaimed, wait on that monster's back. It looks like someone is fighting. Mu-11 widened her eyes, utterly astonished by the sight. Unbelievable. Although nowadays everyone has changed professions, their levels are not high. How can anyone fight a monster as big as a mountain? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu-11 quickly urged the helicopter pilot. Come on, get closer. I must record this heroic figure so that all of Hang City know. All of Huaxia, even everyone on Earth, can witness his bravery. After a fierce fight, the three stood close together in a tight circle. Lamlac felt the situation was looking grim. He thought to himself, there were too many of them, and the energy of the Black Emperor and Dark Knight Princess was being drained too quickly. He decisively crushed the crystal to give the two of them more power. Crush it, Black Emperor. Dark Knight Princess, replenish your energy and absolutely do not let those bugs get close. After receiving this boost, Dark Knight Princess and the Black Emperor's fighting spirit surged. Yes, sir. While fending off the small monsters, Lamlac thought, even with the divine crystal shards restoring energy, the wind sword array is consuming too much mana. Fighting like this won't be profitable. Suddenly, level increased. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 24. His face lit up with joy. Fantastic. Opening the system skill interface speed, Lamlac quickly tapped the speed slot on the touchscreen. The system offered two options in the skill interface. 10,000 swords return to sect level 1 or level 5. Without hesitation, he tapped 10,000 swords return to sect level 1. A new notification appeared. Wind Sword Array, upon reaching the 46th layer up from 50 layers, will automatically generate 7 sword strikes per second instead of 3. And you can summon the sword energy to fly out and return. Lamlac was delighted. Thinking that after upgrading 10,000 swords return a sect, not only was mana consumption reduced, but the number of wind sword sentinels generated each second also increased. A level 24 player could gain 67% of dungeon attribute power, and I also obtained 67% dungeon power. Such combat strength could be greatly improved. Holding the dagger in his hand, Lamlac's face now showed no worry, only overflowing confidence. It was time for me to fight these monsters. Lam charged forward together with his two avatars, the Black Emperor and Dark Knight Princess. Let us go together. The undefeated trio rushed in to battle the beast, each with resolute determination in their eyes. Lamlac shouted, "Hunt the Insect King." In front of Lamlac stood a massive and ferocious monster. He shouted his avatars behind him, "Kill." Immediately after, he calmly used his strength to attack the monster Windsword Sentinel. Sensing the time had come, he immediately ordered Huidecote and the Black Emperor to advance. Black Emperor, Huidecote, attack it with full force. The Void King bug upon hearing this. The two charged forward at the same time. Yes. Still feeling the danger, he quickly ordered the Lord of Prayers. Lord of Prayers, fulfill my wish. No insectoid creatures are allowed to come within 1 meter of me. The Lord of Prayers immediately. Not in agreement, yes, my master. Right after that, he extended his hand forward and spoke slowly. Grade of Furious Crystal can boost avatar strength by 30%. Come forth, 6 devils. Immediately, 6 massive tentacles wiped out all the surrounding monsters. Huideku and the Black Emperor were still charging and fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the ground trembled, making him look around in surprise. You, what is going on? Abruptly, a giant red circle appeared right before his eyes. Gritting his teeth in anger, Lamlac glared ahead and shouted, "It is the Roaring King bug. That beast is using its ultimate move. Its HEP is down to 30%. Black Emperor, Huidecote, keep attacking. Do not give it a chance to breathe." Feeling that there was no time to waste, he decided to charge forward. From high above in a helicopter, Diane Mashai was filming the entire battlefield. Surprised, Kwa asked cameraman Wang beside him, "Dear viewers, at this moment when the whole city is in danger, our people of Hua Xia do not yield. Look, on the back of that monster, someone is fighting the beasts, old Wang. Can we help them?" He hurriedly shook his head and refused. "No, our helicopter is not equipped with any combat weapons." Hearing that, Dai Mok Hai was a little moved. The reporter turned her coverage toward Lin Lac. "Come on, brother. I will make sure to bring back your heroic story in full detail. Everyone must know that in a moment when people were surrounded in despair, it was you who stood behind them and fought to the death." Lin Lac kept silently struggling against the monsters right in front of him. A hero like that should be remembered by the people of Huaxia in this city. Soon after, exhausted, he sat down on the ground gasping for breath. "Damn it, I'm out of strength." In his moment of despair, the prayer master appeared right behind him to provide support, instantly restoring his condition. Seeing that, he burst out laughing with satisfaction. "Oldie, sorry to trouble you." The young man shook his head and replied, "Master, assisting you is my duty." Lin Lac slowly leapt high into the air and shouted defiantly, "Come on in, Hong Kong Vong Trong. Let us see who lasts longer." Immediately after that, he swung the sword in his hand toward it, the dark demon. It screamed in pain, roaring helplessly. The tentacles of the dark demon instantly lunged forward to attack. Feeling it was not enough, Lamlac decided to unleash another move. 10,000 swords returned to sect. He wanted to deliver a fatal strike to this monster. Lamlack relentlessly put all his strength in a slashing at the monster. The scene here was utterly chaotic, as if everything was shaking, trembling. He used all his strength and slashed fiercely at the ground. Right after that, he sliced the giant monster cleanly in half. Lamlack slowly set his foot down on the ground. He stabbed once more to make sure the monster had been logged out, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to kill the guardian of the insect hive. Rewarded with a Fate Wheel 10 spin ticket and 10 Fate crystals. Right after that, the system kept showing different notifications. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to kill the guardian of the insect hive. Rewarded with a Fate Wheel 10 spin ticket and 10 Fate crystals. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to kill the guardian of the insect hive. Rewarded with a Fate Wheel 10 spin ticket and 10 Fate crystals. Ma Chai, hearing this, looked at him with some surprise. The first in the world. He was actually the Black Emperor. Then she was moved to tears, wiping them from her face. Who would have thought this mysterious legendary figure with so many world achievements would turn out to be someone from our Huaxia city? The aircraft slowly approached Lamlack. He smiled and gestured to everyone on board. Machai also smiled, blushing as she looked at him. So young, she hoped that someday she would have the chance to personally interview this legendary hero. The system displayed lines of notifications. Congratulations. Player. You have successfully killed the guardian of the insect hive, the Void Monarch bug. He slowly pulled his weapon out of the monster global. Announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to kill the guardian of the insect hive. Rewarded with a Fate Wheel, 10 spin ticket and 10 Fate crystals. Congratulations. Player, you have gained 43,200,000 experience points. Level suppression bonus of 900% experience for killing above 8 levels. Disaster bonus of 400%. Wish 100 battles, bonus of 200% experience for a total of 7,200% accumulated experience. Congratulations. Player, your level has been raised to level 27. Lamlack felt a bit pleased seeing the system continuously increase his points, along with lucky skills and fate crystals, which could raise the success rate of equipment forging by 50%, a great item for crafting gear. 10 fate crystals meant 5 guaranteed successful forges, but their full potential could only be realized with top-tier equipment, so he decided to keep them for now. The misty smoke around him gradually faded away. Lamlack looked up at the tall buildings ahead, sighed helplessly, and thought, it seems that is how it is when the Void King bug died. The insect race vanished too. The mist covering the city would soon disperse as well. At that moment, the Black Emperor walked up and asked in surprise, Master, this battle. Someone recorded everything. Is that okay? Lamlack shook his head and replied, it is fine. If the clip gets out, the government might learn of my existence, which could raise my reputation. The thought flashed in his mind, this might also help when they come to rescue him later. Thinking that, he raised his hand, focused, and began planning his next steps. After this great battle, there were not many divine glass shards left. The forest sage must have refreshed them by now. He needed to quickly replenish some before searching for the next target on the list to strengthen his combat power. Lamlack led his substitutes behind him and asked the Prayer Lord, open the car door and take me to the Marshal Square. Locate Li Yuenden's position. The man obeyed, nodding respectfully. Understood, noble master. The emperors bowed and said to him, Master, please get in the car. The scene shifted elsewhere. 18 men were gathered laughing heartily at something they were watching. Good. Come on, put in a bit more strength. The girl looked in surprise at the group in front of her, blushing as she cut in. No, we're not talking about filming a TV drama. The director nodded with a cruel smile. That is right. Miss, I have heard of you for a long time and it was not easy to secure this cooperation with you. After speaking, he smugly pointed at her and said to the group beside him, why don't you hurry up and cooperate with teacher Yuna? Show your best performance. And nodded. All right. Immediately, they violently tore apart the clothes she was wearing. Yuna lay helplessly on the ground, trembling and crying. In her ears, their voices kept ringing as expected from a professional teacher from country, our #1 acting skills. Then they stared at her with greedy, lustful eyes. So what will you perform next? At that moment, a terrifying double of Yuna appeared right behind them. Meanwhile, Lamlack's group had just gotten out of the car and immediately headed forward. When he saw the big chains locking the door, he was a bit surprised. He nodded, yes sir. Right after that, he slowly opened the door in front of him. A pile of corpses came into Lamlack's sight. He was startled by their condition. How strange the way these people had died. Thinking of something, he turned to say to the Lord of Prayer, I ask that for the next 30 seconds I will take no harm. The boy nodded, no problem, my master. A large pink light appeared right at that spot. Lamlack helplessly collapsed to the ground. Seeing him fall, the crowd hurriedly cried out in alarm, "Master!" Huey Deco caught him, wordly calling out, "Master, are you all right?" Suddenly, a figure appeared with an incredibly strange smile. Lord Prayer looked at the figure in front of him and quickly signaled the two behind him to be on alert. "Black Emperor, protect the master." He immediately rushed forward together with Huey Deco. "Huey Deco, let's catch the one behind them." She instantly ran off. "Got it." Suddenly, at this moment, Lam Lak woke up imagining himself in a heart-shaped prison room, looking at the surrounding scenery. He spoke in surprise. "This is a wedding room." Then he quickly turned to look at the wedding photo right next to him, me and sister on. "We got married." From beside him came different voices calling out, startling him to lift his head. "Little Lak, master." When he looked up, the figures of Huey Deco and Yuna appeared before his eyes, leaving him astonished. He was bewildered looking at the two people in front of him. "You? Why are you here?" Then he thought in surprise and dressed like that. Yuna hurried forward to hold him. "Husband, you must be tired today. A spring night's moment is worth 1,000 gold. Huey Deco also quickly came up behind him. "Master, may I help you relax a bit?" "Over here." Huey Deco was fighting that strange monster. "Let us see where you can run now." She was both bewildered and worried as she thought, "This girl is too fierce. Retreat." Luckily, this pink illusionary realm is my home turf. Otherwise, I really would have died under a blade. Decot suddenly lowered her sword. Seeing this, the woman laughed smugly and questioned, not chasing anymore. "Has the distance between you and your host already reached its limit?" Sensing something unusual, Huey Decot asked the prayer spirit in surprise. "Did not the master just pray to suffer no harm? Why has he lost consciousness now?" The prayer spirit also seemed astonished. "Strange. The wish has come true, so why is the master still being attacked?" The woman laughed smugly and explained to the two of them, "Because no one is attacking your host. I'm helping him right now. Your host is in a real sweet dream, enjoying himself in a world of bliss." Then an extremely vicious smile appeared on her face, lasting until total exhaustion and death. At the prayer spot, she looked at her and laughed, thanking her for the explanation. Hearing that, she immediately became angry. "What do you mean?" At the prayer spot, he slowly opened the book and began to chant the wish book. Right after that, he said, "Now let the master dispel this state." These words floated into Lam Lak's mind. "Anton leaned closer to you now. So am I realizing my dream first now?" She seemed very surprised to hear him say that. "Dream." He gently placed his hand over her face and laughed. "What a pity. Sister Anne is not this proactive, at least not right now." Immediately, the scene slowly shattered, leaving Yuna and Huey Decot standing there in astonishment. Seeing he looked in pain upon waking up, the Black Emperor, Ingo Sinin, spoke, "Master, you are awake." Huey Decot also quickly rushed over to hug him. "Master, you are awake. Luckily the Lord of Prayers pulled you back from that rosy illusion." She stepped up to him in surprise and questioned, "Impossible. How can my pink illusion be dispelled so easily?" Hearing this, Lamlak realized something to substitute. This illusion was created by her. The Black Emperor immediately became furious and swung a punch at her. "How dare you harm my master! You court death!" She calmly countered his move and the two of them continued to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Lamlak raised his hand deep in thought. In a situation where success should have been certain, she had still managed to land a blow on him. This substitute had some skill indeed. Elsewhere, the Black Emperor dragged a graceful figure outside, making her cry out in surprise. "Let me go." Seeing Lam Lak, she pleaded anxiously, "I beg you, do not kill me. I did not mean to harm you." He looked at the fragile girl before him, then glanced at the dried corpses on the ground. "You are Lye, and don't. These people were all killed by you." Gracefully, yet sorrowfully, she cried as she recounted the events. "No. They tricked me into coming here to make a movie, but in the end, they wanted to humiliate me. I swear I did not mean for it to happen." As she spoke, she instantly became pitiable and subtly leaned closer to seduce him, pleading, "Please spare me. I will do whatever you want. I could even be your girlfriend." He looked at her with cold eyes and lightly called out to Huey Decot to act, even using a gifted ability on her. From behind, she drove a blade straight into the chest of the pitiful woman. The woman desperately glanced back and screamed, "Why? My S-level gift is fatal seduction. Why? Why does not it work?" Lin Lak slowly devoured her ability and calmly explained, "Those filthy men dying is no loss. But you try to kill me without saying a word. You are no good person yourself. System sees Lye and Dawn's gift." The system interface displayed a notification, Fatal Seduction, S-level, effect. Once activated on someone of the opposite sex, your charm in their eyes increases tenfold, causing them to fall for you uncontrollably. The stronger their will, the slower the love develops. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown 1 day. He stared at the system in surprise. It can temporarily warp a person's mind. No wonder I hesitated for a moment earlier. Pity there are still so many limits. Then he turned to look at his new substitute. Next, let me get a good look at my new standing queen of enchanting demons. In an instant, the fierce substitute from earlier turned into a cute little girl. Hello, master, she said. Linlak was at a loss for words at the sight. Why, you're the succubus queen. Seeing the succubus queen's real body right in front of him, Linlak thought her appearance looks a bit different from before. She laughed softly, gazing at him in surprise. Master, you seem a little disappointed. Immediately after, she transformed into a seductive form and moved closer to him. Does master prefer this form of your servant more? He cleared his throat lightly twice and told her, better stick to the previous form. She covered her mouth and chuckled, then gradually shrank back. Master's shy expression is truly adorable, she said quickly. Linlak, somewhat speechless, looked at the petite girl before him and immediately pulled up the information on this succubus queen. Status interface, substitute succubus queen. Rank S strength. 60 average human, 10, speed, 60, intelligence, 60, defense, 30, HP, 200, energy, 200, energy recovery rate, 1 point per 10 minutes, growth, 80 action range. 50 meters, 2 forms, girl form requires no energy. Queen form increases charm towards otherworldly beings 5-fold, consumes 1 energy point per hour. Pink illusion. Draws a being's consciousness into a realm of ultimate bliss. Pain will awaken them from the illusion. Consumption rate depends on the being's strength cooldown. One day, 2 thoughts came to his mind. Indeed, not a combat type, but with a full energy bar and skill cooldowns, it is clear her control abilities are very strong. As long as she can control the enemy, finishing them with a single strike would be trivial. After that, he turned away, stretching tiredly. Smiling at his substitutes, he said, all in all, today's harvest was pretty good. Remembering something, he turned to pray to God right beside him. It was still early, and I recalled there was another person in the same team as Liy Yin donned the Wrath of Ice named Lu Jia, Nin. As he prayed, that person immediately understood his intention. Got it. Meanwhile, Jia and Nin was walking while clutching his painful wound. Damn it, hurts like hell. What kind of useless SS grade talent is this? Having to get injured and be in danger before it can activate. He gently pushed the door open inside. In dungeon runs, you can recover, but in the real world when injured, you have to go buy medicine yourself. If I had not robbed a pharmacy, I would probably be long dead by now. At that moment, a girl was already sitting on the bed waiting for him. Seeing him return, she looked a bit happy on Jianin. Jianin was rather surprised to see her there. Q Hong, why are you here? She slowly sat up, then smiled shyly with a blush on her face. That is right. On Jianin, I am back. Hearing that, he was startled. Then he quickly regained his composure and loudly cursed. Why did you come back? Did not you pass the exam and get your official position? Then look down on me and leave. A good horse does not eat the grass. It is already grazed. If you think that now, after I have awakened an S-grade talent, you can order me around like a dog. Let me tell you, absolutely not. Seeing his attitude like that, Chu Hong gently kissed him on the cheek. He still could not believe his eyes. Impossible. Right after that, Chu Hong slowly pulled him down onto the bed. Q Hong, surprised, pinned him down, blushing as she spoke. Jianin, can you really not forgive me? She put on a seductive look and then became fragile. As long as you are willing, you can punish me however you like. Seeing this, Jianin hurriedly sat up, shouting angrily, damn it! Then he quickly pushed Yu Hong off the bed. He laughed smugly, I will give you what you want, as his hands gripped hers tightly, pressing down, punishing a flirt like you. Elsewhere, Lam Lak looked in surprise at Jianin, who was fast asleep before him, and asked, Tumi, your pink illusion is truly impressive. He had no idea before collapsing. She smiled and nodded. Thank you for the compliment, master. He turned around and ordered Hui Deco behind him. Hui Deco, take action. She received the order and slowly stepped forward. Yes, master. Then she gently swung her sword toward him as he lay there sleeping. Suddenly, though still asleep, his hand instinctively grabbed Hui Deco's sword. Startled, she pulled hard, then immediately reported to Lam Lak. Master, the blade won't come out. He was surprised, not understanding what the hell was going on. What's happening? A clone of Jia then slowly appeared and spoke in a low voice. I am the Extreme Frost Destroyer. Crawl out. Whoever dares challenge my majesty must be killed. Seeing this, Lam Lak ordered his own clone behind him, Black Emperor of the Six Demons, go assist. The Extreme Frost Destroyer threw Hui Decoe backward, and at that moment, the Black Emperor also charged forward. He created an icy wall and coldly declared freezing mist barrier. The Black Emperor's strength is not something easy to mess with. He hurriedly exerted his power. Do not even think about stopping me with obstacles. This guy still refused to give up, calmly sending 6 chains charging forward, the icy chains wrapping tightly. The Black Emperor was helplessly bound by the chains. He shouted loudly, Damn it, they are too tight! One chain was rapidly flying toward Lam Lak. Seeing this in panic, he sighed. I am done for. It is too fast. A second later, Hui Decote appeared in front of him, shielding him from that chain. Seeing this, he burst out laughing with delight. A substitute willingly protecting its master perfect. I will definitely take this talent. Then his expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly ordered Black Emperor, Lukma, fall back. Seeing this, the opponent could not help but laugh in amusement. What now? No courage to strike at me anymore? Lamlak looked at him in surprise right in front of her without the courage to strike. Lamlak burst in a loud laughter and teased him. Unexpectedly, this stand-in spoke quite amusingly. Seeing her attitude, he was instantly enraged. You're mocking me. She smiled and explained to him. Now you're trying to protect the host using the unchanging to deal with the ever-changing and at the same time provoking me with words to lure me into making mistakes. So you can take advantage and find out who this human host is. Right? Hearing that, he was rather surprised to how clever the heroine's mind was. I did not expect you to be so sharp. She laughed and looked at him there. Your level is at least above SS while my stand-in is only S. Challenging you would not be fair. So right after that, Lamlak raised her hand to the sky and recited a loud incantation activating her S-level talent Perfect Fusion. Black Emperor, Moonlit Princess, fuse for me now, fuse. A surge of power instantly engulfed the entire Black Emperor and Moonlit Princess. This surge of power slowly merged together. Right after that, a stronger form appeared. At this moment, Dakot had transformed into an entirely new version with cold eyes. Stand-in Hui Dakot, Black Emperor form, S+ rank. Strength, 300 normal humans, 10. Speed, 350. Intelligence, 40. Defense, 70. Health, 4000. Energy, 230 per 230. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every half hour. Growth unknown. Action range, 30 meters. The system displayed an analysis of Hui Dakoe in this form. Frenzied Plunder Command, active state. Each attack on the enemy deals damage and randomly steals 3/10 of their energy or attributes. Energy cost, 7. Cooldown, none. Passive state, attacks include 250 points of true damage consuming 2 energy per second. Black Emperor Armor passive grants 6,000 shield points that can block any. Damage removes bindings. When Black Emperor Armor is broken, removes all debuffs. Speed increases by 60 points. Oath of 100 battles, hit rate and critical rate increased by 20%, and killing monsters grants double experience. Standing behind, Lamlak grinned with satisfaction. 350 speed points. Each attack inflicts 250 true damage, plus the Black Emperor Armor compensates for Hui Dakoe's weaknesses. Right after that, the fierce battle resumed. He quickly raised his hand to block Hui Dakoe's powerful sword, truly the king of assassins. Then he swung his arm and shouted a brand new move. Damn it, New Star Freeze. She coldly shattered the icy barrier blocking her path right in front of her. The extreme cold destroyer looked at Hui Dakot in disbelief. She is too fast. New Star Freeze. All of it was blocked. He shouted out the incantation All Things Freeze, Eternal Ice Coffin. Right after that, a massive ice coffin appeared right beneath Hui Deko's feet. The ice coffin slowly closed. A second later, Hui Deko, sword in hand, appeared before him. With a hint of disdain, she spoke, Is this all you have got? Then gripping her sword, she charged forward decisively. Then it is my turn to strike. Terrified, he shouted, Do not come any closer. Seeing her still advancing, he quickly retreated while shouting repeatedly, I told you, do not come near Frost Rain. Freeze. Take this Frost Rain Freeze. Won't you be afraid of the pain? Hui Dakot looked at him with contempt right up close. Just a few tiny snowflakes. Then she forcefully swung her sword at him, mad seizing strike, giving it her all. He seemed unwilling to give up, gripping his ice gun and firing continuously at her absolute ice armor. Frozen star, frozen mist, rain. At that moment, Hui Dakot pressed the sword close to his neck. He was furious yet powerless. I have absolute ice armor, body protection, and can use frost to slow your attacks. I do not believe I can't risk it against you. Immediately after, the Black Emperor's protective layer began to crack. The Black Emperor and Hui Dakot reverted to 2 different forms. She announced Release Binding activated. Release Binding. The Black Emperor's armor has been shattered, removing all negative status effects from the body. Speed increased by 60 points. Then she lightly swept her sword across his body. Moonlit Dance Slash. He still seemed unwilling to accept it, raising his head to the sky in protest. No. Impossible. Instantly, he turned into a plane and began to decay. Hui Dakot glanced at his disintegrating form and said, The glory of my master will be protected by me, Hui Dakot. Then she slowly moved toward Jianin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Next, blood splattered into the air. Hui Dakot reached her hand forward and spoke, Master. Hui Dakot did not disgrace the mission. The Black Emperor also immediately said, Same here. He chuckled at the 2 people standing before him. Well done. Take a rest. I will handle the next part. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have activated S-grade talent plunder. Please choose one of 4 options: attribute focus, talent effect, skill effect, soul blade. Select one to plunder. He looked at the motionless figure on the bed and spoke talent effect. Right after that, a surge of life force gradually flowed into his body. He smiled with delight this feeling. It must have surpassed S-grade talent. This time my combat capability can be improved quite a lot. Lamlak smiled looking ahead. Check talent. The system immediately displayed a message. Talent Personality Mask, SS grade. Effect: gather your most passionate personality spirit and will into a personality mask to summon your guardian god. The guardian god only appears when the host is in danger, in life-threatening danger, and once summoned, it can unleash tremendous power. He chuckled in slight surprise, slipped, only appearing when I am in danger. Then he held his head in frustration and helpless anger. Is not this basically nothing? Lamlak immediately raised his hand forward and commanded, I do not believe it. Come out, guardian spirit. The surroundings were eerily quiet. He helplessly shouted toward life on the surface, struggling so hard to seize 2 S-class stand-ins. How come they can't be used? The praying lord picked up the book and laughed. Maybe there's a restriction on SS-class stand-ins. Hearing that, he seemed surprised and remembered something. Got it. He hurriedly ordered Huey Deco. Come on, slash at her to try out. She asked him in slight confusion, Master, why do that? He smiled, thought for a moment, then explained to her, the method to trigger the new talent is that I must face mortal danger before I can summon a new stand-in. So let us see if I am attacked. Will it appear? Huey Decat slowly approached, stood before him and said, Master, I am here. He nodded in agreement. Come. Immediately after, she decisively swung her sword toward him. Feeling it was too close, she instantly stopped. Lamlak was a bit surprised, wondering strange. Why did Nada come out? Chua prayed as he stepped forward to explain to him. Master, perhaps because in that bodily state, you did not sense you were in danger, so it did not appear. After all, Hoey Deconi never truly intended to kill anyone. Then his gaze immediately grew contemplative, if that is the case. He walked toward the Black Emperor and ordered Black Emperor, attack this way with full force break or cripple. Anything is fine. Do not hold back. Yes. He nodded in agreement, then prepared to throw a punch toward him. All right. Suddenly time seemed to stop at this moment. Everything fell silent. Lamlak, surprised, thought time has stopped. Suddenly a voice rang out. I could feel it. Hearing this, he was baffled and wondered who. Who is speaking? Right after that, the voice kept speaking about the unyielding will and courage in your heart. The path you've been steadfastly walking, your focus, the justice you believe in. Let me witness it. From today onward, you are me and I am you. A persona mask appeared. It burst into loud laughter and said to him, Now bring forth the anger at the injustice of the world that you have hidden inside, the ambition and dreams of the future along. With the persona mask and my name roared out, he reached his hand toward this mask and shouted, In accordance with my summons, come forth. At that moment, a massive figure appeared, the savior. Immediately, this immense power slowly pushed the Dark Emperor back. The savior appeared, spread its enormous wings to protect him and spoke, Master, just one command from you and I can cast him into hell. Hearing that, the Black Emperor angrily challenged the savior. All right then, let us see who ends up in hell first. Standing in the middle, Lamlak shouted loudly at them, Both of you stop. He glared at them with deep confusion in his eyes. Since when can you act without my permission? Hearing that, the Black Emperor immediately scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, Master. The savior also spoke up to Lamlak. Master, I am your guardian deity and follow your orders. Lak nodded in agreement. He smiled at his alter egos with a fairly good attitude. This could be considered his first ever normal S-level double. Luckily, not some treacherous, terrifying demon lord type. Those are truly unreliable. The system immediately displayed information about the savior. Alter ego, S-level, strength 160, speed 150, intelligence 140, defense 130, HP 10,000, energy 350, recovery rate, 1 point per 30 minutes, growth 200, action range 50 meters. He felt slightly pleased, truly worthy of being S-level with more detailed stats than any previous S-level double. As an ultra-composite existence of S-level divine class, its great power means just appearing in reality consumes energy. Every hour of existence costs 1 energy point. Savior's 23% form total energy state is 23% of full form. Energy consumption also 23%. Manjasaka Bloom instantly restores host's full HP and removes all negative statuses. Cost 120 energy, cooldown 1 day. New world. Instantly condenses space power to create a small world. Blocks all attacks or triggers explosions. Small World Offense deals 1 to 1,500 true AoE damage, costs 1 to 50 energy, no cooldown. Eternal Chorus boosts all allied units within 100 meters by 30, suppresses all enemy units within 100 meters by reducing all their stats by 20%, costs at least 1 energy per second. The stronger and more numerous the allies, the higher the energy drain per second. Likewise, greater suppression with more enemies consumes more energy per second. No cooldown. The more he read, the happier he became, exclaiming exactly 3 skill sets covering everything. Life-saving area damage and support, even stronger than the Extreme Frost Destroyer from earlier. Then recalling a detail he did not understand, he asked the Savior in surprise, "I understand the rest, but what is Savior's 23% for mean?" The Savior quickly explained, "Master, it is because in the current danger you are facing, I judge that only 23% of my full power is needed to ease the threat for you." Mimi furiously pointed at his face and scolded him. "You mean you only used 23% of your strength to stop that Black Emperor?" He calmly folded his arms and nodded in confirmation. "That is right. Using even 1% more power would just waste energy." The Black Emperor angrily charged at him. "Newcomer, how dare you look down on me? Let us fight." He gave the Black Emperor a slightly disdainful look, and S rank. "You're not qualified to make a move against me." Lamlak sighed, put his hand on his forehead, then shouted, "Stop." He irritably flicked Mimi's forehead and warned, "Queen Mimi, do not go stirring up trouble for me." She immediately threw herself at Huey Dekoe, crying and complaining. "Sis Huey Dekoe, master hit me." He was at a loss for words at this scene. While behind him, the Black Emperor and the Savior were still facing off. Beeb Rabbit sighed wearily and said to Lord Prayer, "With so many people in this team, it is not easy to lead. Looking at the lineup in front of me, I felt a bit uneasy and thought, right now, each clone's intellect is not low and each has their own personality. If like last time I were to temporarily lose consciousness, would not they rebel?" Then I immediately announced to everyone, "Listen up. If I temporarily lose consciousness, you will all follow the arrangement of Lord Prayer. Understood?" Hearing that, Lord Prayer looked at me with a hint of joy. "Master, do you mean it?" Huey Deco, Black Emperor, and Little Me instantly nodded in agreement. "No problem, Master." Only the Savior seemed a bit surprised listening to me. Lamlak immediately called out to him, "Savior." He nodded in agreement. "Got it." Right after that, he slowly faded away, but not before reminding Lamlak, "Master, the danger you have encountered has been resolved. I will head back now." On this side, Lord Bloodprayer immediately knelt before me and said, "Respected Master, thank you for your trust. I will serve you with utmost devotion." "Elsewhere," a loud voice shouted. "Only a few days working together and you already want to divide things up." At this moment, Master Lamb was furious, scolding the people right in front of him. "Previously, we agreed, old dude takes 4 shares of the profit, I take 3 and each of you gets 1. Now your wings have grown." Hui Tai Lang turned to look at him and slowly explained, "Before your strength was greater. Now we have matured and increasing our profit share based on our ability is quite reasonable. Is not it?" Hearing that, he loudly cursed them, "You ungrateful bastards, try to rebel." "Are you?" But the other man was not one to back down and replied, "Watch your words, we are not your subordinates." Suddenly at that moment, Dutai Keep slowly appeared and spoke to everyone enough. Seeing that, he immediately grew anxious and tried to explain, "Brother Du, I have no issue with you. It is just that Lu Yubin usually speaks harshly and acts arrogantly." Du Taiyin immediately announced, "Starting today, apart from the gathering time, everyone will act independently. Each time we attack the secret realm, we will discuss and decide the profit distribution separately." Then he loudly asked the 2 people in front of him, "All right then, do you have any objections?" Hearing that, Hui Tai Lang looked at Du Tai, Keep in surprise, discussed the profit distribution separately. He nodded in agreement, then explained to everyone the D-rank energy secret realms in the city, total 13, except for the Holy Land and the forest belonging to the Black Emperor. There are 12 left. I will take 2. Hui Tai Lang takes 2, each of you gets 1, and the remaining 4 will be competed for fairly. Then he continued to announce, "But let me be clear, even if you are in the same secret realm, no life and death battles are allowed." Master Lamb was surprised at this and wondered, what if I need the perfect strategy for the secret realm? Seeing him right in front of him as if pondering something, he said, "If you tackle the secret realm on your own, that is none of my concern. But if you want the perfect strategy for me, you will have to give me 10% of spoils." Hearing that, he felt it was acceptable. "All right, I agree. Better not anger this guy any further." Hui Tai Long was still hesitating, thinking no good if old two sides with him. "I will be at a big disadvantage." Then he sighed and spoke. "We agree as well." Immediately he turned and left, telling his group, "Let us go. We will gather again at the next meeting time." Realizing it was time to leave, he also turned to go with his 2 subordinates. "Brother 2, we will head off first. Take care." Dutai Kip nodded in agreement. He looked at the 4 people in front of him, then slowly spoke to the Lord of Time. "Are not each of these 4 exceptional figures? Why be content under someone else? Perhaps I should strengthen myself first when I approach them. Then the outcome might be much better. The little girl immediately comforted him upon hearing that. Her master smiled and gently patted her head, saying, "You have done very well. Let us obediently go find our old comrades. They will know our background and identity are trustworthy." Meanwhile, Lam Lak was walking with his group of stand-ins. He looked around in surprise and spoke, "Although we have dealt with the defenders of the insect search, and much of this white mist receded back then, it seems there are still stragglers causing trouble. The government will quickly dispatch the army, so I believe this disaster will soon pass." Then he suddenly remembered something important and raised his hand in thought. "I recall that recently, there happens to be a secret realm. The spoils inside, the ashes of the fallen walker can also restore energy. Its level seems almost equal to the sacred land in the forest. I think it is called." He pondered deeply and then told everyone the Crying Tomb. The system immediately displayed information in front of him. Secret realm, the Crying Tomb. Recommended level, 30 to 35. Entry limit, none. Deep within the Valley of Forgetfulness lies a burial ground for heroic souls. The 6th Army of the Holy Temple is stationed here, tasked with guarding the final rest of the fallen walker. However, when the supply transport team arrived here, they found the 6th Legion's headquarters completely deserted, with only the mournful crying of a girl echoing deep within the graves. He was still lost in his own thoughts. In his previous life, rare energy-rich secret realms like this were mostly destroyed. He had never entered or fought in this place before, so there are still some details about the perfect strategy for this realm that he did not know well, but that was fine. A mysterious smile instantly appeared on his face as he looked ahead. Now, even if an unexpected situation arises, I can handle it with my own strength. He turned around and said to all the stand-ins, "Everyone let us go." They all nodded and followed him. "Yes, master." On the other side, Lam Lak's foot touched the ground. Here, the group was walking through an incredibly strange valley. Xiaomi gently hugged Lam Lak and coyly said, "Master, my knee is so cold." Then he turned to the doubles behind him. "What about you all?" The Black Emperor quickly replied, "I'm not afraid of the cold." The Prayer Lord smiled and explained, "Thank you for your concern. Master, my rogue can keep out the cold." Hui Deco smiled as well and recounted, "Master, Hui Deco is not afraid of the cold. Extreme weather is good for cultivation." He smiled and took out warm clothes from his storage space, then instructed everyone, "Luckily, I prepared some outerwear for Hui Deco earlier, take them." Soon after, the two slowly put on their coats. Xiaomi happily said, "Not cold anymore, right? Sister Hui Deco." Hui Deco also laughed and looked at him, so warm. "Thank you, master." Suddenly the Prayer Lord surveyed the surroundings and reported to Lam Lak, "Master, there is no one here and no signs of a fight. It is like they vanished in a thin air." He too looked around the area, sensing something was wrong. Quila Deco quickly spoke up in warning, "Master, the enemy is here." Hearing that, he chuckled in surprise. "Good. The story begins." Lam Lak looked toward the group of people ahead and instructed, "Black Emperor, you go stop them. I will strengthen our formation a bit." The Black Emperor immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." Then he continued to command the master to pray at the back. "Lord, grant me my old wish." The master instantly reached forward and chanted, "Spell." "Understood, master." He seemed utterly fearless as he smugly crushed the object in his hand. Immediately, a large clock appeared before him, spinning rapidly. The Black Emperor was still providing cover while the monsters slowly charged toward him. He immediately shouted loudly, "Open it for me!" At that moment, the clock hand pointed to a crystal. Seeing this, Lam Lak was overjoyed. Ascension Crystal, SSS grade, 1 in a 100 chance. Finally, it is my turn. He quickly walked over, put his arm around his master's shoulder to pray, then laughed happily. "Okay, why, you have worked hard. This time the draw result is amazing. The quality is great." Seeing him so delighted, he also felt a bit happy inside. "Master, serving you is my honor." He immediately glanced behind, feeling lucky. Fortunately, this 10-pull result was not bad. Otherwise, he would have been scolded again. Lam Lak still stood there, enjoying the sight of the sparkling, colorful crystals in his hand. High-grade Ascension Crystal capable of directly upgrading an A-grade crystal to S-grade while condensing. A substitute body. It is the legendary Miracle Crystal, worth at least 100,000 Huaxia dollars on market. Suddenly, he became serious. A thought emerged in his mind, but it could only provide 70 talent experience points and could not be taken, looted, or raised to SS grade. Better to leave it for him. Let his talent advance to S grade, activate the substitute body, and help save him next. He decided to clench his fist tightly to support the Black Emperor, the rest boosting the Black Emperor's defense, speed, and action range. He stood there receiving all the power that was solely intended to support him, feeling completely invigorated. "I feel so much power surging through my body." The system displays a notification. The Dark Emperor's current power is extremely strong substitute body. Dark Emperor rank S experience, 14 out of 100 strength. 214 average person, 10. Speed, 212.8. Intelligence, 11. Defense, 67.4. HP, 5080. Energy, 15 out of 50. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth, 100. Action range, 28.3 meters. Plunder, each successful attack that deals damage randomly steals 30% of the opponent's attribute or ability. Energy cost, 7. Cooldown time. Cooldown time. He felt empowered and joyfully smashed the monsters right in front of him. Seeing that, Linlak thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Alright, next, let me recall a perfect strategy that can maximize our gains." Then he began making calculations himself. The player must assist the Second Holy Legion in their investigation. Thinking about this gave him a bit of a headache as he tried to come up with a plan. The Second Holy Legion will also investigate the tomb of the heroic spirit and encounter the necromancer of the witch. In the end, he decided to defeat it with a single strike, defeat it completely. At that moment, he would gladly receive the golden trophy and laugh with delight the player would earn the reward granted by the Second Holy Legion, the ashes of the false prophet. Thinking of that, he immediately became interested, stroking his chin slightly. The difficulty is not high, but ultimately, the reward is not much either. Then he burst out laughing as he realized something, but there's an even more dangerous strategy with higher returns that is fighting fire with fire. Thinking of this, Lamlek immediately turned back and ordered Hui Dekot. Hui Dekot helped the Black Emperor wipe out the enemies. Then we break out. Yes, hearing this, she turned serious and looked straight ahead. I am on it. Then she charged into battle fiercely and stomped hard into the horde of monsters. Hui Dekot shouted loudly, "Black Emperor, quick battle, quick victory." At this moment, he also slowly leapt into the fray and called out to the Black Emperor, "Black Emperor, quick battle, quick victory," like an obedient hound. He immediately followed his words. Yes. A strange man was watching Lamlak's group's battle through a crystal orb. He spoke slowly. These young ones are quite formidable. He was rather surprised by what they had done fleeing before the ferocious beasts arrived. Vuyu stepped forward and shook her head. She slowly said, "No. In fact, only one of them is human. The rest are heroic spirits," he summoned. Then she looked in surprise at the crystal orb displaying Lamlak's image. "I did not expect a child of destiny to appear." The scene immediately shifts to Vong Tuet Gorge. A group of soldiers slowly approaches. He is the commander of the Second Legion, Lander. Raising his sword, he solemnly declares to the people behind him, "Ahead lies Vong Tuet Gorge for the honor of the Holy Temple. Today, must wipe out those of the witch sect." Yes. That is the commander of the Second Legion, Leander. The people behind him immediately obey his order and shout loudly, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, two figures slowly emerge. He is startled to recognize them. They are none other than Lamlak and the one beside him, the Dark Emperor, Hui Dekot. He slowly reports to him, "Commander, the latest intelligence from the camp ahead." Lander seems surprised at this. He ponders in confusion, a Heaven's Mandate bearer accompanied by a heroic spirit, truly rare. At that moment, he seems to think of something and slowly takes a few gold coins from his pocket. He speaks leisurely, "Adventurer, tell me the information you know. I will judge its importance and give you a corresponding reward." Hearing this, Lamlak laughs. "This intelligence was actually discovered by my attendant. Let her report it." Hui Dekot quickly steps forward to report, "Sir, actually the matter is." Right at that moment, she radiated a massive killing intent, staring straight at Lander. Seeing the situation turn bad, he hurriedly tried to stop her and shouted, "Just stand there and report." She gently gripped her sword and dashed past him, forcing him to react quickly, just like this. Lander hastily pointed his sword at two of them and shouted, "Who are you?" Lamlak glared at him for the next 3 seconds. "You won't be able to move." Taking the opportunity, Hui Dekot instantly charged forward and slashed at him, making him cry out in pain. He clenched his teeth, struggling to endure. "How could my strength drop so quickly? There's something wrong with this assassin's blade." At that moment, a soldier glanced at Lamlak. Behind him, his master was already praying to provide support. Seeing the situation turn bad, Lander quickly shouted loudly and used his familiar technique. Battle energy burst forth. He thought anxiously this type of skill. "He can't hold on for long. I just need to endure until the duration runs out." The soldiers behind immediately drew their swords and charged forward. "Quick, protect the commander." Lamlak used just a small knife to block all of them with a single move wind sword barrier. Lander seemed to lose his senses as he instinctively swung his sword fiercely at Hui Dekot. He faced her in agitation. 3 seconds. "Get out." Then he clenched his teeth in rage, glaring at Lamlak with furious eyes. "Assassin, witch cult despicable. If you've got guts, fight me head on." Seeing him so enraged, he laughed in surprise, then slowly taunted him. "All right, come here." Hearing that, Gigi immediately gripped his sword and charged straight at him. Though a bad premonition gnawed at him, he did not resist. What is he trying to do? Immediately after, he still decisively swung his sword toward him. Does not matter. I must kill this vile assassin. Suddenly his sword abruptly came to a halt, and at that moment, a familiar voice spoke up. I am the savior. Immediately after, the domineering dark demon spread its wings to shield Lamlak right in front of him, and he spoke angrily. Who dares to provoke my majesty? Lander was stunned by the scene before him, unable to comprehend what was happening. He asked himself, how is this possible, a chosen one? Should not they be able to form a contract with only one spirit? Lamlak looked at him with an utterly smug expression and spoke slowly. In the next second, you won't be able to move. At that moment, the dark demon immediately pointed toward Lander explode. Instantly, the space around them began to distort, twisting in an incomprehensible way. He looked around in astonishment. This is a new world. Right after that, his entire face gradually twisted and merged into the void because before vanishing, Lander still unwillingly spoke the honor of the holy temple. Over here, the old demonic cultivator was surprised as he watched everything through the crystal orb. He immediately turned to Vu beside him and asked, Bride Vu, this person is on our side. Someone came to help us. How come we did not get any notice? She gently placed her hand on his shoulder and slowly replied, I'm not sure. Could it be that the sorceress? Sect is concerned for us, so they sent a messenger. Suddenly, he gave a wicked grin, cruel schemes flashing through his mind. Looks like everything up there has already been arranged. We can focus on refining the remains of these heroes. After all, the bones of Trak Vong are extremely important. Hearing that, Vu also smiled, seeming very much in agreement. Yes, but the commander is dead, so we should welcome this prestigious messenger. Meanwhile, the soldiers were in an uproar because Lander had logged out right before their eyes. They immediately rallied each other. Holy Temple Knights charge, avenge the commander. A second later, before they could strike, Huidaku swung decisively at all of them, blade of plunder. She calmly withdrew the sword in her hand, then turned to look at the soldiers lying collapsed on the ground. Her master's safety was protected by Huidakoe. Lamlak looked at the screen, focusing hard on a daring idea. NPCs killing player formations not only earned very little experience points, but also can't drop any loot. Still, because of Tregvon's remains, this was the only option. The system immediately popped up a notice before him. System hint, congratulations player. Your substitute, Huida Ko, Black Emperor form has killed Lander. You have gained 5,760,000 experience points. Killing an NPC 8 levels higher grants 900% experience. Hard Origin, 100 battles effect. Killing monsters grants 200% experience. Seeing the situation turning bad, he quickly turned to Huidakoe and said, Go back, Huidakoe. Find a place to hide first. I will follow a different plan. We wait until they have fought it out, then we will step in to finish. He moves forward and sees something strange gradually emerging from beneath the ground. Surprised, he asks, What is that? A demon with the head of a bull and face of a horse slowly breaks through the earth and speaks to the two of them in a halting voice from afar. Envoy, honored demoness sect invites you to the heroic tomb, the Falcon Dog Empire. Leave those outside to us. We will handle them. Hearing this, Lamlak is speechless, staring in surprise at the skull before him. Envoy? Demoness sect? Did they misunderstand something in that technique? Is there even such a maneuver? I do not remember. Then a faint enigmatic smile appears on his face. What is there to be afraid of? Just adapt as we go. He decides to step forward and speaks to the envoy. Lead the way. Immediately, the envoy slowly walks ahead to guide him. He follows closely behind, thinking to himself, I hope this secret realm will yield harvest that satisfy me. After a while, the envoy leads Lamlak and the other two to Vu, who seems to be standing there waiting. He stares at her face in surprise, quietly formulating his own plan in his mind. With a close-range surprise attack now. These 6 mages could be dead in an instant. Killing them would let me clear the stage right away. But for now, let us play along and see exactly what Trakvon's remains are and where they are. Vuyu slowly stepped up to Lamlak, her expression still as cold as ever. She spoke calmly, Honorable Messenger, thank you for lending your aid. May I ask, have you come here bearing any special orders? He looked at the girl in surprise, then thought to himself, I do not have any orders. Was not it you who brought me in? I can't say anything now or I will be exposed. Time to put my acting skills to the test. Then he quietly cleared his throat twice, blushing as he asked, What else could it be? I entrusted the matter above to you. How has it progressed? At that moment, the old demon cultivator also stepped forward, staring intently at them. He explained, Honorable Messenger, after 10 days of rituals, we have taken the first steps in completing the forging of the Frost Dragon. Hearing that, he quickly pointed ahead and said, Take me to see it. Vuyu immediately turned and walked away, but not without reminding him from behind. Then please, Honorable Messenger, follow me. She then led Lamlak's group onward and everyone fell into silence. After a while, Vu brought them to an ice gate from which emanated a piercing chill. "Messenger, this is the place." Lam Lax was startled at the sight and realized this was. Right in front of everyone stood the skeleton of an enormous dragon, its bones tightly bound in chains at this place. The Frost Dragon. Seeing the dragon's remains before him, Lam Lax was filled with awe. If this skeletal dragon were to awaken, it would definitely be a level 40 boss, not something ordinary players could easily deal with. He immediately turned around to praise the group behind him. "You have worked hard. How much longer until the Frost Dragon is fully forged?" Hearing this, they seemed a bit surprised, then slowly replied, "Respected messenger, it will take about 2 more days to complete." Only then did the old dark mage behind them speak up. "We have been worried the second legion of the Holy Temple would come and cause trouble for us. But now, with your help, messenger, we can forge in peace." At that thought, a calculating gleam flashed in Lam Lax's mind. A plan instantly formed. If the Frost Dragon awakened, it would surely be a boss, and defeating it would yield generous rewards. He decided to deal with it later. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to ask them, "Alright, we're the remains of the Fallen One. I have expended a lot of energy in the battle just now, and I need to replenish some." Hearing that, they immediately panicked and looked at each other. The old man in the middle hurriedly tried to explain, "Honored envoy. The remains of the Fallen One are essential materials for forging the Frost Dragon, and there's not much left now." Hearing that, he grew a little angry, turned back to glare at the old man, and questioned, "What, restoring my energy is not important to you?" The old man quickly shook his head. No, that is not what I meant." Then he urged his subordinates behind him, "Hurry, bring the remaining remains of the Fallen One here at once." One of the subordinates brought him a strange-looking box. "Honored envoy, these are all the remains of the Fallen One we have left." He gently lifted it up. As he grasped it, the system immediately displayed a message. System prompt: remains of the Fallen One, quantity 1 grade. Effect: gradually restores 100 substitute energy points. Seeing that, Linlak could not help but laugh with satisfaction. It really works. What a pity there's only a little left, no room for backup. Then he casually turned back and asked them, "Can the remains of the Fallen One still be refined further?" "Vu, you slowly step forward to explain, honored envoy. If we attempt to refine the remains again, it will delay the progress of forging the Frost Dragon." He calmly extended his 5 fingers forward and instructed them, "No need to worry. As long as you concentrate on the forging and meet my required amount, you can continue your original task afterward." Hearing that, they looked at each other a bit bewildered. Seeing their attitude, Lam Lax immediately grew angry and shouted loudly, "What do you mean this and that? How dare you disobey my orders?" The old demon elder and his subordinates quickly bowed an apology. "We would not dare. Please do not be angry, my lord." Then he quickly turned back and ordered the subordinates behind him. "Everyone stop what you're doing for now. First, refine the remains of the Fallen One for the envoy, my lord." Seeing this, Lam Lax smiled in satisfaction, thinking his plan was about to succeed. "Have them obediently refine the remains of the Fallen One for me first. We will talk about the rest later." Immediately after, she slowly retreated inside. She approached the ritual markings drawn on the ground, then slowly began performing a strange ceremony. Seeing the strange black silhouette appear, she quickly spoke up. "My lord, forgive your subordinate for the intrusion. We have not encountered any problems. On the contrary, thanks to your assistance, we have driven away the Imperial hounds." "Vu," you chuckled, waved her hand, and questioned, "My lord, is not it true that you must send a Heaven's Mandate envoy to help us?" The strange figure grew angry and explained to her, "Heaven's Mandate envoys all have their own missions in the sect. Who would have a time to help you?" She immediately pointed toward the orb, showing the image of Lam Lax, and asked, "This man led a few of his spirit warriors to help us defeat the Holy Order's knights, and now he tells us to stop forging the Frost Giant Dragon and instead forge the Fallen One's remains so." The strange figure instantly became enraged, but our witch sect has no such person. However, killing people of the Empire proves he has a hostile relationship with the Empire. Then he continued planning. Invite him to the witch sect. Hearing this, she felt a bit suspicious inside. Why? This man's background is unknown. We should kill him. He hurriedly ordered, if he needs the Fallen One's remains, give him as many as he wants. She immediately bowed her head in obedience. Yes. Meanwhile, Lam Lax still sat on the stone pedestal putting on airs and ordering his subordinates, do not be lazy. Frightened, they nodded. Yes. Seeing this, he felt a bit smug and thought happily, though the Empire's hero is dead, his body still holds a large amount of powerful energy. Using a special undead refinement method, I can obtain the Fallen One's remains to restore the substitute's energy. A strange smile had long since spread across his face. As long as they work hard enough, I can soon achieve free energy. Suddenly, at that moment, Vu appeared right in front of him. He was surprised and questioned her. Where have you been? Get to work already. Do not think that just because you have a good figure you can slack off. Suddenly she moved closer to Lamlak's handsome face and coldly questioned, "May I ask who you are? What is your purpose in sneaking into our place?" Lamlak smiled smugly and explained to me, I did not sneak into your place. Were not you the ones who wanted to lead me in?" Hearing that, she was a little startled and confused. This guy is right. We really were just overthinking. She then bowed politely to Lamlak and introduced herself with a smile. "Well then, please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Vu Yutan Nuong, a subordinate under the Lust Demoness of the Demoness sect. May I know how to address you?" He stood up slowly and coldly uttered just 3 words, "Black Emperor." Hearing that, she was slightly surprised, thinking Black Emperor. Never heard of it. She then quickly revealed her sinister intent to him. "Your Excellency, Black Emperor, if the Empire is the enemy we share, why do not we join forces? The remains of the fallen ones you seek are Demoness sect has plenty of them. As long as you're willing to come with me as a guest, we can offer you the required quantity of fallen one's remains." Hearing that, he froze on the spot, completely baffled by whatever that woman in front of him was talking about. What kind of twisted development was this normally? Once you've killed the boss's storyline, it would end immediately. Now it seemed like other plots were being unlocked, but he could not show it outright. He quickly calmed himself, shook his head, and slowly spoke to her. "You people complete the required amount of fallen bones that I need, then I will consider going back with you to the sorcerer's sect." Yet in his mind, another thought emerged. Go with her to the sorcerer's sect. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. What if she has a bunch of experts waiting to ambush me? That would be a real hassle. She looked surprised when she heard that and hurriedly asked, "How many portions do you need?" He did not answer immediately, calmly raising 2 fingers right in front of her, "At least 20 portions. The moment she heard that, she quickly waved her hands in refusal and explained helplessly, "Impossible. You killed the Holy Temple Legion commander very soon. The Empire will send experts to surround us. We must hurry to forge the Frost Dragon." He immediately put on a serious expression, looking straight at her. "With me here, what is there to fear if Empire experts come? I will kill them. You just focus on forging the fallen bones for me." But she still seemed a bit flustered and replied, "It is not that I underestimate you, but this time the ones coming will definitely be 3rd-turn experts. I'm sorry. We can't forge any more fallen bones for you." He instantly realized there was something off about the woman in front of him. Another calculation popped into his head. This woman really was not easy to trick. Bluffing alone would not fool her. He sighed in resignation, agreeing to her demand. "Fine. I will go to the sorcerer's sect." Hearing this, she perked up slightly. "Thank you for your cooperation once we return to the sorcerer's sect." Right after that, Linlak casually stepped forward to view, then suddenly struck her from behind, catching her completely off guard. The system displayed his technique, combat skill backlash, pointed sword, unbounded sorshai. He smiled smugly and whispered in her ear, but interrupted her to prepare a bit. The system continuously displayed congratulatory messages. "Congratulations. Player, you have killed the Witch Bride. You have gained 3,640,000 experience points. Killing an NPC 6 levels above grants 700% experience points. Wish fulfilled. 100 battles effect. Killing monsters grants 200% experience points." The demonic cult members around saw a Lamlak attacking her and quickly shouted, "Assassin! He is an assassin!" He coldly pulled the dagger out of her body and ordered Black Emperor, Huidako, kill them. When they saw the 2 approaching and striking, the crowd hastily shouted to each other to run away. "The undead army is still on the ground, run quickly." Suddenly, a green rope appeared behind him, binding him tightly. At the same time, an old demon cultist behind him spoke, "Death surrounds you." The old man laughed gleefully as he approached an assassin. "Hit, death surrounds you. You are finished." He was at a loss for words, looking back at the old man thinking, what kind of trash skill is this? He then forcefully tore apart the ropes binding him, catching the old man off guard. "Break for me." The old man fell back painfully and screamed, "That speed is clearly an assassin." Seeing you approach, he panicked, stammering, "Why? Why are my skills useless?" Suddenly the entire ground around them trembled. Linlak was slightly surprised and guessed what is causing this quake could be. The old demon stepped forward and began chanting a bizarre ritual using his own life as the medium. "Rise again, Frostbone Dragon." The Frostbone Dragon slowly stood up and moved toward him. The old man, brimming with pride, commanded, "Destroy this vile assassin." Linlak was speechless for a moment, staring at the old demon right in front of him. So he woke the dragon up first. The Frostbone Dragon towered over him, breathing heavily like a raging beast. The system scanned and analyzed it. System interface, Frostbone Dragon. Status, disabled. Level, 30. Attack, 480. Speed, 89. Defense, 520. HP, 90,000. Experience, 360,000. It lifted its head to the sky and let out a mighty roar. The system instantly analyzed its skills. Skill 1 Frost Breath unleashes an extreme cold dragon's breath, dealing 600 to 950 magic damage and slowing movement due to its incomplete state. Using this skill consumes the Frostbone dragon's own HP. Skill 2 Frenzied Claw Strike savagely slashes prey, dealing 500 to 600 physical damage and suppressing targets lacking strength. Dragon's Might Roar intimidates targets with weak willpower, reducing combat power by 10 to 20%. Lin Lak eyed the massive creature before him with interest. A thought flashed through his mind. Looks big, but its strength is no greater than that ugly commander earlier. That one dropped decent gear. This one won't be any worse. He woke it up first. Perfect. I will claim the reward first. He immediately moved forward and ordered the Black Emperor and the Master to follow right behind. Black Emperor, our main force, Huidako, you go kill the one casting that spell. The two replied in unison, yes, Master. The face of the demonic old man had now become extremely vicious. He slowly stepped forward and said, you're not allowed to hinder me. Immediately, the three of them advanced toward the massive ice beast, which hurriedly launched an attack toward them. The Black Emperor quickly blocked the attack for Lam Lak and warned him, Master, be careful. Taking this opportunity, he rushed in from behind and shouted loudly, watch this! My Gale Sword will shatter your icy breath. Without delay, he leapt up and swung the small but powerful weapon in his hand, loudly provoking it, big guy. Now I'll make sure you can't roar again. Right after that, he forcefully struck the monster's head with a small weapon in his hand. Seeing that it seemed completely unharmed, he quickly shouted for the Black Emperor behind him to provide support. Hearing the call, the Black Emperor unleashed thousands of consecutive punches at the beast. It let out a roar and spewed icy mist to attack. Realizing things were going badly, Lam Lak quickly leapt high and once again used his firepower to strike at the monster's head. 10,000 swords to Sect Sword Key River. Combat techniques, Flame-Devouring Wave Sword, 60%. Destructive Deathlight, 60%. Storm Dance, 30%. Seeing the moment was right, he quickly signaled Huideko to act. Huideko, do not give it a chance to breathe. Receiving his signal, she swiftly swung the sword in her hand to strike at the demonic elder just below. The old man hurriedly shouted, Dark Night Blade, but she seemed indifferent to his words, coldly driving her sword through his body. Lam Lak felt a bit pleased seeing his teammates act in perfect sync. He quickly signaled, very good. Let us attack the dragon together. Then he decisively struck a finishing blow toward the icy beast wind rank sword slash. Right beside him, Black Emperor and Huideko kept supporting him, Dark Night Blade. The powerless monster crashed hard down onto the ground. At that moment, the system immediately displayed a message. Congratulations, player. You have slain the Frost Dragon. You have gained 6,480,000 experience points, defeating an NPC 8 levels higher. Grants 900% experience. Wish fulfilled. 100 battles affect killing monsters. Grants 200 experience points. Next came Lin Lak's personal system notification. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 28. He sighed in exhaustion. That one sure had a thick health bar. Right after that, he looked at the system with a bit of joy. For such rewards, it was all worth it. The system immediately displayed notifications right in front of him along with the missions. First, he allocated all attribute points to increase his speed from 218 to 222. 10,000 swords to the Sect LV5, then up to LV11. Storm Sword Formation stack past the 40th layer, originally 50 layers, automatically generating 13 swords per second. Storm Sword Formation could also shoot swords out and recall them without any damage. He felt a bit uninterested when he saw the new mission from the system, but still added skill points to 10,000 swords to the Sect. Then Lin Lak smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the system. As long as this skill kept leveling up, the energy cost could eventually be reduced to the minimum, reaching the realm where sword energy exists eternally, and it could even increase the attack rate. He immediately approached the frost giant beast lying motionless there, and quickly looked around it to check the surroundings. Next, let us see what kind of good loot a boss-level monster would drop. Suddenly, as he drew near, he instantly noticed something strange. This was. He hurriedly reached his hand inside the frost giant beast. Right after that, Lam Lak's face showed a hint of joy. He slowly pulled out the sword from inside the beast's body, letting out a surprised laugh. He could not believe that he had managed to unleash diamond-grade sword energy. Truly, heaven was helping him. He decided to try using the sword once, and was slightly astonished by its sheer superiority. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations. Player, you have obtained a diamond-grade weapon, Heart of Annihilation. The system then displayed the high-tier skills of the sword Lam Lak had just acquired. Heart of Annihilation quality, diamond grade, rare. Level requirement, 27. Class restriction, melee, second job change. Attack power, plus 289. Critical rate, plus 15%. Critical damage, plus 20%. Attack speed, plus 20%. Armor penetration, ignores 10% of target's physical defense. Joyfully gazing at the sword in his hand, he said, amazing attributes. Not only does it boost attack by over 200, but all the additional skills are perfectly suited for me. This is without a doubt the most unbeatable equipment in this tier. Suddenly, the system continued to display the sword's usable skills. Frost / each attack reduces enemy speed by 2% for 5 seconds, stackable up to 15 layers. Ice Wrath, active skill, unleashes the sword's grudge-infused frost dragon aura, causing a freeze effect to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown 1 hour. Freeze temporarily stops the target's attacks. He looked thoughtfully at the sword, surprised that a dungeon of this level could yield such high-grade equipment. He gently stroked the sword in front of him, thinking to himself, it must be because last time I only killed enemies on one side, but this time I wiped out both sides. The difficulty increased, so naturally the rewards did too. Realizing this trip had already yielded plenty of valuable items, he continued to search inside to see if there was anything else good. He kept digging through the loot he obtained from defeating the boss, repeatedly finding items such as Ice Frost Dragonhorn +1, Ice Frost Dragonhorn +1, and Ice Frost Dragonhorn +1. Seeing the system display so many items, Lamlack spoke to himself with delight. Not a bad haul: high-grade healing potions, mana potions, spell scrolls, and plenty of various equipment and gold. Perhaps this trip made him very pleased with the item right in his hand. He turned back to speak to the two people behind him, especially about the Ice Frost Dragon's Horn that can summon a level 35 boss with abundant skills and a massive health pool, making it arguably the strongest tank. Linlack's eyes showed a hint of anger as he looked at Vu. Yu lying collapsed on the ground. He warned the group, even though he had forced them to log out this time. Next time when I come, do not be lazy. Craft the remains of a desolate king for me. He slowly turned and left while instructing the two behind him. Black Emperor, Hui Deku. Let's go find our next target. Just as a strange man approached here, Linlack had already taken it down. The system immediately displayed a notification. Player cleared the stage. Black Emperor. Time taken, 4 hours, 11 minutes. Secret Realm, refresh time remaining, 23 hours, 51 minutes. Master Liu was furious and cursed, damn it. I finally found an energy secret realm, and it was taken down by the Black Emperor. Then he clenched his teeth, unable to suppress the anger and fear in his heart. Black Emperor, you again? I did not plan to cause trouble for you this soon, but now it seems you have brought it upon yourself. Fine. After I kill you, I will have something to report back to the old man. The scene then shifts to a group of innocent villagers being captured by those strange people. A young man trembling while clutching a laptop to his chest nervously said, "My name is Quach Tayo." The scene shifts to a few days earlier when he joyfully held his book in hand for cultivation. On the second day, the whole population awakened. I awakened a rare S-rank talent future simulation and also obtained a substitute, the Future Diary. He was overjoyed as he looked at the book in front of him. It could predict the future. He was the man holding the script, activating his talent to simulate the future. Suddenly, the book opened, revealing strange messages inside. My name is Quach Tayo. By the time you read this, I'm already dead. On the 4th day of White Frost sealing the city, I was in my room calculating how to divide the remaining food. A strange man brought a beautiful woman dressed as a female slave and barged straight into my home. After confirming I was Quach Tao, the beautiful young woman said nothing and killed me with one strike. I did not want to die. I must change this fatal ending. When he read this far, he was speechless. How could this be? Then he hurriedly threw the future diary down to the ground and shouted angrily, "Why kill me? This is Huaxia, a law-abiding society, not some barbaric land." Future diary. Suddenly, the future diary emitted strange rays of light, as if sensing something. Quach Tao quickly grabbed it. Speaking in fear, "I do not believe it. There must be some mistake." Rido, Apocalypse Diary. Deduce a new path for my survival. At that moment, two strange figures appeared in his mind. They were none other than Lam Lack and Hui Deco, pushing the door open to step inside. He stammered, "1. I'm not Quach Tao." The book slowly recounted. After predicting this event, when they barged into my room, I denied being Quach Tao. At that time, Hui Deco decisively thrust her sword right through him. He frantically explained, "I told you, I'm not." The story slowly unfolded, yet that man still let the hateful witch kill me. The more Quach Tao read, the darker his expression grew. He was furious and continued the deductions. "I will never sit here and wait to die." The scene appeared once again, but he was no longer as gentle as before. He firmly grasped the knife and charged toward the two of us. "I will risk it with you." The story changed once more. He once again burst into my room. I drew my blade to resist, and then I died. The more he read, the angrier he became, shouting loudly again and again, "If I can't fight back, can I at least escape?" In another time, Hui Deco still coldly drove her sword through his body. Trembling, he asked her, "Why? I clearly ran so far away already." The story in the book slowly changed, the plot gradually shifting. Before the white mist sealed the city, I fled to the demon capital. Then the white mist arrived beyond it. Terrifying monsters roamed everywhere. Surely he can't find me anymore. right? The doorbell rang. I went to the door suddenly, pain surged from my chest. A long blade pierced through my heart. I died. Quach Tao helplessly collapsed to the ground, crying out in grievance. Damn it. Even kneeling and begging for mercy is useless. On the future diary, a line appeared. He can track my location. Running is pointless. This time, I directly opened the door to welcome them. Seeing their shocked expressions, I knelt before them, weeping, begging them not to kill me. Then I died. At this moment, Quach Tao's tears fell, covering the diary's pages. Quach Tao stared helplessly at the future diary in front of him, his mind in turmoil. No matter how many scenarios I try, there's only one in death. Even if I run to the police station with armed protection, there's nothing I can do. Then in the future diary, what caught his eyes was a page densely filled with words. Good evening. The investigation bureau's lobby windows were smashed by monsters. Then the terrifying creatures charged straight in. I made my last effort jump from the second floor and finally met him. It turns out all those bugs were under his control. I died. My only regret is not dying under the beautiful young girl's blade, but instead under the fist of a man in black armor. Immediately after, as Quach Tao was sitting in a room, giant monsters smashed through the windows, prompting terrified screams from everyone. Helpless, he clutched his head and screamed, "They are here!" He slowly turned his head to look outside that man. What caught web counts? I was the figure standing on the rooftop. He is here. Lamlak smiled and said to the praying master behind him, I did not expect the last name on the hit list to be at the police station. The security here is so tight. We can only hope the swarm forces him out. Then he saw a Quashto slowly climbing down toward the ground. Seeing that, he laughed in surprise and slowly said to the praying master, well, interesting. Old KY, the target's out. Tell the swarm to stop and head back. Right after that, he and everyone else went in the direction the man had escaped, slipping into an alley. A moment later, Quachtao, sitting there, said to him, your double is really good, looking better than I imagined. Hearing that, Lamlak was quite surprised and asked him, what do you mean you knew I was coming? He nodded helplessly and recounted. That is right. My talent allows me to foresee that you will come in the future. Hearing this, he became a little interested prophecy, then praised him. Not a bad talent at all. Quachtao chuckled, took out the future diary in his hand and slowly said, not bad, but I think this is a cursed talent. Except for the time I got some reward from deducing a dungeon before. It has not improved my combat ability at all. Suddenly, his body could no longer hold out, and he coughed up blood repeatedly. In a helpless voice, he said, besides, the contents appearing in the future diary will never change. If this is not a curse, then what is? Then he sighed and suggested an idea. I am tired. I do not want to resist anymore. As for who you are and why you want to kill me, I do not care. No matter how many times I deduce, I always die at your hands. I only hope that you can let that beautiful young lady in my life. Can you? Lamlak immediately ordered the Black Emperor beside him. Black Emperor, do it. In his mind, he calculated, wary of a trap, deciding it was better not to follow the man's request. Quachtao looked helplessly at the Black Emperor raising his massive fist, a bit dejected. As expected, I still die under the fist of the man in black armor. Fate truly is set. Right after that, the Black Emperor decisively logged him out. At that moment, he also released the book from his hands. Lamlak stepped closer, absorbed his power, and was surprised at the innate talent effect. The system displayed this skill activate S level, innate talent plunder. Please choose one of the target's 4 attributes, innate talent effect, skill effect, soul strength to proceed with plundering. He smiled and decided to examine the talent. The system scanned once and reported future simulation, grade S, capable of growth. Effect is determined by the host subjectivity and choices. In the future diary, it simulates the future in written form. Cooldown time? None. He smiled, thinking it seems this talent must be executed through a substitute. Immediately after, Lamlak shouted an order. Come out! Suddenly, the system announced a long string of information it had gathered. My new substitute. Future diary, grade S. Strength, none. Ordinary human, 10. Speed, none. Intelligence, unknown. Defense, 1. HP, 500. Energy, 200. Energy recovery speed, 1 point per hour. Growth, 170. Action range, 0 meters. Future inheritance, able to deduce the future and display it in written form in the diary, viewable only by the host. Cost, deducing 1 day into the future consumes 1 energy point. 2 days consumes 2 points. 3 days consumes 4 points. The farther ahead it deduces, the energy cost doubles for each additional day. The 2 basic energy costs only apply to the most important event in the deduced future, which must be detailed. Energy cost doubles. Cooldown, none. Right after that, the diary slowly opened. Lamlak was slightly surprised when he looked at its pages. Strange. Why is there nothing here? Future diary, deducing 2 days ahead. Suddenly, lines of text slowly appeared on the pages of the future diary, only 2 brief lines. My name is Lamlak. When you read this sentence, he was a bit astonished to see content appearing in the future diary. Immediately, he was bewildered, unable to believe his own eyes. This is, as he finished reading the diary, it felt as if a lightning bolt had struck through his body. The diary revealed prophetic words, my name is Lamlak. When you read this sentence, I will already be dead. The second time I came before the secret tomb and cried in grief, I met a young man calling himself the present-day angel Liu Yu. He said nothing and struck at me. Of course I would not yield to him, but I never expected that neither I nor the Black Emperor were his match. In the end, I died under a strike of thunder. I did not want to die. I must change this outcome. Lamlak looked a bit bewildered at the diary in front of him. I'm gonna die tomorrow. How could that be? Lamlak instantly recalled the scene where Quashtao had been logged out. He was a little confused, tried to comfort himself. He quickly put his hand to his head to calm down. Calm down, Lamlak. It took so much effort to start over. How could I quietly die here? Any talent exists to help its host. In my previous life, I would never heard of a talent harming someone. There must be some detail here I have overlooked. Then he put his hand to his chin, reasoning about what would happen next to himself. Celestial Master Lu Vu. That name sounds familiar. And besides, if I really fought him, how could I only summon the Black Emperor? Lamlak quickly signaled to the Lord of Prayers behind him. Lord of Prayers, come and study this with me. Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. All right, Master. Immediately after, the diary changed. Future diary, continue. Simulate the future. Countless different images and mysterious people he had never met before appeared in his mind. This time, the future diary immediately changed its content, recording long prophetic pages. My name is Lamlak. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. When I learned about the future, the second time I came before the Wailing Secret Realm, I saw a young man appear in the mist. Without saying a word, he summoned 2 substitutes. Wait, why do I have 2 substitutes? After both the Black Emperor and the Lord of Prayers appeared, the opponent's face showed slight surprise. But after exchanging blows, the Lord of Prayers could not bear the extreme wishes and collapsed on the spot, and the Black Emperor was also suppressed. Lightning struck from the sky, killing me once again. Lamlak looked at the diary in surprise. The contents had changed. The Master of Prayer seemed to have thought of something and raised a suspicion to him. Master, normally each player only has one type of talent and one avatar. The future diary is after all an S-class avatar without summoning the remaining avatars. He could only rely on ordinary deductions. He nodded and ordered the Master of Prayer understood. Summon all my avatars. He immediately summoned the other avatars, the Enchantress Queen and the Green Demon. He smiled with a touch of pride. This time, the future diary's result will be different. Right. Right after that, all his avatars were summoned. The Enchantress Queen looked at him in surprise and asked, Master, why do so many of us need to read the book together? He quickly gestured to her. Sure. At that moment, the diary immediately changed. This time, the diary entries seemed drastically different. It instantly revealed, my name is Lamlak. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. When I learned of the future, once again standing before the secret realm in grief, I decided to go all out and launch a sneak attack. But wait, why do I have 5 avatars, and the opponent is the strongest enemy I have faced since my reincarnation? I knew clearly that if I did not use my full strength, I would die. So I immediately told the Black Emperor and Dark Knight Princess to fuse, coordinating with the skills of the Enchantress Queen, along with the control and attacks from the Master of Prayer and the Green Demon. After a fierce battle, I was still defeated. 5 avatars combined with 5 talents were still no match for the young angel Lu Vu. Even when I ultimately unleashed my full dungeon-level strength, I still died from heavenly lightning striking me down. S-class avatars and talents are truly terrifying. At this moment, Lamlak's face turned completely pale and ashen. In bewilderment, he muttered in disbelief, I do not believe it. 5 S-class avatars can't be beaten by just 1 S-class avatar. Immediately after, he quickly signaled to the Black Emperor, Black Emperor, target my head with a full power strike. The Black Emperor instantly nodded in agreement and struck at him. Yes. At that moment, a protective barrier formed around him. The demon behind me immediately spoke up to protect me. Master, this brute has disrespected you again. Why do not you let me destroy him for you? The Black Emperor smirked and argued back. I am more than happy to see who destroys him. The two were still glaring at each other furiously, but Lamlak ignored them and continued to simulate the future diary. The future diary, simulating the future. This time, it was an image of a beast gripping me tightly. At that moment, I had utterly lost hope and raised my head toward the sky while all my stand-ins lay helplessly on the ground. It was as if I could not believe my own eyes. I thought in shock, could it be that there really is no way? Should I just avoid entering the secret realm to gather energy for now? No, there must. still be a chance to turn the tables. Then I urgently signaled to the praying master behind me. Old KY, I want to know what strategy can defeat Lu Vu. He nodded immediately. Yes, master. After that, he smiled at the book and said to me, Master, the final hope is the fetal movement, the unborn one. Right after that, the diary instantly displayed lines in the praying master's hand. My name is Lam Lak. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. This time, the diary's content had changed. My name is Lam Lak. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. Wait, I still have 7 stand-ins. My name is Lam Lak. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. I chose not to launch a sneak attack, but fought Lu Vu openly. Though he is stronger than those with ordinary Sisistalon awakening, I'm not afraid because I have a way to win. When Lu Vu summoned his stand-in, I did not hesitate to choose emotion as the source to incubate the fetal movement. Relying on this immense emotional power, my 8th stand-in was finally born. In this battle, I won, but the only regret was letting that turtle Lu Vu escape. I could not retrieve the reason he came to kill me, but I gained enormously. Though this war consumed a vast amount of stored power compared to my final gain, I knew it was all worth it. Knowing the outcome beforehand, I'd already been looking forward to this battle. Lam Lak smiled, feeling a bit relieved the future had finally changed. Then he silently thought, the key to the problem must lie in choosing the right kind of emotion, the source of nurturing and stirring the womb. Immediately, he turned to him and asked in surprise, Old KY, I want to know how to kill Lu Vu. He pondered for a moment, then decided to recite an incantation to assess the situation. Right after that, he closed the book in his hand and smiled helplessly at him. Sorry, master. This wish of yours will break me. Seeing his attitude, he was slightly surprised and thought, as expected, the gap between S rank and SS rank is still too great. Besides, based on the journal entries, Lu Vu surely has other tricks I must prepare well. Immediately after, he led his substitutes forward. Before that, he had entered the central prison to obtain the Ascension Crystal, raising his talent to S rank. The scene shifted elsewhere. Civilians were frantically firing their guns at the monsters. They are here again, quick open fire. These gigantic monsters showed no mercy to innocent civilians continuously flying towards them to attack. When the innocent civilians saw the monsters getting closer and closer, they clutched their heads in helpless screams this time. They were surely doomed. Immediately after, the Black Emperor appeared and launched an attack on these gigantic monsters. Seeing this, they were a bit surprised. Yes, they were saved. Lin Lak's voice rang out, Officers. He smiled and walked over to explain. I am Chu Tangdong's younger brother. We arranged this earlier today. I am here to visit the prison. They were fairly surprised to hear that. Immediately, they led him inside the prison and thanked him. Sir, your brother is waiting for you in there. Thank you for saving me earlier. I have informed the warden about your matter when your visit is over. He wants to speak with you. He nodded right away in agreement. All right. Soon after, he went to visit Chu Tangdong inside the prison. When he saw him, he smiled warmly and softly called out his name. Kulak. Lam Lak saw Tangdong and smiled. Brother, it's been a long time. Seeing something unusual in his demeanor, he quickly asked with concern, Thulak, what is wrong? All right. It is all men-eating monsters out there now. Are you hurt anywhere? Let me call someone to take a look at you. He looked at him sadly from inside and replied, Brother, I am fine. You do not need to worry about me. Chu Tangdong smiled reassuringly. Kulak, tell me if you've been wronged out there. Do not be afraid. Just wait for me to get out. Then he sighed with a trace of sadness. Wait for me to get out. Who knows when that will be? And he said something about facing things for her, which surprised her. Brother, Chu Tangdong recalled that day when the smug prison guard told him, as long as you agree to my terms, reducing your sentence is not impossible. He smiled and comforted her. Do not worry, Chulak. I have already thought of a way to get out. From now on, no matter who bullies you, I will make sure to get justice for you. Hearing this, she felt a little moved. Brother, you're always like this, never thinking about yourself. Right after that, Lam Lak placed her hand on her chest and spoke slowly. Right now, no one out there can bully me. I have brought you a gift with it. Maybe you will be able to get out soon. Immediately behind, Chu Tangdong appeared the figure of the Black Emperor. He was still surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. Gift. A second later, the Black Emperor struck him from behind, startling him, confused about what was happening. At that moment, a police officer raised his gun, aiming at Lam Lak's head and shouted, Hands up! Tell the truth, what have you done? He immediately turned around, smiled, and said to the two officers, Do not be nervous. I'm just giving my brother a little gift. This thing will disappear when it touches a human body. It is not dangerous and does not violate any rules. Right away, Chu Tangdong's body began to change. In pain, he looked up and screamed. Flames erupted around him and the system instantly displayed a notification. Talent level upgraded to level S. Talent, Scarlet Courage level S. Effect, every time the host loses 3% of health, gain 1% damage immunity. The officer who saw this was stunned and blurted out, Fire, he is on fire. Immediately after that, a strange knight appeared behind Chu Tang Dong and introduced himself. Master, I am your knight Red Lotus. The system instantly displayed detailed information about Tang. Dong Substitute Red Lotus Knight. Level S, Strength, 170, Average Human, 10, Speed, 140, Intelligence, 50 Defense, 150 Health, 6000 Energy, 90, Energy Recovery Rate, 1 point per hour, Growth, 100, Action Range, 15 meters, Red Lotus Shield Activate, Red Lotus Strength, Defense plus 60 points, consumes 1 energy point per minute, Red Lotus Gun Activate, Red Lotus Strength, attack adds 50 burn damage, consumes 1 energy point per minute. Hearing this, he was a little shocked, unable to believe his own ears. He quickly turned his head and asked himself, Red Lotus Knight level S, this is my substitute. Lam Lak sitting behind the glass immediately smiled and said, Brother, with his help, you will definitely be able to earn merit in prison and get a reduced sentence. Hearing that, Chu Tang Dong hurriedly stood up to question him. Lam Lak, what did you just give me? Why is my talent level increased? Something so precious. Why did not you keep it for yourself? He quickly smiled to reassure him. Brother, do not worry. I still have more. All of these actions have been secretly recorded by a hidden camera behind them. The prison guard watching the footage let out an inexplicable laugh. Then he wondered in surprise, able to upgrade talent. Interesting. A police officer walked up to Lam Lak and said, Visiting time is over. He quickly turned back to Chu Tang Dong and reminded him, Brother, do not worry. From now on, no one will be able to bully us anymore. He immediately turned around to leave and said goodbye. Come visit me again next time. Do your best so you can get out soon. As soon as he stepped outside, a police officer approached him and spoke. Lam Lak, our warden Doan wants to see you. He says he might have a way to help your brother. Hearing that, he looked at the officer with surprise. The warden? Lam Lak smiled smugly. The fish has taken a bait. The officer then brought Lam Lak before the warden and quickly reported, Warden, I have brought him. Seeing him, the warden looked a bit pleased. You must be Lam Lak. I am Danton Fong, the head of this prison. Please have a seat. Lam Lak chuckled at the man in front of him. Hello, Uncle Don. What did you call me here for? Inside, he felt a bit triumphant, a plan forming in his mind. From what he knew, the highest talent level in this prison was only grade A. Now, a chance to raise one's talent was here, who would not want it? Dong Tan Fong's gaze turned dangerous as he stared at him, speaking slowly. Lam Lak, do you know the details of your brother's case? He immediately put on an innocent look and asked, What do you mean? Could it be, there is something hidden behind my brother's case? A thought flashed through his mind in his past life. He knew something about his brother was not right. Unfortunately, back then his strength was not enough and he had no way to dig deeper into the matter. The man sighed and shook his head, replying, What kind of case could get 15 years? Your brother is a pitiful man. He was merely used as a weapon by someone else. Hearing that, he immediately became serious. Standing up, he questioned the man. Uncle Don, can you tell me the details? In return, I will help you clear out some monsters and keep the prison safe. He decided this time. He must take action this time. He would make the ones who framed his brother pay the price. Dong Than Fong laughed when he heard that and looked at him. He quickly replied, Clear out monsters, no need. Sooner or later those monsters will be wiped out anyway. Then he got straight to the point and fixed his gaze on him. Just now, through the surveillance, I saw that your brother stand and has awakened. Hearing this, he froze. He had not expected the man in front of him, this old fox, was indeed targeting the Spirit Ascension Crystal. Feigning innocence, he explained, Uncle Doan, the inside story you're talking about might not be worth that price. After all, even if you do not say it, I can find a way to investigate it myself. The man chuckled, slowly lifted the teacup to his lips and savored it. Then how about we reduce your brother's sentence? Hearing that, Lam Lak froze and stared at him. He chuckled and made a proposal. As long as you give me that thing, we could discuss many matters. Lam quickly regained his composure, raised both hands to explain these things could be discussed. How about you tell me first about the hidden truth behind my brother's case? Hearing that, he sighed and said, It is fine if you know. Your brother was framed by the Vaughn Corporation. At that moment, Lam Lak became righteously indignant and questioned him. Uncle Doan, if you knew my brother was framed, why did you keep him locked up for so long? Are not the police supposed to uphold justice? He looked at Lam with deep seriousness. Perhaps this old man had his own considerations. His face was filled with contemplation as he recounted. I only learned later that Vaughn Corporation was involved in this matter. Lam Lak clenched his teeth, suppressing his fury. Back then, someone clearly raised doubts if no one had suppressed it. How could a verdict have come so quickly and been so heavy? Lam Lak slowly stood up and spoke. Lam Lak, listened to some advice for me. Do not even think about taking revenge. Then he stood in front of him and slowly explained, even if you have both awakened and S-level talent, the Vaughn Corporation is not something you can afford to provoke. His face now turned extremely vile, filled with malicious intent. He slowly placed his hand on Lam Lak's shoulder. Right now, the chance to reduce your sentence is right in front of you. You must seize it. Lam Lak stood before Don Than Fong and sighed in reply. Uncle Don, you are right. We're just two small figures. Of course, we would not dare cause trouble for the Vong Corporation. His face immediately showed fear mixed with some worry as he continued. But the Ascension Crystal, which can upgrade talent, I do not have it with me. Should I go back once to get it for you? Hearing this, Dong Than Fong's face clearly showed joy. He burst out laughing. That thing, the Ascension Crystal. Good. Go. Go quickly and come back quickly. Lam Lak turned to leave and waved goodbye to him. At this moment, he was filled with anger. He had his own plans in mind. You actually dare lay your greedy hands on me. Lam Lak, truly, this old fox has lived too long for his own good. A moment later, a policeman came in to report to Dong Than Fong. Warden, security measures against the insectoid monster's raid have been arranged. We will now escort people to a safe place to take shelter. He chuckled and told the group to leave. No need. You all keep watch outside. I will stay here. Hearing that, they were a bit surprised, but eventually agreed with him. Yes, sir. Dong Than Fong tried to stay calm, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. So the thing that upgrades innate talent is called Spirit Ascension Crystal. Nice. With this good stuff, even my son's substitute might be able to awaken. He immediately recalled the scene when the man glared straight at his face in anger and said, Are not the police supposed to stand for justice? Thinking of that made him a bit angry and cursed too. Himself. Justice. If I go up against Von Corp, it won't just be me. My wife and kids could lose their lives. How could things be as nice as they are now? He sighed and kept complaining. Humans always have to bow to those of higher rank. He's not cowardice. Suddenly the Black Emperor behind him spoke up. Nice cigarettes. He froze in place immediately. Right after that, he startled, turned around and questioned who. Lam Lak emerged from atop the Black Emperor and laughed. Uncle Doan, it is me. Seeing it was him, Dong Than Fong breathed a sigh of relief. It is you. So fast, you have already brought the Spirit Ascension Crystal. He slowly jumped down from above. No, you got it wrong. Right after he jumped down, the Black Emperor immediately grabbed his neck tightly. He calmly spoke. I have come to take your worthless life. He slammed Don Than Fong's face hard against the wall, making him scream in pain. As soon as he was released, he sat there helplessly and cried out, Help! Somebody help! At that moment, behind him appeared the Black Emperor's double and the Lord of Prayers. He spoke slowly, and the person behind him immediately agreed. Stop struggling. Your voice can't leave this room. Lord of Prayers, I pray that my next question will only be answered truthfully. Yes, Master. Hearing that, he immediately stood up and questioned him. I kindly told you about Chu Tang Dong. Why do you still want to kill me? Lam Lak listened to the question calmly, then kicked him hard in the face and cursed. Kindness. You wanted to use information about my brother to gain benefits from me. That is what. Right after that, he writhed in pain, collapsing to the ground. He stepped forward lightly and stomped on his hand, making him scream in pain. My hand. At this moment, Lam Lak's face had become utterly terrifying. He looked at the man with a gaze full of killing intent and said, Who in the Vong Corporation harmed my brother, and why? Dong Than Fong was now in a pathetic state. He immediately begged like a little dog and confessed everything. It was the second young master of Vong Corporation, Vong Hengqi. Back then, they took cultural relics from the museum and secretly sold them to the Empire of Sunless Japan. They framed your brother first. Your brother protested his innocence, so they gave him a 100,000. He agreed to take the blame for them. You hear this and find it a little hard to believe, right? Right after that, the Black Emperor behind him struck hard at his leg, making him cry out in pain, but there was no one around to save him. Lam Lak decisively grabbed the man's head and lifted it, coldly questioning. A 100,000 could make my brother willingly comply. The man sobbed as he explained. 10 years in prison. It was me. I swallowed 400,000 for myself. I was afraid your brother would say something reckless, so I plotted to keep him from easily getting out. Feeling he had gotten useful information, Lam Lak asked another question. Second question, since you are this corrupt, you must have plenty of illegal income. Where is it hidden? Hearing this, Dong Than Fong immediately grew angry and decided to resist. Lam Lak, you are too arrogant. Do you think awakening your substitute means you can ignore everything? Follow your brother and you will die sooner or later. Lam Lak coldly called to Lord Prayer behind him. Lord Prayer. The man quickly responded, Yes, master. Then Dong Than Fong could not help but tremble right in front of the three of them. He slowly revealed everything he had hidden. My total illegal income is 94,000, all kept as cash in a secret room in the basement of Building 14 in Violang District Number 1. And there are 493 tickets, Destiny Wheel lottery tickets in my pants pocket. At that moment, the Black Emperor also struck him hard from behind, making him cry out helplessly, It is over. Lam Lak turned to the outside, holding a stack of tickets in his hand, and laughing smugly. 493 tickets for the Wheel of Destiny draw. I will be taking them. Dong Thanfong shouted loudly, forcing his way with all his strength to stand before Lam Lak. Lam Lak, you are utterly lawless. You just wait. I will make you pay for this. If you dare, kill me. He calmly took out the tickets in his hand, then looked at him with surprise. Dong Thanfong, you say I am lawless. Then he coldly lifted his foot and stepped on the man's ugly face, mocking him. Your money and the rights to the wheel of destiny draw clearly come from exploiting prisoners. I would say you're the one who really knows the law, yet still breaks it. Right at that moment, a swarm of maggot-like monsters broke through the glass door and rushed inside. Instantly, all the policemen screamed in terror. Worms! The worm monsters have broken in! Lam Lak smiled at him and said, Uncle Doan, rest easy here. I won't kill you. But life is always full of surprises, is not it? Then he cheerfully turned away under the furious gaze of the man speaking to Lord Prayer beside him. Lord Prayer, I hope those invading insectoids will give this place special attention. As usual, Lord Prayer complied with his request. As you command, my master. It seemed that Dong Thanfong was engraving this grudge deep in his heart. Lam Lak, you'll die an agonizing death. Outside right now, the scene is utterly chaotic. Police officers are scrambling to eliminate the monsters. Open fire. Quickly, open fire. The monsters do not hold back, spewing a green liquid that pierces through the bodies of innocent civilians. The young man holding a gun and assessing the situation is squad leader, Lin Pham. Surprised by what he sees, he calls out, Has the prison chief not arrived yet? Suddenly, Chu Tang Dong appears behind him and says, Officer Lin, let me help. Chu Tang Dong calmly surveys the surroundings before explaining, Parasites are wreaking havoc all around. Some prison blocks have already collapsed. Do not hesitate. Hearing this, Lin Pham immediately agrees, but also reminds him, All right, if you can help reduce casualties, that'll be a great achievement. I will definitely report it to the higher-ups. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Chu Tang Dong proudly summons his avatar, which slowly emerges. Come forth, Scarlet Knight. Sensing something is off, Lin Pham shouts a warning from behind him. Chu Tang Dong, watch out. Luckily, his substitute acted in time to stop it and reminded him, Master, be careful. Tang Dong immediately ordered Hong Lin behind him. Kill them. Hearing that, he instantly peers through the monster's body and shouted loudly, Die! Lin Pham was astonished at the scene. He never expected the substitute before him to be an S-level 1 more powerful than any gun. Off to the side, the Black Emperor asked Lam Lak in surprise, Master, are not you going to step in and help your friend? He shook his head, watching the ongoing battle. Back then, Lin Pham had spoken up for him. He was a good policeman. With him here, his efforts would not be in vain. Then he looked sadly at Chu Tang Dong as he fought the monsters ahead. He sighed and said, All these years, you have borne the darkness to protect me. Things are different now. I hope you can walk out of prison with your head held high and live in the light. After that, Lam Lak strode forward domineeringly and declared firmly, From now on, the darkness of this world will be mine to bear. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, startling him. Finally, I am about to be free. Monsters wreak havoc, make the prison as chaotic as possible. Once I'm out, no one will ever catch me again. He hurriedly turned his head to assess the situation, but the place was already empty. Quickly, he sat down and pressed himself under the rocks to observe. There was a voice speaking, but no one could be seen. Then Lam Lak swiftly ordered the Lord of Prayer right beside him. The Lord of Prayer said, I know the opponent's intel. He immediately reported to Lam Lak, Respected Master, the opponent's name is Chowdad, an awakened with an S-grade talent. He entered prison before his talent awakened and was sentenced to life. Hearing this, he felt a bit disdainful, then continued to command, So is a pervert. Lord of Prayer, I declare that in front of me, all invisibility abilities are useless. Hearing that, the Lord of Prayer, as usual, complied with his order. Yes, Master. Immediately after, Chowdad slowly appeared, surprised and thinking to himself, Strange. Why has my talent disappeared? Lam Lak slowly stepped out and asked him, Are you trying to escape from prison? Seeing Lam Lak appear, Chowdad abruptly questioned, Who are you? Was it you who cut off my invisibility? Before Lam Lak could explain, he quickly launched attacks at him. Shadow Vines. Lam Lak chuckled, looking at the incoming attacks with surprise, finding it rather amusing. Looks like my luck is not bad. Aside from me, there's actually a criminal here with a talent above S grade. Lam Lak lightly leaped up to dodge his attacks, then asked him, jumping up, I clearly heard that in this prison, the highest awakened talent is only a grade. How did you manage to avoid the Bureau's inspection? He clenched his fists in anger, thinking, What does this have to do with you? Yet deep down, he was utterly confused, questioning himself. How did he know? I have always claimed to the outside world that my talent is only level F, and I have never used my talent in front of others. You chuckled as you looked at him. Of course, I have my own way, you said. In your mind, a hidden talent was being offered. Turning it down would be terribly impolite. At that moment, Chowdhury looked at Bibe with some concern, sizing you up from head to toe. This shady-looking kid might have awakened the true sight talent from the game. But since you're not wearing a police uniform, you're probably not from the Metropolitan Investigation Bureau. Immediately after, he made his move again, Shadow Vines. He was determined to fight you to the end. Whatever, time is limited. I must seize the opportunity to escape. I can't waste it here. Just then, the Black Emperor blocked his attacks in time and urgently warned, Master, be careful. Chow that now stood atop the tentacles he had summoned, ready to make his escape. He was overjoyed at the sight of the high walls before him and immediately grew smug. As long as he got past this wall, he would be free. He glanced back and saw Lam Lak still standing there, which made him even happier. His invisibility talent not only concealed his presence, but even erased his scent. Not even the keenest police hounds could detect him. Once outside, even with true sight, they would not be able to find him. Less than a second later, Hui Deco, now furious, grabbed his sword and dashed past him. He still did not understand and wondered to himself why. He did not only have one substitute. Immediately after that, he slowly collapsed in front of you. The system displayed a notification. You have activated S-Rank Talent Seize. Please choose one of 4 attribute types, talent effect or skill effect, to proceed with seizing. You chuckled, stepped closer, and spoke Talent Seize. Right after that, his powers slowly fell into your hands. The system also announced the skill activated S-Rank Talent Seize. Congratulations. You have successfully taken the target's talent and obtained S-Rank Talent Concealer. Immediately after, the screen displayed the S-Rank Skill Concealer. S-Rank effect, within 2 seconds you can enter stealth mode. Your scent will also vanish. When launching an attack, stealth will be broken. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown 1 day. As you looked at the skill status panel before you, you pondered and calculated if you could ambush Love You. In stealth mode, you believe your chances of winning would be much higher. At that moment, you felt a bit discouraged. Only 1 hour of duration, and once you attack, stealth disappears. You then asked yourself aloud, is this the limitation of S rank? Right after you muttered to yourself, forget it. If I can ascend to SS rank, I should be able to unleash greater talent power. Let's check the substitute first. Growth, Death Shadow Vines. The system now displayed various notification panels, all filled with loads of information. Substitute Death Shadow Vines, S rank. Strength, 200 average human, 10. Speed, 40. Intelligence, 3. Defense, 20. Health, each Death Shadow Vine has 700 horsepower. Energy, 145 per 150. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Maturity, 80. Action range, 30 meters. Wild growth, within the action range on the ground. Summoning Death Shadow Vines consumes 5 energy points. Upon retrieving them, if intact, restores 4 energy points. If damaged, restores 2 points. No cooldown. Concealer Child can make any object you touch invisible non-living target for 5 seconds. Remaining hidden during any action consumes 10 energy. No cooldown. Trait, Vulnerability takes double elemental fire and lightning damage. Looking at the tentacle-like vines before you, you felt a hint of joy. This substitute perfectly makes up for Concealer's flaw of becoming visible when attacking, while also boasting great strength and quantity. It is an excellent crowd control skill. Before he could grasp what was happening, streams of red light flashed in his mind, surprising him. He looked at his own hands. His innate talent had changed. A red notification bar suddenly appeared in the system, leaving him stunned on the spot. Plunder, SE rank, can grow effect when killing a life form. You can choose to steal 1 of 4 full attribute. Types, effect, innate talent, forbidden skill, effect, soul power. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Right after that, he quickly regained his composure and thought. It seems that 9 innate talents and a substitute above S rank are the limit of plunder. At this moment, he looked ahead with a bit of satisfaction, glad he had prepared a countermeasure in advance. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the rookie dungeon Wild Wolf Valley. Lamlack effortlessly struck down the 3-headed wolf. He quickly snatched up the golden ticket in his hand and exclaimed in joy, yes, finally enough. Then he glanced at the ticket in his hand and the one he had just acquired, calculating silently. Don't Then Fong had over 400 tickets on him. Adding the rewards obtained from Wild Wolf Valley. That made 500. His spirits grew even more excited, as if he was overly pleased with himself. With the energy gained in the Tomb of Lamentations and Old T's prayer book, he was absolutely confident he could seize the chance to advance from S rank to SS rank. Without hesitation, Lamlack immediately summoned the Prayer Lord and shouted, "Prayer Lord, I pray that in the next 500 draws, I will surely receive enough Ascension Crystals to raise the Black Emperor to S rank. Also, in these 500 lucky draws, my fortune will reach its peak. The prayer book can withstand it, and no longevity pills will appear." He hurriedly opened the book, recited the incantation, and anxiously replied, "Master's wish, I will definitely fulfill." The clock hand before him began spinning faster and faster, and Lamlack felt a bit of joy as he watched it. Looking at the rapidly spinning clock right in front of him, Lamlak knew that what he needed most now was ascension crystals. As long as he had enough of them, he could surely strengthen his power. Feeling the time was right, he immediately gave the order stop. Right after that, the system displayed 3 important status bars. He had been waiting for these notifications. Congratulations. You have received a glittering diamond SE's grade ascension crystal. Effective for experience required to upgrade a substitute. Congratulations. You have received a golden SS grade ascension crystal, effective for experience required to upgrade a substitute. Congratulations. You have received 3 purple ascension crystals effective for experience required to upgrade a substitute. Seeing the crystals he needed in his possession, he felt a bit of joy, 51 crystals above S grade. And aside from the ascension crystals, there were plenty of other crystals too. He laughed heartily in delight. Not bad at all. Right after that, he decided to give all these crystal stones to the Black Emperor to upgrade both their talents. Come on, Black Emperor. He hurriedly took them and said, Thank you, Master. At that moment, both of them were surrounded by a strange golden light and their vitality seemed to be fuller than before. Sensing the right time had come, Lamlak shouted loudly, Now ascend. The system immediately displayed a status line plunder achieved SS level. Growth possible effect when killing a life form. You may choose to plunder all data of a particular attribute. Maximum talent effects, 19. Maximum skill effects, 39. One of the 4 types of soul power or turn one of them into a king's gem that can be used by anyone. You can also take a type of power or talent from your own body and craft it into a king's gem for others to use. Cooldown time, 10 hours, 2 hours. Seeing this, he laughed in delight as a clear plan formed in his mind. Although the effect had not changed, the restriction mark in the plunder talent had disappeared, and the previous limit had increased to 19. As long as he kept plundering, even Sisyphus level talents could be dealt with. The more he thought about it, the happier he became as he looked at the crystal stone before him. With his king's gem, when his talents reached the limit or he encountered an unsuitable talent, he could directly plunder it for someone nearby to use. Feeling the abundant energy, the Black Emperor shouted to him, I feel full of power. Immediately after, he became incredibly strong. Standing in front of him, he spoke firmly, Master, thank you for your grace. I am willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of flames for you. Right then, the system displayed his status. Black Emperor's clone, S level, experience 9 per 1095. Strength 354, 140. Speed 322, 110. Intelligence 12, 1. Defense 117, 500. Health 10,080, 5,000. Energy 100 per 150. Energy recovery rate 1 point every 15 minutes. Growth 200, 100. Action range 29 meters, 1. Lamlak, satisfied, looked at the system display and laughed in surprise. After advancing to SS level, the Black Emperor's clone not only had all 6 attributes enhanced, but also gained 2 skills, Plunder Fist and Black Emperor's Flame. Super complex existence. SS level clones, being extremely powerful, continuously consume energy 1 point per hour. Plunder. Each attack that hits an enemy causes damage and randomly steals a percentage of attributes or abilities. Consumption, 6 energy points. Cooldown, none. Plunder Fist new when dealing damage to an enemy. Can steal 1% of random abilities or attributes. Consumes 30 energy points. Cooldown 1 minute. Black Emperor's Flame new. 1 consumes energy to block 10% of all types of damage. 2. When attacking, creates defensive power against the opponent and causes 60 burn damage per second for 4 seconds. Energy consumption, 1 to 50 points. The wider the attack range, the greater the energy consumed. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he felt a bit discouraged and muttered himself, It is just that next time upgrading will require 1,000 experience points. But even if I'm not born with SSS level innate talent, with a talent plundering ability, I can still level up quickly. Then Lamlak turned back toward the Prayer Lord who was standing there waiting. He cheerfully called out to him, Prayer Lord, come here. It is your turn to advance. The Prayer Lord nodded slightly. Thank you, my master. Immediately after, he began to advance slowly, his entire body emitting a dazzling golden light. The system promptly displayed a notification. Prayer Lord Substitute. Assess level, 0 per 1,000. Strength, 40 per 20 normal human, 10. Speed, 60 per 20. Intelligence, 260 per 80. Defense, 55 per 5. HP, 5,000 per 1,000. Energy, 505 per 505. 150. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every half hour. Growth, 160 per 80. Action range, 25 mAh/10 mAh. An SS level super composite substitute is extremely powerful and appearing in reality continuously consumes energy 1 point per hour. Prayer book fulfills one wish of the host with reduced energy cost depending on a wish's difficulty and reality. Cooldown, none. Wish book. When the host wants to make a wish, enhances its success rate. Energy cost depending on difficulty, cooldown, none. Looking at the system interface, he laughed delightedly. Critical hit rate had reached 30% plus the diamond grade sword aura he just acquired, plus 15% critical rate from the Heart of Annihilation. Does not that make nearly 50% critical chance wishes SS level luck increase 5-fold? When not lottery draws be amazing. Wish book S level, effect allows changing between 3 wish forms. 1 battle wish, hit rate and crit rate plus 30% and plus 10%, and killing monsters grants triple experience. 2. Iron Wall Wish dodge rate, plus 30% and plus 10%, and every 5 minutes blocks 1 random attack. 3. Reading further, he became even more excited. Lucky Wish, luck plus 15x and plus 5x. Cooldown, after each form change, 1 minute cooldown within a 4-minute cycle. He immediately took the book and approached pledging his vow. Great Master, I praise you and thank you for granting me a new life. After finishing with the prayer lord, the Black Emperor immediately summoned Hui Dakot. In a flash she appeared before him. Hui Dakot, she slightly bowed her head. Yes, Master. Right after that, she began to advance slowly. This time her advancement was different from the others. The system displayed a series of notifications. Hui Dakot substitute. Assess level, 6 per 1000, strength 220 per 100, normal human 10, speed 330 per 130, intelligence 50 per 20, defense 40 per 10, HP 6500 per 2000, energy 270 per 270-90, energy recovery 1 point per 5 minutes. Growth, 190 per 60. Action range, 110 mini/20 m. SS level super composite due to being extremely powerful appearing in reality constantly consumes energy 1 point per hour. Rainy Night Parasol increases defense by 500 per 100. Damage exceeding that only reduces energy blocking. 150 per 50 damage consumes 1 energy point. Rainy Night Blade, attack deals 270 per 70 true damage, consumes 2 energy points per second. During rainy nights, energy cost reduced 60% per 10%. Moonlight Beauty, at night without rain, each time attacked or hitting an enemy adds 1 stack. Moonlight effect lasts 30s up to 10 stacks. Moonlight reduces defense by 3% and attack by 1%. When Moonlight expires, triggers Shatter effect. Each stack deals 100 true damage. Each application of Moonlight consumes energy. Lamlak smiled at the woman before him, surprised in thought. Though Hui Dakot looked like a gentle, beautiful young lady, her stats were no weaker than the Black Emperor's. Truly a pure combat-type substitute. At this moment, the system displayed her information. Rainy Night, S level, effects 1 in rainy weather under the parasol blocks, all probing/detection. 2 can summon heavenly phenomena anytime creating rain in a small area even during the day. 3 in rainy nights, her attack speed increases by 25 per 5%. Seeing that you were a bit tired, the Lord quickly came closer and said respectfully, Master, why do not you rest for a while? Let me handle the distribution of the remaining crystals. You nodded in agreement. All right. I am troubled by how complex it is to distribute the remaining crystals. I will leave it to you. He immediately looked at the crystals in front of him, surprised as he carefully examined the situation. The remaining crystals could upgrade both the savior and the fetus to S level, and not only that, a large amount of crystals could further enhance their abilities. Hearing that, Lamlak also fell in a deep thought. With the equipment and his current strength combined, his combat power now was probably equivalent to S level 7. An S level awakened, who lets their guard down would mostly be no match for him. He was still thinking of strategies that could guarantee victory. Relying only on the diary that Lu Viu was definitely not an ordinary SS level awakened, he surely had other tricks up his sleeve. He must not be given the chance to unleash his full power. The right to invade was his only path to victory. Standing to the side, Master Liu observed everything in surprise and spoke. In prosperous times, Buddhism flourishes openly. Deep in the mountains, Taoism keeps to itself. In chaotic times, bodhisattvas do not meddle in worldly affairs, and the old lord wields his sword to save the wounded. Now that chaos has come, it is time for me, Master Lu Vu, to act and rebuild the universe. On his forehead at that moment was an invisibility talisman. As he assessed the situation, he quietly stroked his beard, thinking the Black Emperor will surely come here to absorb energy. Once I kill him, I will, just as before, establish the Heavenly Master sect and dominate this land. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him, startling him. So have you realized that you are about to be defeated? Right after that, a surge of power attacked, but Master Liu managed to dodge in time. Lamlak and the Black Emperor slowly approached him. Coldly, he said, I originally wanted to kill you before you could react. Quick reflexes, I see. Master Liu immediately stood up, walked over to Lamlak and questioned him. Who are you that you dare to strike at me? He stepped toward him and shouted, Me, I am the one who came to kill you. Hearing that, the man burst into a smug laugh. Kill me. Who gave you that courage relying on this substitute of yours? He did not answer, only gave a cold, faint smile. At that moment, Hui Deko standing behind him drew her sword, charged forward, and shouted, Die! The man immediately summoned his enormous substitute in front of him and roared his command, projection of the divine, heavenly sovereign manifest, majestic heavenly sovereign. Right after that, his gigantic substitute struck at Hui Deko, but she managed to block just in time. You little brat, daring to cause trouble here. Master Liu coldly stood before him and questioned, Brat, tell me, who ordered you to come kill me? Lam Lak, a bit bewildered, looked at the man right in front of him as expected. A sneak attack had no effect on this guy. Seeing a slight change in his attitude, the man laughed, revealing his cruelty. Tongue-tied, are you? Then kneel before me. His double shouted loudly, brandishing his weapon before the heavenly venerable's might. All who face him must kneel. Right after that, his weapon came crashing down toward him. He quickly retreated and signaled to everyone with power in his voice, Fall back. The Black Emperor's attack cannot be stopped. Then Lam Lak shouted, Kill him, Black Emperor. Hearing this, the Black Emperor nodded in agreement. Understood. At that moment, Hui Deko also rushed toward Master Liu, attacking from behind, catching him somewhat by surprise. When he saw both sides charging into attack, he loudly asked attack for both sides. Then he loudly invoked some sort of technique. Thunder God aid me. Guanyin aid me. Immediately after that, something emerged from the ground where Hui Deko was attacking. When the Black Emperor's punch came toward him, he transformed into a large jar. Lam Lak froze at the sight, wondering why is that. The jar slowly cracked open, releasing a strange vapor into the air. Seeing the situation turn bad, he immediately ordered Black Emperor, Hui Deko, fall back. Master Liu walked up to him and questioned, You're the Black Emperor. He looked at the man before him a bit surprised, thinking, I did not expect him to have 3 stand-ins. He slowly walked forward together with his substitutes confirming it. Yes, Lu Viyu. Give it everything you have got, otherwise, you will die here today. Hearing that, Master Liu was somewhat surprised. He had his own calculations in mind. Why would the Black Emperor suddenly want to strike at me? Could it be because he was reborn and knows I will kill him? So he decided to strike first. Forget it, it is fine. Then he immediately challenged him to come closer. Compared to fighting, I, a heavenly master in my own right, have never feared anyone. Suddenly, Master Liu raised his hand high toward the sky. A dazzling light instantly appeared before their eyes. Heavenly Venerable Demon Slayer, aid me. In less than a second, a loud noise erupted here, and Lin Lak's group looked ahead with some bewilderment. A gigantic pitch-black hand appeared right before his eyes. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. This was an SS-class summoning. A colossal guardian instantly appeared, slowly reporting to Master Liu. Heavenly Venerable Demon Slayer, obeys the order. Kill the traitor. Zhenwu has received the command. The Black Emperor stepped forward, blocking Lin Lak to protect his master. Hui Deko nodded in agreement. All right. He fiercely threw a punch toward Shanvu, but seemed to have no effect on him, sweeping away the earthly demons. At that moment, Hui Deko took the chance to rush in with her sword, but he calmly grabbed the blade in her hand. Seeing this, Lin Lak was startled. It seemed he had miscalculated something without using any skills. He fought evenly against 2 S-level avatars. He looked at the celestial venerable right in front of him, then at the unequal battle. The movement speed and attack speed of the demon-slaying celestial venerable were fast, but clearly different from the avatar behind Lu Viyu. Master Liu was still looking at him smugly, seeming quite pleased. Lin Lake, however, kept calculating based on the content from the Apocalypse Journal. Lu Vu had other tricks, likely a kind of magic that borrowed the power of the gods, similar to a divine shadow. Right after that, he noticed the 2 avatars right behind Lu Vu, matching his prediction, 3 avatars, 2 combat types, and the remaining 1 likely support. He truly was slightly stronger than the average S level. Thinking this made him a bit uneasy, Lu Viyu suddenly smiled with hidden meaning. But even with 1 demon slaying celestial venerable, Lin Lak had to use 2/3 of his strength. Compared to him, it was like worms trying to shake a tree. Then he hurriedly waved his hand, ordering the heavenly venerable right in front. Demon spear, heavenly venerable, you go ahead. Seeing that, Lam Lak smiled and asked him, why stop fighting? Is the great heavenly master afraid now? Master Liu laughed loudly at that, immediately hitting his sore spot. How could I be Black Emperor? Even if you were reborn and returned, I still would not fear you. At that moment, his face grew pale as he wondered to himself. How does he know this? Could it be a Taoist spell that can see the future? He stepped closer to him and questioned, is this the reason you want to kill me? Master Liu shook his head with a laugh, quickly explaining, no. I just want to prove that even if none of you had been reborn, my strength would still surpass yours. Hearing that, he was puzzled, not understanding what the man meant. Us besides me? Who else? His mind instantly shifted to planning the next move. Unexpectedly, he was not the only one reborn. Besides dealing with Lu Vu right now, he would later have to find a way to investigate this matter and conceal the fact of rebirth. Master Lu sighed, looking at him, then immediately proposed, "Talking is useless. Let us fight and see what you can do." Right after that, he summoned another avatar, Thon Nguyen, Du Dao, Chong Quan to assist me. Immediately, another of his avatars appeared, Duong Ton, awaiting orders. Lam Lak was a bit surprised at this scene. He could not believe his eyes. Duong Tian from the legends. Master Lu instantly noticed his reaction and laughed smugly. "Just now, I only sent Thuang Ma Tian Ton, and that was enough to fend off 2 of your avatars. So how about it, if you kneel and beg right now? There's still time." Lam Lak coldly pulled out a gun from inside his clothing. The man looked at him with some surprise. "And this is..." Then he burst into wild laughter, hurriedly mocking our protagonist. "Black Emperor, are you stupid? What era do you think this is still using guns? Do you actually think you can beat me with that?" Lam Lak smiled, raised the gun, and explained to him, "I did not prepare this gun for you." Hearing that, the man was slightly puzzled. He quickly tried to dissuade Lam Lak, saying, "Even if you can't defeat me, there's no need to commit suicide. Or perhaps I can show great mercy and let you be my soldier." Lam Lak smiled, looking at him right in front of her. "I'm not trying to commit suicide." He decisively pulled the trigger. Immediately after, the bullet sped straight toward his head. At that very moment, when the bullet was less than a fraction of a centimeter from Lam Lak's head and about to log him out, a protective shield appeared. He shouted loudly, commanding Savior, "Come out." Right after that, a hand lightly flicked the bullet away. The Savior immediately appeared behind Lam Lak, obeying his command. Master Lu saw him pulling such a stunt and burst out laughing mockingly. "What flashy tricks. But with 4 substitutes, no wonder you were so arrogant." He smiled and explained to him, "You have summoned 4 people. So of course I have to call in reinforcements too. I can't be left behind." He arrogantly ordered the 2 substitutes right beside him. "Heavenly venerable demon slayer, true lord of pure origin. Listen to my command, defeat them." The 2 immediately nodded in agreement. "True lord, your order is to kill the demons. Yang Jian, your order is to cleanse the human world." On this side, Lam Lak also promptly ordered his own substitutes. "All 3 of you go together, defeat these weaklings and capture Lu Vu." The Black Emperor stepped forward to True Lord and said to him, "Master, leave this big one to me." Hui Dekot moved ahead and said to the Savior, "I will deal with the other one. Savior, you take charge of their true body." He looked surprised and said, "Wait, you help that lump of metal leave this side to me." Yang Jian chuckled smugly at the 2 and said, "It seems my true body has not been to the human world for a long time. Yet even a tiny ant dares to oppose me." The Savior, hearing that, grew furious and conjured a protective barrier to block him. Arrogant words, he immediately swung the axe in his hands and shouted angrily, "You petty thing! How dare you wave an axe before the master?" Right after that, a loud noise erupted from his arm, making him a bit surprised. "What?" The Savior immediately raised his hand to the sky and shouted a command, "Explode! New world!" Instantly, countless explosions erupted here. Seeing this trick, Yang Jian became furious. He swallowed his anger inside. "Damn it." Master Liu extended his hand forward, laughing triumphantly, and invited Guanin to act. Guanin calmly flew up, gently advanced, and used the jade purity vase. Right after that, Yang Jian slowly recovered. Lam Lak was stunned by this sight. Bewildered, he realized that the damage from the New World explosions triggered by the Savior had healed in an instant. Right after that, it was time for him to change his plan. "No. If we let him keep attacking, it will only waste my energy for nothing. If we push Lu Vu into desperation and he fights us recklessly, I will lose my chance to strike." Lam Lak quickly shouted loudly, "You 3, get back here!" Hearing that, the Savior immediately turned back toward him to discuss a strategy. Seeing this, Master Lu burst out laughing smugly. "What? Do not dare to fight, then let me take action." He then pointed toward Lam Lak's group and shouted loudly, "All together, blow them up." Watching him act like that, he felt a bit pleased inside. Very good so far. Everything was almost identical to the records in the future journal. Then Lam Lak slowly extended his hand forward and spoke calmly, "Activate perfect fusion." Immediately, the Black Emperor, Dekot, and the Savior were gradually guided by him, 3 as 1 in their strongest form. The 3 Black Emperor, Hui Dekot, and the Savior were instantly and continuously engulfed in flames. Right after that, the 3 merged into one. As expected of the protagonist, his level was on another tier. The system displayed a notification, Hui Dekot, composite form. The system immediately analyzed the skills, substitute Hui Dekot, composite form. Fusion targets, Black Emperor Savior. Rank, SS+. Strength, 600, normal human, 10. Speed, 600. Intelligence, 88. Defense, 400. HP, 10,000. Energy, 600 per 600. Energy recovery rate, growth. Lam Lak saw that and burst in a joyful laughter. SS+++. This stat is on par with SS level. Right after that, Hui Dukat moved forward to attack the three substitutes. Seeing this, Master Lu grew furious and shouted loudly, "Insolent." She calmly used her familiar move, Tram Tui Gui Oi. He immediately yelled out, "Break." Suddenly Yang Jian and Shan Quan both rushed toward her, threatening, "Do not you dare take another step forward." She kept using her power to attack them. "Anyone who blocks me will die. Seize the mission." Seeing this, they exchanged uneasy words. The attacks are too fast. Seeing the situation turned bad, Master Lu immediately pulled something from his robes and spoke to him. "Black Emperor, I admit you do have some skills, but with just these petty tricks, thinking you can defeat me is still far too delusional." Right after that, he took out a small box in his hand. "Let me show you the inheritance passed down for hundreds of years in our heavenly master lineage." He slowly placed it on his head and recited the ancestral mantra. "Celestial energy flows endlessly. My path prospers like the dragon. The heavenly master's lineage has been passed down for hundreds of years. Disciple Lu View, 66th generation heavenly master." Lamlak was a bit surprised to see this strange action that was. He immediately recognized this command token, and the story began to unfold. On Or 1/11/1821, the 56th generation heavenly master Trong Dao Lan single-handedly hunted down the demon XA, who had committed evil for many years, saving people from dire suffering. Then on 07/07/1937, senior brother Trong handed his junior a token of inheritance and instructed, "Junior brother Liu, I entrust you with the heavenly master's sex heritage." The man respectfully accepted it. Senior brother Trong, outside the soldiers are in chaos. "You know, while this trip is extremely dangerous, why still go your own way?" Before leaving, the senior brother reminded, in prosperous times, cultivate in the mountains. In troubled times, descend to save lives. Temper your day, O heart, in my lifetime. At that time, the land was in great turmoil. The world was shaking. The 61st generation heavenly master Trong Fu came down from the mountains using his limited strength to devote himself to the great cause of saving all living beings. In the blink of an eye, time moved to 08/15/1993. Senior brother was still advising his junior, Due. "I have calculated that in 30 years the world will enter an unprecedented new era. You must be cautious in choosing a successor and build an age that belongs to our heavenly master sect." The junior immediately nodded. "Lucy Due will strictly follow the master's orders. This token has been passed down through many generations." Returning to the present, Master Lu continuously chanted the mantra, "Lu Vu, you are the most outstanding disciple our heavenly master sect has had in hundreds of years. Now heaven and earth have greatly changed, the era of the heavenly masters has come. Take the heavenly master token down the mountain. The ancestral masters in heaven will protect you. Rest assured, master," he thought silently to himself, "I, Lu Vu, will never fail the master's mission." Right after that, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked forward, and shouted loudly, "Honored ancestral masters, please manifest and aid me." Immediately, 12 deities appeared behind him, so difficult, yet he still managed it, showcasing the prestige of our celestial master sect. Seeing this, Lamlak was astonished, speaking to himself projections of the 12 divine beings, each on par with an S-level avatar. This person's summoning ability is even more terrifying than mine. No wonder in the future diary, without using my full power, I could not defeat him. With strength like this, the celestial master sect of my past life became a mere folk cult in his hands. What a waste. Meanwhile, the battle here remained fierce. Hui Dukat alone had a fight against multiple avatars as the other shore bloomed. They kept appearing one after another, attacking her relentlessly. Golden light shone with divine spells. The celestial sovereign, awe-inspiring. Alone, she could not stand against them all. She shouted angrily, "Let me go!" Master Liu looked down at Lamlak, smug Black Emperor. "You have lost. I have always cherished talent. If you are willing to obediently kneel and kowtow, become my little brother, I might just spare you." He burst into a wicked laugh, already plotting in his mind. "Once I tame the Black Emperor, I will seek out Du Taikeep. Both of them came from the future, and once they are under my command, that will be the moment my celestial master sect rises again." Surprised, he then gradually composed himself, looked at him and said, "The Celestial Master's sect truly is formidable, but it is a pity that Celestial Master's order is in your hands, such a waste. And now, your centuries-old legacy will fall to me." He was a bit stunned when he heard what you said. "What did you say?" You looked at the egg right in front of you, triggering the detonator's emotions. Right after that, you thought to yourself, "It is time, this is my only chance at survival." You then focus your gaze on the egg floating right in front of you. Lamlak focused on holding the egg and slowly spoke to all of them. "Triggering emotions is a double-edged sword. Choosing the wrong one will hurt yourself. I must choose the most suitable emotion to resolve this danger. Feel the emotions of every living being within 300,000 meters. An image of a young couple arguing appeared. The young man shouted, "Shut up! Stop crying!" Next was an image of a thief snatching a handbag from a girl walking down the street. "Give it here," the girl panicked and begged. "Please, someone save me. Help." All of these details gathered and appeared in his mind. Resentment, fear, helplessness, despair. He frowned slightly, feeling rather uncomfortable. No, these emotions are all wrong. Then he slowly brought the egg closer to his forehead to examine it. Wait, this is at that moment. The head of the security bureau shook hands with the reporter and announced, "Reporter Yao, the footage you brought back is extremely valuable. I will make sure to spread it to everyone. This crisis can be overcome. We have the ability to defeat these monsters." Another scene shows people desperately protecting Lamlak, amplifying all signals, trying to broadcast the footage of the Black Emperor risking his life alongside the defenders and the insectide to all citizens, making the clip go viral. Hoping that as many people as possible will see this clip, he smiled and urged everyone not to give up their will to survive. Elsewhere, a security team captain stood up to announce news to everyone. "Everyone, the Black Emperor has proven to us that these monsters are not unbeatable. Protecting the nation and the people, being loyal to the fatherland is the duty of us soldiers. This operation will enter the city area to rescue civilians in distress. That is all. Thank you." At that moment, a police car arrived with an announcement. "May heaven bless Hawaha. United in sincerity, we do not fear disaster. You are saved." Innocent citizens immediately rejoiced, shouting, "We are saved. The state has come to rescue us." A young man excitedly added, "As long as we stay united, the monsters are not scary. We must trust the state and the government. We can definitely endure this." After watching all this footage, Lamlak smiled with satisfaction. The future journal was not wrong. He lifted the egg high and made a bold declaration. "I have decided. My new incarnation, be born amid the hopes and prayers of millions in this city." Immediately, all the stars gathered into the egg. The egg gradually cracked open and a pair of wings appeared, astonishing everyone. Wings. Right after that, an angel appeared carrying the cherished hopes of Lamlak. She smiled, walked up to him and introduced herself. "Respected Master, I'm the Angel of Hope born from the hopes of millions. I will help you overcome all obstacles." Hearing this, he smiled. The Angel of Hope, the system displayed information. Substitute of the Angel of Hope, SE rank. Strength, 88, normal humans, 10. Speed, 150. Intellect, 140. Defense, 100. Health, 8,000. Energy, 400 per 400. Hope power, 600 per 600. Energy recovery speed depends on consuming hope power. Only then can energy be restored. Maturity 180, action range 60 meters. Method to obtain hope power. At birth, it directly gathers the hope power of all living beings within 300,000 meters. After birth, to replenish hope power, one must rekindle the hope in others' hearts. He looked at her, thinking more deeply. A substitute that does not consume energy, yet gains 20% power beyond the limit. The system interface appeared, informing him due to S-level substitutes' immense strength. Simply existing in the real world consumes energy every hour. In reality, uses 1 energy point. Eternal vitality allows a substitute to use abilities without consuming energy, or allows the host to use skills without spending mana, and grants the target a blessing. By spending personal energy, one can gain 20% power beyond the limit with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Hope's gift grants ordinary people the Feather of Hope. Those who consume it can gain a portion of hope power in reality. People with a Feather of Hope can pray to communicate with the Angel of Hope, borrowing a portion of her power by spending 1 to 100 energy points. Hope Blossoms consumes hope power to temporarily grant of being the strength to realize the hope within their heart. Master Lu furiously shouted at him, then slowly ordered his subordinates, feigning mystery. "Masters, please act to eradicate evil and protect the path." The subordinates immediately nodded in unison. "Yes." He chuckled and looked at Master Lu, then slowly said, "Lu Vu, no matter how powerful your heavenly veins are, how can they compare to the hope of millions?" He loudly commanded the Angel of Hope to charge forward. "Go!" Immediately, she advanced towards them and gently recited her own incantation, Eternal Vitality, Hope Blossoms. Thousands of chains instantly appeared, binding the Angel of Hope tightly. She seemed completely unconcerned about them and shouted loudly, "My power keeps surging out." At that moment, the large chains kept breaking apart. The Angel of Hope immediately charged toward Master Lu, sword in hand, prepare to die. The other masters instantly refused to stand idly by, continuously stepping in front of him to shield him. Solemn, Heavenly Sovereign, Immortal Jade Du. The Angel of Hope still maintained her cold demeanor, responding lightly with a move, Black Flame Barrier. Her barrier immediately began to slowly crack apart from his place. Seeing this, Master Liu laughed in smug satisfaction. A barrier. Suddenly, there was no one in front of him at all. Bewildered, he looked around. Where is everyone? The Angel of Hope appeared behind him just a second later and swung her sword. Where are you looking? She immediately used a finishing move to make him log out Drunken Realm Strike. Master Lu saw things going wrong and shouted an order. Grandmaster, save me. Guanyin instantly chanted a Buddhist verse, Amit Ba Buddha. Right after that, he slowly curled up into the vase in her hand. His substitutes kept leaping at the Angel of Hope, attacking non-stop so she could not react. Brat, how dare you ignore us? She drew her bow and sword and struck back, causing their attacks to gradually fade. She coldly spoke, golden cicadas shedding. A second later, she was standing right in front of him, forcing his substitutes to urgently block her. Seeing the situation take a dire turn, Lamlak shouted in order to all his substitutes, Lord of Prayer, Angel of Hope, I want Huey Deco's blade to strike true and shatter everything. Grant Huey Deco the power to go beyond the limit, defeat the enemy's strength. The Angel of Hope stood waiting for the miracle to come to her. The Lord of Prayer immediately answered his words and carried out the command understood. And above all, Huey Deco immediately charged forward and shouted, 100 soldiers formation. This place was utterly devastated, firing crystals that attacked Master Lu's substitute. They screamed in pain. These men cried out in unwillingness. We never thought we would be defeated by the second son. In the end, they vanished into the void. Master Lu was furious at this sight. He suppressed his rage deep inside. Damn it, how did this woman suddenly get so powerful? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Immediately after, he slowly turned around. Seeing this, Lamlax shouted loudly, Wanna run, Enchantress Queen, pink illusion. At once, his whole body was enveloped by a pink power. Panic made him stammer, It is over. The Enchantress Queen slowly moved toward him, taking control. Meanwhile, the battle between his substitute and Huey Deco still continued. Wrath of the Celestial Lord, she quickly countered Invader's grip. Lamlock ran up from behind him and laughed gleefully. Now it is my turn to act. Immediately after, Quantum swung her hand toward him and shouted, How dare you! Seeing streams of water gradually moving toward him, he quickly jumped up to evade, Heavenly Pearl Jade Dew. A second later, he smugly snatched the command token from the man's body. The Celestial Master token is mine. At once, the man slowly regained consciousness. Then, bewildered, he looked around and cursed, Damn it. All the divine shadows I summoned are gone. His substitute, seeing this, was a bit surprised, Master. Lamlax smiled, raised the jade dew toward him, and teased, So it is true this old man is actually your real form. All these others were summoned by the Celestial Master token. Hearing that, the man became furious, pointed straight at his face, and cursed loudly, Despicable wretch, return my Celestial Master token. I'm not the type to back down, so I snapped back at him angrily, Return it. In your dreams, Hui Dekoi, kill him. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Although, the future diary says Lu Viu would eventually escape. Right now, the Heavenly Command Talisman is in my hands. His strength has dropped sharply if I can really take him down. It will be a huge win for me. He slowly pulled a yellow talisman from his clothing and began chanting incantations around himself. I invite the Northern Chief of the Four Saints, Heavenly General Njosi, Chan Nongwen. Aid me. Heavenly General Njosi, Chan instantly appeared here radiating an imposing aura. Seeing this, Lamlek froze on the spot. Thinking in astonishment, I did not expect him to have another trick up his sleeve. This one is stronger than the previous ones. The man lowered himself to the ground and slowly recited an incantation, Yin Yang Thunder God Shield. It was as if everything here instantly halted in Madar. Hui Dekot, who was fighting Liu Tian Sui's clone, suddenly seemed to be battling thin air. He furiously flew into a sphere and without forgetting to turn back, taunted me. Black Emperor, I will leave the Heavenly Command Talisman with you for now, but one day, I will kill you and cleanse. The humiliation of today. Hearing that, Lomlak was enraged, clenching his fists and shouting curses, restoring the full energy of the Lord of Prayers, and immediately locking onto Louvre, U.S. location. A moment later, amid the modern 21st century skyline, the vehicle was flying through the air when surprised. It asked Lamlak, Master Luvius is in the alley down to the left. He grew furious and immediately gave chase. Master Lu, weeds not completely uprooted will grow again with the spring breeze. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I can't let him just get away like this. Meanwhile, he looked outside with deep worry. Perhaps he had done too many evil deeds to ever be at peace. The Celestial Master's decree was gone, and he only had 3 talismans of the Heavenly General left. If he fought again, he feared it would cost him his life. What should he do? Go back to the mountain to find his master, or seek help from Leo too? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, slamming his palm hard against the wall. Damn it. Going back to look for reinforcements like this is humiliating. If I had unleashed my full power from the star to kill him, there's no way I would have lost. Suddenly, at that moment, a stream of energy appeared right behind him. He had not yet realized what was happening. He had intended to carry himself through the martial world with an air of virtue and prestige, but now that demeanor was useless. Right then, sensing something unusual, he startled and quickly tilted his head to look forward. He hurried to feel your presence, and in an instant quickly pressed 2 talismans to his eyes, celestial vision talismans. Master Liu was bewildered, sensing something was approaching. Right after that, the figure of Hui Decote appeared before his eyes. He was utterly shocked. How could this be? Then he hastily removed the two talismans in front of him. How did he know I was here? No, I must leave quickly. He quickly tore a talisman and summoned Heavenly Warrior Jade, True Longevity General. The general slowly appeared behind him. Heavenly Warrior Jade, True Longevity General, help me. He nodded in response. Yin Yang Thunder God Shield. After that, he smugly left the place. Over here, Hui Decote touched the ground with her hand, then turned to Lim Lac and said, "We let him get away again." Hearing that, he looked somewhat surprised toward Lord Prayer. "He ran that fast, Lord Prayer. Chase after him." The young man nodded in obedience. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Master Lu was still extremely confused, wondering how he had learned his location. Astonished, he thought to himself, "Damn it, how does this freak manage to find me every single time? Could it be he has a clone that can pursue me?" Then he descended onto a giant beast. Glancing back, he analyzed multiple clones, fusion, control, and still able to chase. How can someone have such all-around innate abilities? Old Tu once said, there was no such figure in the previous life. Suddenly, that moment, a guard came up and pleaded with him, "Brother, our Phase 2 Awakens rank's energy is almost depleted. Could you come give us a hand?" He looked at the man in surprise. "Help with what?" Master Liu instantly looked at the boss behind them, a Void King insect. A surge of unease immediately rose within him. He shuddered again that feeling. Damn it, it just would not leave him alone. Then in anger he shoved the policeman hard, shouting loudly, "Get out! Do not bother me!" Terrified, he turned and ran without looking back, leaving the policeman frozen in place. When a superior arrives, you can't force others to risk their lives to help. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared behind the policeman, making him scream in fear. Hui Decote promptly sliced the monster in half with the move Drunken World slash. Lamlac asked the policeman in surprise, "Are you okay?" He stammered in fear, pointing behind the two of them. "Careful, they're coming again." Lamlac leapt up and unleashed a powerful technique, Windblade slash, wiping out all those monsters in an instant. The police officer was stunned by the scene, then quickly exclaimed, "Incredible! We are saved." Then, disregarding all pride, he dropped his knees right in front of Lamlac, pleading, "Please help us. These monsters are too strong. Our weapons and guns can't kill them. My teammates have suffered heavy casualties." Being a righteous man who helps others, Lamlac immediately agreed. "Rest assured, since I am here, you're safe now." Suddenly, the giant boss slowly began moving toward the two of them. Seeing this, the officer grew fearful and anxious. It is the Void Kingworm. It is summoning its kin. Lamlac looked at the boss before him and calmly assessed. "It seems there is more than one Void Kingworm. Looks like they're just like ordinary animals claiming territory and setting up camp." The officer's worry deepened. He said, "Little brother, I know you are formidable, but these monsters pouring in are hard to deal with. We would better be careful." Hearing that, he smiled, grabbed his sword, and stepped toward the monster, intending to take it down in moments. "All right. Have you men fall back? From here on, this is my battlefield." Seeing how reckless he was, the man quickly tried to dissuade him. "Young brother, do not be careless. This monster is really no simple matter." A second later, Lamlac had already charged at the monster, launching an attack, Gale Sword Stance. Sensing that something was wrong, Hui Decote quickly spoke up, "Master, it is time." Then Hui Decote instantly split into three figures just like before. The Black Emperor, powerless, apologized to him. "Master, I failed to complete the mission. I am very sorry." He turned back with a smile to reassure everyone. "It is all right. The future diary already predicted this. Now, our mission is to blow up this worm." Immediately after, everyone joined forces to attack the giant monster. Seeing the scene, a policeman shouted excitedly, "The Black Emperor! It is the Black Emperor!" Remembering something, he quickly used his radio to inform Sister Hui of some news. "Captain, the Black Emperor has arrived. We are saved." Hearing that, the commander could hardly believe his ears. "The Black Emperor has arrived. Do not you dare lie to me. If you are lying, be careful. I will beat you." He immediately sat down to explain, "Captain, it really is the Black Emperor. His double looks exactly like in journalists' use footage of young girl carrying a blade and a double in black armor." Hearing this, the commander instantly became overjoyed. "Excellent. I will report this to the division commander right away." Meanwhile, Lamlac was still going all out in his attack. He hurriedly ordered Hui Decote, Black Emperor full assault. The Black Emperor also leapt forward to attack the monster while he decisively swung his sword. The giant monster suddenly tilted its head to the sky and roared, signaling that something bad was about to happen. A police officer saw this in surprise and muttered, "What is going on?" These monsters suddenly panicked and ran away. The officer beside him immediately looked ahead in confusion. "Wait, my double can hear sound from far away. What, the Black Emperor is dueling the Void King bug? Is that real?" One officer stepped forward and rallied everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Black Emperor is our city's hero. I will absolutely not let him fight alone. Who is willing to charge in with me to help? Him out hearing this, everyone responded in unison. I am willing, me too. Count me in. Meanwhile, Lamlack kept looking at the monsters ahead and wondered, your teammates sure took their time. Any later, and I would have to clean up your remains for the king bug. He smiled, pulled out his potion bottle, and looked at them. Experience, delivered right to my doorstep. If you do not want it, what a waste. Then he slowly opened the lid of the jar, summoning a familiar monster. This monster was none other than the frost beast appearing with a fearsome look. Lamlack calmly looked at the beast in front of him and thought. Although its combat power was no different from that of a typical EI-class substitute, its large size made it well suited to deal with. Small insect swarms, not letting him down, this beloved pet immediately unleashed its skill frost breath. He smiled at the monsters in front of him, feeling somewhat pleased. Nice. Killing the Void King bug will earn me 5 destiny spin cards and 5 destiny crystals. Even small fry or still meat, these little bits of experience add up to quite a lot. Suddenly from behind him came a shout that startled him into turning around. Black Emperor, hold on. We are coming right away. 4 police officers hurriedly ran toward him with guns and announced, Black Emperor, do not be afraid. We will help you. He was at a loss for words as he looked at the group in front of him. Since when did I call for help? Lamlack loudly warned all these people to obediently stand aside and watch without taking action. Anyone who acts will be dealt with by me. Then he smiled and said to the police officers there, trash like the Void King worm, just has slightly higher life stats. The summon bugs are just annoying. I do not need anyone's help. Hearing that, the crowd immediately stared at him blankly, not understanding what he was talking about. Trash. Big trash. He did not bother explaining, but calmly raised his sword high and slowly recited the incantation, Wind Blade Formation. The monster lunged at him, but he swiftly struck back with his sword. In less than a minute, the monster was completely defeated. The system immediately popped up a series of notifications. Congratulations, player, for successfully killing the Guardian of the Void. Kingworm. Congratulations, player. You have received 5 fate spin tickets, 5 fate crystals. Congratulations, player. You dealt 70% of the damage to the Void King worm and gained 35 to 280,000 experience points. Crossing 6 levels to kill a monster grants 700% experience points plus 400% for extermination, wish, and 100 battles plus another 300% experience for a total accumulated bonus of 8,400% experience points. Congratulations, player. Your level has risen to level 29. The police officer was stunned, mouth agape in amazement. As expected of the Black Emperor, the global #1, these worms truly have no way against him. Lamlack walked away without even glancing back at them. He just left like that. The Void King worm was taken care of, handle the rest yourselves. Hearing that, everyone immediately looked at him with admiration. One police officer was moved to tears, wondering if he would just leave like that. A nearby officer, surprised, remarked that doing good without expecting reward was truly a role model in life, worthy of respect. Elsewhere, in a high-rise building, a loud explosion rang out. Master Liu smashed the glass and rushed inside. He hurried in the room, kicked the door open and shouted, loud too, is anyone here? Seeing no one around, he quickly looked around and cursed, damn it, wretched luck. I swallowed my pride to call for reinforcements and that guy is not even here. Feeling rather helpless now, he decided to use a talisman. He sighed angrily. The Black Emperor's power is far too strange. If you want detailed information about him or to reclaim your strength, you will have to cooperate with me. Whoever hears this, please pass the message on to Lao Lao too. I will certainly repay the favor later. Be sure to contact me. Then he quickly stuck the talisman onto the wall, sighing, this place is not safe to stay in for long. Suddenly, a daring thought flashed through Master Liu's mind. He felt it was time to fight back. No, I can't keep running. I must find a way to make sure the Black Emperor can't find me. Then he hurriedly summoned his substitute to appear, asking the Literary Star-Lord to relieve his worries and help him escape the enemy's tracking technique. I am the Literary Star-Lord. Here at your request to lend you a hand, Heavenly Master. His substitute quickly stepped right in front of him, carrying out the order of the Literary Star-Lord. Immediately afterward, it was as if his whole body was enveloped by some power, making him feel much more at ease. Master Liu let out a weary sigh and said, for now, that guy probably won't be able to find me anymore. He then grew slightly angry, blaming himself that was truly careless of me. But luckily, although I lost the Heavenly Master's order without the secret methods of the Heavenly Master sect, it can't be used. He slowly unfolded the map to examine it and devised a plan to deal with Lamlack. Let him hold on to it for now. Once I grow stronger, I will reclaim the Heavenly Master's order, then kill him to wash away my shame. Receiving this strange notification, he was surprised and wondered himself, that is odd. Why is my Heavenly Venerable Substitute's intelligence attribute short by 120 points? And why is the Heavenly Venerable Prestige skill only at 60%? With no time to think further, Master Liu immediately turned to leave, glancing around angrily as he assessed the area. Forget it. This place is not suitable to stay for long. I will study it later. Over here, the prayer lord asked in surprise. Master, Lu Vi, you has temporarily lost all trace. Do we still need to search? He shook his head in refusal, turned away and said, I have long known he has a way to break free. Chasing him further is meaningless. I have other matters to attend to. Then he smiled, looking at the future diary right in his hand and continued, besides with the power of the future diary, whatever he does, I could detect it in advance. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately instructed the prayer lord, right? I wish that if Lu Vu appears within 20 kilometers of someone important to me, I will be alerted. The prayer lord instantly nodded in agreement. Yes, master. Already exhausted today, he decided to open the system screen to check the information. All right, let's see what we have gained this time. After such a tough battle, do not disappoint me. The system display appeared. Black Emperor's substitute, S rank, experience 9 per 1000, intelligence 132, 120, plunder LV2, invasion authority LV4, Black Emperor's flame, LV2, Black Emperor's flame, LV1. Celestial Venerable's Majesty, 40% LV1, cannot be upgraded. Effect, suppress one or more targets within a 100-meter range. Consumption 1 to 80 depending on the opponent's stats and strength. No cooldown time. Reading this, he was taken aback and puzzled, wondering Celestial Venerable's Majesty at 40% is decent, but what is the use of increasing a Black Emperor warrior's intelligence by 1 to 20? Lamlac immediately sighed helplessly, gently closing the screen and saying, forget it. Perhaps after the Black Emperor upgrades to CS rank, it may evolve into a stronger plundering skill. He then recalled the talisman he had taken from Lu the Immortal Master. Slowly pulling it out, he examined the object carefully in front of him. This is the Celestial Master Order. How did that Lu Vu use it before? Feeling somewhat speechless, he pressed it against his forehead and softly recited the incantation, Celestial Master Order. He sighed wearily, looking at the command token in front of him. This kind of intersect item was clearly not something an outer sect member like us could use. Forget it. No need to rack my brains. He immediately tossed it to the prayer master in front of him and instructed, Old Chai, modify this Heavenly Master token so that only I can use it. The man smiled at him. Master, to alter this Heavenly Master token will consume half of my energy. He immediately drew energy from him, energy that was meant to be used. If the energy problem could be solved, then it was not really a problem. The man gave a faint smile, then flipped through some books and documents searching for information. Thank you, Master. A moment later, he handed the Heavenly Master token to him. Master, here you are. He smiled with a touch of pride at the item before him. This token was like an instance drop, showing a property interface, and it was even a Saint-grade item. The system instantly displayed the details of the item in front of him. Heavenly Master Token, top Saint-grade quality, sole user, Linlac. Permanently reduces own magic power by 1000 points. Summons within the Heavenly Master sect, last 10 minutes, cooldown 1 day. Linlac laughed, recalling how miserable he had been his previous life, 3 whole years without ever obtaining a single Saint-grade item or piece of equipment. Who would have thought that this kid, Lu Vieux, was hiding such a heaven-defined treasure? Remembering something surprising, he raised his hand to his shin and thought, why can I only summon 10 of them? Did not Lu Vieux once summon 12? Could it be that the ones killed by Hui Deco last time disappeared? Then he slowly put them away inside himself. Forget it. One should not be too greedy. The Heavenly Master Order with 10 beings of his level power is already a gain for me. He sighed in exhaustion, and now I'm the only one who can use this Heavenly Master Order. If that brat Lu Vieux finds out, he will probably be furious. Then he looked at the massive building right in front of him. It was almost time. Better hurry to those 2 secret realms to replenish energy. Once this trial level disaster passes, I will be ready to head to the northern plains. Meanwhile, Du Tai Keep was surprised as he answered the phone. What? Lu Vieux went solo against the Black Emperor and lost. He walked outside angrily and spoke up. He left a message saying this. Then he continued his comments, still visibly irritated. He also said that if you want to beat the Black Emperor, you will have to cooperate with him. But was not that brat Lu Vieux boasting he could defeat 3 people alone? How come he could not even handle the Black Emperor suddenly? Wise slowly approached from behind him and spoke up. The Black Emperor is not even familiar with him. So why would he actively attack him? I think Lu Vieux is quite the liar. He immediately nodded in agreement to the voice on the other end. Thanks for the info. I understand. Let us get in touch when we have time. A moment later, he slowly walked ahead and spoke to the Master of Time. According to the message, Liu Vieux left passed on from Hui Tai Lang. This should be the place. Beer still holds a lot of battle energy from the substitute. Seeing that the situation was bad, he bent down to touch the ground and investigate. There were signs of battle on the ground as well. This was the place. Lu Vieux's information was accurate. He quickly turned around to instruct the Master of Time behind him. Time King. Initiate a time playback for this area. The girl immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Right after that, a stream of time instantly enveloped Du Tai Keep. Seeing that his useful information had arrived, he hurriedly ordered, "Pause." Then he stepped into a reel of film and slowly said to the girl, "Let us look at this time period." As soon as he appeared, Du Tai Keep was surprised to see Hui Decode right in front of him. She was the substitute of the Black Emperor. After that, he continued looking toward the thick smoke and flames in that spot. That master was definitely hiding somewhere nearby. Seeing Lam Lak calmly standing there, he was surprised and spoke up. "Black Emperor, is that you? You came with me to be reborn into the time before the whole nation awakened to change history." Duda, I Keep stepped up in front of Lam Lak and said, "But I do not know you at all. Among the masters of the previous life, there was no one like you. In just a few short days, your strength has risen to such a terrifying level. Black Emperor, let me see your secret resume." The broadcast. Seeing a strange scene, he immediately ordered pause. In the scene, you were ordering your substitute to attack forward. He was a bit surprised. This body of black flame. Indeed, the residual power of the Time King was taken by you. The Master of Time asked him in surprise, "Master, do we want to join forces with Lu Viu?" He quickly stopped and wait. Right after that, he slowly closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Let me see. Lu Viu is level after all. How could he lose? A giant clock instantly appeared at his feet, continuously turning time. Noticing something was wrong, the Master of Time hurriedly spoke to Du Tai Keep. The time reversal has ended. He was somewhat angry, unable to believe his eyes. How could it be? How could one person have so many substitutes? What kind of talent has this Black Emperor awakened? Immediately after, he continued to give orders. Continue the time reversal. The little girl looked at him worriedly and tried to dissuade him. Master, using time reversal for too long will consume too much of your energy. He clenched his fist in anger. Even if I have to use up all the reserve energy I have recently gambled for, I still want to know the secret behind the Black Emperor's strength. Right after that, he shouted loudly, "Time reversal." During that span of time, he finally learned a reason. Lamlak reached out and gave an order. Seize talent. Activate. Seeing the scene, he was astonished. So that is it. Black Emperor, what kind of monster are you? You can kill people and steal their talents. After that, he looked at him in rage, then looked back at himself. But I have never even seen you, let alone been killed by you. How did you take away my substitute ability? The Master of Time hurried forward and asked, Master, should I keep tracking his location while he is asleep? We could extend time and blow him to pieces. He thought for a moment before replying to the girl, no need for now. This Black Emperor has too many secrets. I will observe what kind of person he is first. After all, those enemies from beyond the heavens are the true terror. If he is willing to exchange, cooperation is not impossible. At that moment, time shifted to the scene where he was making the log out of the demon cultivators. Good. Only 3 hours were needed to refine 30 portions of the track Vong Ji's remains. He happily took their skills and turned away. Good work, everyone. See you tomorrow. Elsewhere, Lamlak used his sword to attack the monsters. Sorry. He happily picked the crystal from the tall tree and chuckled with delight. At least this time, you were not driven from your home by that ugly army. Then he gathered all the crystals into his arms and said, We have used up all the energy. Let's go check out Danton Fawn's goal vault. Elsewhere, Lamlak ordered the Master of Prayers, Lao Ti, cut all the surveillance cameras in this building. He opened the door to a room and eagerly said, Let us go. What caught his eye next were bookshelves that made him glance around in surprise. This study is simpler than I imagined. Seeing a book that remained motionless piqued his curiosity. He slowly reached his hand toward it. Right after that, he activated some kind of secret mechanism. A room instantly opened before his eyes, and behind it was another room. Seeing that, Lamlak was extremely surprised. The moment he stepped inside, before him was a trove of lavish gold, silver, and jewels hidden away here. Oh my god. Lamlak looked around, cursing angrily. An ordinary person could go their whole life without eating or drinking and still never earn this amount of money. Truly, the rich die rich, and the poor die poor. Then he decided to use his power to hide away all this gold and silver, taking it all with him. He gathered it up and stuffed everything in his coat pocket, then spoke to order the master to pray to God, and lock onto the location of Vong Hongqi, chairman of the Vong Corporation. Hearing this, the man was a bit surprised and asked him, Master, are we heading there right now? He immediately nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with rare determination. Of course, daring to harm me, if Lu Viu had not suddenly intervened, I would have already killed my way to his door. Now I will send him straight to the underworld to give his report. The scene shifted to a large high-rise building. Vong Hangqi stood up and called out Uncle Q. Uncle Q, surprised to see him awake, handed over a coat. Second young master, you are awake. Breakfast is ready. He put on the coat and instructed, Got it. Clean up this place a bit. Uncle Q nodded, yes. Then he glanced at the bed where a blonde girl, foaming at the mouth, had logged out to another server. He told the old man, Next time, bring a few more people. One is too weak. Hearing that, the old man sighed. Yes, he thought to himself, ever since the fog sealed the city, second young master has been so bored. A while later, Vong Hangqi sat in his office sighing in boredom. The lockdown meant he could not go anywhere, and it was women every day. Bored to death suddenly, the lights in the room went out, surprising him. Power outage. Lamlak slowly walked up to him and spoke calmly. Second young master Vong likes games like this. How about playing escape from the secret chamber with me? He looked at you with a hint of surprise, not understanding what was happening. You? Who are you? How did you get in here? You simply replied with 4 words to explain majestic celestial. Immediately after, the master pressed Wang Hengjia's head hard down onto the table, making him cry out in pain. Lamlak slowly spoke to him. Even with only 40% of my strength, it is enough to keep you from moving or making a sound. Then he sat down at the table in the manner of a corporate boss and continued, Second young master Wang, you need to listen carefully to the rules of the game, because at that moment his expression turned terrifying. He deliberately frightened him. This concerns whether you live to see tomorrow. Finding the teasing amusing, he stood up to look around the room. In this room are 100 giant emperor insects. If they catch you, you are doomed. Lamlak's whole body radiated an intense killing intent that startled him, but I am not completely heartless. If you can make out for the back door, I will let you go. Then he cheerfully turned to leave. Second young master Wang, enjoy the game. At that moment, the light in the room suddenly became bright again. Vong Hengqi finally regained his senses and gasped for breath. What just happened? Could it be that he was hallucinating? He looked up at the sky in confusion and felt something flying toward him. When he raised his head to look, enormous monsters were slowly flying toward him. He was startled and terrified. This was not a hallucination. If he hesitated any longer, he would get logged out. Fearfully, he ran while shouting, Uncle Q, save me. Right after that, a strange escape route appeared in Vong Hengqi's mind. Feeling lucky, he ran quickly forward. The back door. I have to get out through the back door. As long as I get outside, I can survive. As soon as he ran out the back door, he was slightly astonished to see misty smoke in front of him. He had made it out. A deep, slow voice rang out, startling him. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first stage. A strange pitch-black figure stood obscured behind the mystical mist and slowly announced. Next, the second stage white mist-killing move. At this moment, Vong Hengqi was furious. He shouted angrily at the man in front of him. Who are you? How dare you mock me like this? Do you know who I am? You have offended the wrong person. You are dead. The mist gradually faded, revealing Lamlak's face. He spoke slowly to him. Young Master Vong, remember that defiant expression of yours now. Do not come begging for mercy later. When the smoke completely cleared, a massive, ferocious monster appeared behind Lamlak, glaring straight at Vong Hengqi. He calmly said, This time, I am only releasing 1 mutant hunter after. You. If you can pass through the door ahead and make it home, you win. Hearing that, he became enraged and shouted, Bastard, are you playing with me? Seeing the enormous monster right before him, he instantly felt powerless. Damn it. At this point, Vong Hengqi knew only to turn and run. As he sprinted away, he cursed, You damn brat. Once I get out of here, even if I have to use all the power of Vong Corporation, I will find out who you are. Though he was running frantically, his mouth did not stop hurling insults for even a second. I will make sure you die with no place to be buried. Suddenly 2 monsters appeared in front of him at once, attacking toward Vong Hengqi, startling him so much that he stumbled back in shock. He tried to run back, but it was probably too late. The monster instantly stabbed its sharp blade through his leg. He screamed loudly in desperation, Help! The monster immediately stopped. Lamlak's voice rang out, Oh, started a call for help now. He slowly walked up to him, surprised, and questioned, Just now, is not young Master Vong so full of spirit saying you wanted me dead with no place to be buried? Seeing his smug face, Vong Hengqi felt a twinge of fear. He quickly explained, Brother, just now I was blind to Mount Tai. Whatever you want, I will give you. Please spare me. Whether you want money or women, I can give them to you. He gave a pleased smile, then spoke slowly. To be honest, I still prefer that stubborn look you had earlier. All right then. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I won't kill you. He could only nervously agree to the request, stammering, Brother, ask. I promise to tell you everything I know. Lamlak went straight to the point. A few years ago in the case of stolen artifacts at Hangtan Antique Museum. Who else was involved? Hearing this, he was startled and confused. That case. Was not an orphan scapegoated for it? Did I offend someone? Immediately after, the monster's leg released him, throwing him hard to the ground. He was a bit scared and tried to brush everything off. Brother, that incident was ordered by Vong Songqi. Vong Hengqi held his anger inside, but asked in surprise, Vong Songqi, that big brother of yours? He immediately nodded to confirm, that is right. In our family, he is the boss. All those bad things were ordered by him. I'm just the scapegoat. In that moment, a thought flashed in his mind, activating his ancient talent. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, looking ahead with excitement. Though my talent is only level B, if I can make him trust me, I can pin it all on Big Brother. Later, when it comes to the family business, I will be able to rightfully inherit it. At that moment, Lamlak nodded in agreement. All right, I will spare your life. Hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief. Right after, a purple blast struck Vong Hangchi, sending him painfully crashing backward. He cursed in frustration. Did not you say you would spare me? You have no honor in combat. Lamlak glared at him angrily and spoke trash. With just a level B talent, you think you can brainwash me. Another scene appeared, a father happily advising his son, Lang Chu. Remember, the relationship between the rich and the poor is like wolves and sheep. Only when there are enough sheep can the wolves be full. The son seemed delighted to talk to his father. Dad, I understand the purpose of ordinary people's existence is for us to enjoy ourselves. Suddenly, sensing something was wrong, he felt a bit startled and uneasy. Not good. Danger is coming. He quickly comforted his son. That is enough for today. Go outside and play for a while. I still have some matters to attend to. Hearing that, the son felt a little disappointed, but still nodded. At that moment, he immediately ordered a stand-in. Come out, time traveler. The Blood Pulse dynasty is showing signs of disturbance. The stand-in appeared, calmly speaking. Master Tam, with me here. You need not worry. He still seemed highly alert as he loaded his gun. Just then, Lamlak opened the door, stepped inside, and asked, May I ask if Vong Sung Chi is at home? He looked at him with a hint of surprise. May I ask who you are? What business do you have with me? Lamlak, seeing the man before him, thought in surprise. This young man is the very source of danger foretold by the Blood Pulse dynasty. Lamlak slowly sat down on a chair and explained, Earlier, as I was passing by, I overheard you speaking with great enthusiasm. So this goat took the liberty of coming in, hoping to join the discussion. Then he chuckled and continued, Mr. Vong, what do you think a goat would do to a wolf if one day it gained power? Chen was surprised upon hearing that, unable to believe his ears, and asked again, You are truly humble, able to bypass so many guards and go straight to my royal residence. Yet you call yourself a goat. You were still lost in your own calculations. Thinking that with an S-rank substitute standing by to back you up, you could probably rest assured. You smiled and explained to him, The rich rely on science and technology. The poor rely on mutations. Regarding the question earlier, I hope Mr. Vaughn can clear my doubts. He furrowed his brows slightly at that, looking worried. What I mean is, even if a goat gains strength, it is still a goat. It can't change its fate of being a goat. Without giving Lamlak a chance to reply, he continued, Because the fate of a goat is predestined to be eaten by wolves. Even if it has strength, it would not dare harbor any thoughts against them. You looked at him in surprise. Really predestined. You recall that time when Tang Dong had placed a hand on your shoulder and advised Tulak, Though our awakened talents are not remarkable as long as we stick to our duties, live honestly and help others, life will surely reward us. Thinking of that, Lamlak smiled and glanced at this despicable man, musing inwardly, Brother. In vain, we always believed good people would be rewarded. Yet in the end, we both died at the hands of these greedy scum, fulfilling the predetermined fate of a goat. You immediately responded to him with a smile. What you said, sir, has taught me a great deal. It seems that only by not being a goat can one escape a goat's fate. He seemed a bit surprised, as though he had seen through your intention. This time, sir, you did not come just to have a casual chat with me, did you? He nodded, chuckled, and explained, Right. I almost forgot I came to collect a debt. Hearing this, the man was a bit confused. Collect a debt? Lin Lake's face instantly turned menacing, and he immediately questioned him. The museum theft case in Hantan a few years ago, your younger brother Vong Hengqi said you ordered him to do it. Did not you? The man looked at him in bewilderment, then shook his head. Sir, you've been deceived by my brother. He then slowly explained, families like ours deal in both the underworld and legitimate circles. As the heir, I won't touch illicit assets or cross certain lines. My brother is the one who handles the underworld connections and the gray areas. Hearing that, Lin Lak turned to the side to summon his master in prayer, Lauti. The man appeared and reported, Master, he is not lying. Looking at the man in front of him, still clueless, he thought, this man's strength is not to be underestimated. He must, like me, be an awakened S-class talent. Tell him the inside story, then let him deal with that good-for-nothing, second brother. Seeing him deep in thought, the man quickly offered, Sir, were you the victim in that incident years ago? You can tell me your story. I may not be able to undo it, but I can give you some compensation. He looked at him slightly surprised. Compensation. Then he laughed in surprise, truly worthy of being the heir of the Vong family. Your acting is far better than your useless younger brothers. An ordinary person hearing that would probably think, you. Hearing that, he was a bit bewildered and questioned him. What do you mean by that? Lamlak sat there and softly called the name, Black Emperor. Black Emperor. Instantly, he appeared right before him. Master. He gestured with his hand to make him understand. I originally intended to kill this goat-eating wolf outright. But since your attitude is not bad, I can give you a chance to live if you're standing. Can survive 5 seconds against it. Wang Xunzi burst out laughing upon hearing that, smugly looking at him. Such a big mouth. You must be an S-class awakened too. A bit of strength and you think you are invincible, but I'm afraid you are overestimating yourself. Then he closed his eyes, thinking up a plan to counter him. My transcendent power and speed are both 200 low energy consumption, and I can even see 1 second into the future. I can absolutely pin down the opponent before they act. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward future transcendence. Their stand-ins were still locked in fierce combat, and he suddenly realized something. So that is how it is. Wang Xunzi hurriedly ordered his stand into charge forward. Transcendent 1, kill the host first. Do not give him time to summon his stand-in. The moment he saw the decoy charging at him to attack, the Black Emperor furiously kicked him hard into the wall. He shouted loudly, continuously beating up the decoy. Hola, hola, hola! Still not satisfied. The Black Emperor immediately finished with a punch right in the middle of the decoy's face. Seeing this, he froze on the spot, bewildered, and spoke up. What is going on? His speed is even faster than the superhumans. In just an instant, he struck the superhuman so hard his spirit was shattered. Lam Lak pointed straight at Vong Sungchi's face and shouted threateningly, If you do not have a decoy, I can only beat you to death. Hearing that, he was a bit startled and aimed the gun at him. Do not come any closer. At this distance, even your decoy won't be able to protect you. Seeing this, he still stayed calm and ordered the priest behind him. Lao Tai, his gun won't fire. Read the spell. The priest immediately replied, At your command, my master. Right after that, the gun in his hand slowly went out. He calmly tossed the gun in another direction, then slowly spoke to you. Wait, killing me won't do you any good. Name your price. I will buy my own life. Lam Lak smiled smugly at him right in front of his face. Go on. How much are you willing to pay to buy your life? He hurriedly blurted out a price, his voice stammering badly. 30,000. No. 50,000. Later on, if you ever need something from my clan, I, Vong Sungchi, will absolutely give you my full support. He laughed and offered suggestion. Give me your full support. That is right, mister. Boom. To thank you for your idea, I have decided to have Black Emperor give you an easy end. Hearing that, he was confused, not understanding. What do you mean? He simply pointed at his face and ordered Black Emperor, do it. Immediately, Black Emperor struck Vong Sungchi, repeatedly sending him crashing to the ground in pain. He slowly walked over and cut in, speaking to the motionless man lying there. After killing you, I will just put a new obedient puppet in charge of your clan, someone who can also give me their full support. You reach your hand forward near the devouring ability. Activate the talent Seize. Holy skill Seize targets talent. Congratulations, you have obtained S-level talent Blood Tide. Seeing the strange ability before him, Lam Lak was a bit dazed, wondering to himself, Blood Tide, what kind of talent is this? The system screen displayed the strange skill. Blood Tide, S-level, effect when danger approaches. It will issue warnings in varying degrees based on the threat level with no cooldown time. Lam Lak chuckled smugly, glancing at the cold glint on the ground. Not bad, can enhance danger perception and no cooldown. Then he shouted loudly, Come out, my new substitute. At this moment, Vong Sungchi's substitute gradually appeared before him. Respected master, the Transcendent comes to report. The system displayed the information of this person. Transcendent Substitute S level, Strength of 200, Normal Human Strength 10, Speed 200, Intelligence 15, Defense 30, HP 500, Energy 150, Energy Regeneration 1 point per hour, Growth 100, Action Range 15 meters, Future Transcendence Preview 1 second ahead in the future, no cooldown time. Seeing this, he nodded in satisfaction. Acceptable all combat attributes are peak S level and can predict the opponent's attack. The prediction time is just a bit short. If it were SS level, that would be perfect. Hearing that, he quickly stepped forward, trying to explain, Master, you are underestimating me. My power is greater than you think. For example, being right beside someone although he beat me earlier. That was only because the previous master gave incorrect orders giving him chance. The Black Emperor immediately grew angry and challenged. So newcomer wanna spar again? Lam Lak stood between them, hurriedly stopping the two. Alright, Transcender. The Black Emperor is already at S level. He is not someone you can defeat right now. But as long as you follow me, you'll be able to grow quickly in the future. The Transcender immediately lowered his head and followed him. Yes, my lord. Having figured out the next step on his path to eradicate evil, he spoke to everyone. I heard that the second master of the royal family, Vong Dao Than, has always secretly fought for power and profit against the first master. But his son, Vong Thursday Qi, is a mediocre person worth taking advantage of. Then he immediately instructed the Lord of Prayer behind him. Lord of Prayer, I pray in 5 minutes this place will be attacked by the insect race. As usual, he agreed to every request given. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the industrial garden of Von Group. A young master anxiously asked his father, Dad, what do you think this future world will become? He was none other than Vong Dao Than, second master of Von Group. Speaking slowly, he said, ordinary people rely on luck to rise again, but people with wealth like us will become true gods. Hearing this, his son Vong Thursday Key behind him was slightly surprised and quickly asked, True gods? At that moment, a strange cruelty clearly showed on his face as he plotted. When this catastrophe passes, I will sell 90% of our assets. First, to raise your talents, then build a powerful team to monopolize resources, equipment, crystals, and longevity pills in the dungeons. Then he turned back to advise his son, immense personal strength, endless wealth, a long lifespan. Someone who has all of these, would not you call them a god? Hearing this, he immediately understood, yes, but would not that be too dangerous? Right at that moment, Lamlak stepped into the room and spoke to the two of them, startling them into turning their heads. Sir, with your grand talents and vision, yet you are only the second in command. That is truly an injustice. I have come to present Mr. Vaughn with a great opportunity. What do you think? Lamlak smirked and said, Just now, I conveniently took care of the two heirs of your Vong family. Now your son is the successor of the Vong family. Upon hearing this, the master's father turned his head and said, What did you just say? If you really killed my cousin, my Vong family. What? Lamlak calmly and swiftly replied, What? Are you brothers bound by deep affection and want to avenge them? Hearing that, the Vong family head hurriedly ordered Chu Ti, Thursday Chai, go pour tea for our distinguished guest. Chu Ti asked in surprise, Dad, you're calling him a distinguished guest. Seeing Chu Ti hesitate, the Vong family head quickly raised his voice, Go at once. Then he turned and gently told Lamlak, Sorry. As Ayenhai is more than capable in guarding the city but lacks refinement and does not know how to speak properly. Please do not take offense, young friend. Lamlak did not really care. He waved his hand and replied, It is fine. People value you. Your son just needs to behave and not cause trouble. At that moment, the prince asked him, Young man, is what you just said true? Lamlak gave a faint smile and replied, When a calamity passes, you will receive the information. Not only that, I will also clear away all obstacles for you to ascend the throne. The prince asked again, Part of my boldness, but what do you mean by clear away? Hearing this, Lamlak was slightly taken aback. Then said, Prince, you have probably foreseen the future's development to some extent, but it is still too shallow. To be frank, this world will soon enter an era of great contention, lasting until order completely collapses. The prince smirked and continued probing. Completely collapses. Lamlak replied exactly, but do not worry when needed. With thunderous means I can still show a bodhisattva's heart. Anyone who stands in my way, I will grant them an equal death. Hearing this, the prince was struck with fear, hurriedly thinking clearly, just a young man. Yet this bearing was as if nothing in the world could escape his judgment. Seeing that he seemed panicked, Lamlak immediately made a proposal. I have only one condition after you take control of the prince's position in every respect. Whether financial or otherwise, you must fully support me. Then he stepped closer and patted the prince's shoulder. Do not worry. I need your capital and influence to carry out my plan, and your ambition needs my strength. He gritted his teeth and uttered each word. Fine, I, Vong Dao Than, will bet on you this time. Lamlak was secretly delighted agreement reached. This way, to prevent the second in command from dying, I would not have to go looking for the third or fourth commanders or anyone else. Just then, Thursday, tea came in carrying tea. Father, the tea is ready. Thursday, Chai, you're just in time. Go call Ahuan, the one with S-rank talent, to come here. As Thursday Chai turned to leave, the prince quickly continued speaking to Lamlak, my young friend. This is an important matter. As it happens, I have an employee here with an awakened contract-type talent. Why not call him in as a witness? A moment later, Thursday, she brought Lawan in. Father, Lawan is here. Greetings, boss. At that point, Mr. Vong began to speak. Little Lu, summon your substitute, and while you are at it, explain your innate talent to this young brother here. Hearing that, Lejuan quickly replied, My substitute is called Yesterday's Promise. It is S-grade and can establish a contract between both parties. If either side fails to follow the terms of the contract, it will be forcibly enforced at the appointed time. Seeing that Lejuan seemed knowledgeable, Lamlak thought to himself, if it is S-grade, then the problem is not big. This type of substitute is probably like a wish scroll if the grades are close. Enough, it can be ignored. The prince beside them also looked at Lamlak with a sneer. Young friend, then let us begin the contract. At that moment, a strip of paper emitted a dazzling light announcing from today, Lamlak will help Vong Dao Than take control of the royal family. Once the matter is accomplished, the royal family must provide Lamlak with economic support not exceeding 30% of total assets along with manpower and other assistance not exceeding 40%. The prince extended his hand and said, "Young friend, please." As he spoke, a stream of magic appeared from his hand. Lam Lac, feeling a bit confident, thought one force can break 10,000 techniques. Even if I go against the contract now, it probably won't be able to do anything to me. Lam Lac and the 4 others stepped inside. He said, "It was a pleasure talking with you today, Prince Vong, but I have other matters, so I will take my leave." Thursday, Qi immediately approached the prince and asked, "Father, do you really want to ally with him?" The prince replied without hesitation, relying on the strength of one person to kill 2 of the royal family. Freely moving during the sealed city period, this person might truly be a great opportunity for us. Since we have signed the cooperation pact with Vong Dao Than, as soon as Lam Lac stepped inside, he sensed the danger around him, yet stayed composed, walking and sang. Then our next main task is to strengthen our power. First, we enter the secret realm to harvest energy, then purchase large quantities of medicines. These will all be valuable goods later. At that moment, a crystal dragonfly appeared flying toward him. Without thinking much, he slashed a stroke that split it into pieces, then continued. Next, we establish a company, build a gaming guild, and learn how major forces in my past life recruited troops. Cutting off the secret realm, holding a sharp dagger in hand, Lam Lac smiled excitedly. Would not that mean we're gonna strike it rich? At that moment, the system interface displayed a notification. Congratulations. Player has obtained Diamond Grade Sword Aura. Flame Wing Approval. Congratulations. Player has mastered Dual Blade Proficiency. The system panel continues to display information. Lam Lac level 39 experience 212 the 900 out of 1342. 1772800 class Storm Sword Hero Legend, HP 100,000 max, Mana 50,000 max, Battle Energy 20,000 max, Combat Power 2,000 max, Strength 500 max, Constitution 500 max, Speed 500 max, Spirit 259, Intelligence 241, Physical Defense 500 max, Magic Defense 500 max. The above stats do not include equipment attributes. Skills, Shadow Murder, LV1, Battle Energy Shield 490%, Battle Technique Flame Devour Wave Sword 460%, Frost Breath Shattering Claw, Dual Sword Mastery 400%, Second Transfer Specialty, Sound Speed Sword Key Specialty, Wind Sword Slash Specialty, Endless Sword Key Specialty. Main Weapon, Flame Bird Halberd, Rare Diamond Grade, Sub-Weapon, Sorrow of Frost Spear, Rare Diamond Grade. Equipment, Wanderer's Gear, Dark Gold Ultimate Grade. Rich Wanderer's Gear, Dark Gold Rare Grade. Celestial Talisman, Holy Ultimate Grade. Blessing of the Lust Demoness, Golden Ultimate Grade. He glanced around and thought to himself, already level 39, all stats have reached their peak. Just one final step to third transfer at level 40. Time to add the Northern Crown trip to the schedule. At this moment, Lam Lac shone brilliantly like a sparkling star in the sky. He said softly, although the calamity happened earlier, it will only end after the next disaster appears. Instances in secret realms from level 40 to 60 will also appear then. Before that, I must enhance these 2 diamond-grade swords to the limit. After moving, Lam Lac arrived before a large ancient tree where 2 bears were forging weapons under its roots. Watching them, he recalled his previous life. I remember that in my past life, I had never heard of anyone defeating the black and white bears. No matter their level, they cannot do it. Their true strength is somewhat of an enigma, almost an invincible existence. Suddenly, someone holding a sword shouted, "Hey, this is a top-grade black iron weapon, level 13, and you have ruined it. Pay up or I will hack you to pieces." Seeing the way he acted, Lam Lac could only click his tongue. These black and white bears may look cute, but most of them have nasty tempers, daring to provoke them. Looks like his ending won't be pleasant. And with a single move, the 2 bears kicked him flying far away. The 2 bears showed anger and dissatisfaction at his arrogance. At that moment, Lam Lac walked up and asked, "Can this be enhanced?" The bear with sharp eyes held Lam Lac's item in its hand and chuckled quietly. To enhance a holy level item, you not only need game currency, but also the essence of a king. Then it handed it back to Lam Lac. Lam Lac took it and thought to himself, the essence of a king only drops from many bosses above level 60 or top-tier items carried by elite monsters. I did not expect enhancing holy level gear would require this. Holding 2 swords, he could not hide his smile and said, "Then keep the Heavenly Master order for now, and enhance these 2 weapons for me." The 2 bears reached out to take them, not forgetting to say, "Nice equipment. Please wait a moment." With that, they got to work immediately. The sound of metal clashing powerfully echoed. After some polishing, it's finally done. The white bear held the sword in his hand and said, "All done. Thanks for sharpening it. 10 gold coins. Thanks. Peace of mind +5, rare diamond quality, level limit 27, attack power +339, 50. Flame wing +5, rare diamond quality. Level limit 32, attack power +397, 50. Lin Lac happily praised nice. Seeing that, the white bear asked him, Do you want to continue enhancing such a good weapon and only enhance the +5 that is a bit of waste? That was exactly what Lin Lak had in mind. He thought to himself, here we go. This black and white bear is all about making money, always coaxing players and endlessly enhancing their weapons. If the equipment breaks, they just quietly enjoy it. Before equipment reaches +5, the success rate is 100%. After that, the success rate gradually drops and the fee gets even higher. Thinking that, he smiled and said, is that so? I feel the same. Then Lin Lak thought to himself, well then, I will trouble you with this. Let us see how Dad deals with you shortly. The white bear glared at Lin Lak with fierce eyes thinking, filthy human, I can't wait to see your embarrassed, furious face after a failed enhancement. Then he suddenly raised the iron high and declared, my enhancement will definitely not fail, right? Then Lin Lak spoke up, just a simple wish, that is all. The bear heard that and said, oh, so you can talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively slammed the hammer down on the sword, inwardly fuming. Just because you say it won't fail does not mean it won't. The success rate was decreasing. Failure was only a matter of time. But suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise what it succeeded. The system announced Flame Finch Moon +6, Diamond Grade Rarity, Level Limit 32, Melee 2nd Class Job Restriction. Attack +407, +60, Critical Rate +24, +2%, Critical Damage +27%, Attack Speed +26%, Permanently reduces defense by 15%, 3% chance to be attacked. Residual Flame inflicts burn damage for 15, ignoring. Defense lasting 3s, stacks up to 10 times. Celestial Ascension actively activates the power of the Flame Finch Moon. Next attack adds burn damage equal to 10% of physical attack. Cooldown 1 hour. White Bear frowned, thinking the next round definitely won't go so smoothly. By now, Lin Lak's sword had been strengthened. White Bear slammed the sword furiously while shouting, next round, it will definitely fail. Definitely fail. Definitely. But the more he struck, the more the system displayed. Enhance +1. Enhance +1. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he shouted, 30 consecutive enhancements without failure. This is completely unreasonable. Seeing this, Lin Lak quickly asked, you have worked hard. Is it over now? White Bear wiped his sweat from exhaustion and replied, I have reached my limit. I can't continue enhancing anymore. Hearing that, Lin Lak showed a sad expression and said, that is really a pity, but thank you. At that moment, a strange creature appeared next to Lin Lak and spoke, Flame Wing Approval, Diamond Grade Rarity, Level 32 Restriction, Attack +647, Critical Rate +30%. Lin Lak turned back in surprise and asked, Substitute. If you keep revealing the attributes of my weapon, believe it or not, I will kill you right now. The substitute fell silent for a moment upon hearing that. White Bear then spoke up, sorry, your weapon is just too terrifying. I could not help blurting it out earlier. I apologize for my rudeness. Lin Lak frowned and asked, your true form does not show up and that is your way of apologizing. The other side kept responding to your answers. Hello. My name is Ung. My ability is to see through hidden information. My avatar can break away from the main body to operate at long distances while sharing vision. I usually hide in a safe spot to carry out operations. Just now, when you were enhancing your weapon, your face stayed calm. Your avatar's ability must be a support type that can improve. The success rate. Right? Lin Lak raised his voice. Curiosity killed the cat. You know, the other side quickly replied, do not get me wrong, I just want to ask for your contact information. In the future, if I get high-level gear, I would like to pay you to help make equipment for me. Also, I know a few bosses. I could introduce some business to you. What do you think? After hearing that, he quietly realized the situation. Indeed, in his previous life, those with money often sought people with lucky talents, or talents that improve the success rate of enhancements to help craft top-tier gear, boosting strength with considerable profits. This kind of deal was essentially all profit with no cost. After thinking it over, he immediately said, all right, let us exchange contact information. The other side replied, okay. Looking forward to our next cooperation. In the conference room, everyone was sitting together when a man with green hair quickly spoke up. Everyone, this disaster trial is almost over, but in the days to come, there will surely be higher-level disasters. We are preparing to mobilize the people's strength to form an extraordinary law enforcement team. I propose that the first term's commander-in-chief be the Black Emperor. Upon hearing that, a young man among them turned to ask the person next to him, is this appropriate? That person replied, for such an important position, choosing someone outside the system. He folded his arms and said in a deep voice, Commander, the guardian of this Black Emperor, Chu Tangdong, is still under punishment for involvement in a major special crime. He has stains on his record. This is not suitable. The commander looked at him and said, I have already investigated. Chu Tangdong is an orphan and there are issues with that case. I do not need to say more, do I? With the current situation, if any of you still want to cause trouble for me, do not blame me for launching an investigation and rectification. Understood. He continued, let this disaster pass. Release Chu Tangdong. Erase the disciplinary record in the Investigation Institute. And besides, as long as the Black Emperor is willing to join the Supernatural Management Bureau, any condition can be put forward. The two sitting there after listening began whispering to each other, any condition is not that a bit too much. Is that really necessary? At this moment, the chief commander stood up and solemnly said, when handling a supernatural case, the entire organization must cooperate 100%. This is not a discussion with you, it is an announcement. Right after that, everyone responded in unison, yes sir. At that time, Lam Lak was visiting Duongdong. He spoke up, brother, remember, the fate fragment in the heaven-penetrating tower should not be used to exchange for the fate rotation board. Instead, use it directly to exchange for the space crystal and the true crystal. These two crystals can't be bought and will be of great use when disaster strikes. Alright, I'll be going on a business trip soon. Here's the feather of hope. If you face any danger, use it. Duongdong on the other side smiled gently and replied, do not worry, little Lak. I am living quite well now. Everyone is taking good care of me. If I am lucky, I might be out soon. You just focus on your work and do not worry about me. At that moment, two policemen stepped in, glanced at each other and whispered, have you heard Chu Tangdong's younger brother seems to be that famous Black Emperor? Is it true? This information is valuable. Many people are trying to investigate the true identity of the Black Emperor. After the visit, Lam Lak walked slowly down a deserted street, deep in thought. Right now, Huaha is still in an era of peace. Relying solely on one's strength to dominate the sky is definitely impossible. But in the northern frontier beyond Hoa, things are very chaotic. I could completely take root there and build my own power. He immediately ordered Old T, find a place that can quickly take me to the Northern Telecom Scam Company. Old T promptly agreed. Yes. Master, the opponent's information has just appeared. On your phone. After walking for a while, Lam Lak checked the news on his phone and said, glorious media. Alright, send the CV first. Then he smirked proudly and said, a skilled hunter always appears as prey. Scene shifts to the company. A beautiful secretary walks in to report, Boston. Lately the situation outside has been a bit shaky. We can start working now. I have selected a few suitable candidates. Would you like to take a look? But instead, he walked over, hugged her, and gave a perverted smile saying, no need to look. Then he held her closer and closer. He breathed out a sentence that made her skin crawl. The people you chose, I am very confident in them. Arrange for them to come for interviews tomorrow. The secretary smiled brightly and replied, thank you for trusting me, boss. At this moment, Lam Lak was already standing outside the company. Based on the opponent's information, this was the company's address. Old Te appeared beside him and said, Lord Pray, I pray that strangers won't recognize me. All right, master. Finally, Lam Lak began to step into the company. The secretary walked over to greet him. Hello, are you Lam Lak? Lam Lak politely replied, hello. She said, President Tin is inside. Follow me. Upon arriving at the office, she greeted, hello, President Tin. President Tin held his file in hand, gave a slight smirk and said, Lam Lak, right? I have looked over your CV. It matches our company's requirements very well. The salary terms you proposed are acceptable to us. When can you start? Hearing this, Lam Lak scratched his head with a shy smile. Thank you, President Tin. I can start work anytime. He continued. All right then, come tomorrow to complete the onboarding procedures. Coincidentally, the next day the company has a trip. Even though you are new, we are a very people-oriented company, so you can join us. Lam Lak quickly replied, thank you, President Tin. Stepping out of Lam Lak company, I could not help but feel pleased with myself. My CV was almost empty, yet I was still very satisfied. With such glorious publicity, it is probably something everyone would want. 2 days later, everyone was gathered in front of the company chatting excitedly. This company is really great. So big. And I have never even been abroad before. That is right. Thanks to our Boston. One of them spoke up. Hello everyone. I am your manager. For this company trip, I will be your team leader. As soon as everyone saw him, they quickly greeted, hello Manager Ko. Manager Ko noticed their enthusiasm and politely pointed toward the car parked nearby saying, we are all friends here. Let us get on the bus. With that, everyone boarded the vehicle one by one. On the bus, two young men were chatting. I heard we will have a connecting flight in Myanmar. Have not there been a lot of news about that place recently? Boston is generous. And besides, there's so many of us, how could anyone deceive us? No one knew when Manager Ko started listening, but he turned around and replied, that is right. Boston is generous. Do you know how many people fight tooth and nail to get into our company? At that moment, Lam Lakan was calmly thinking, it is fine. Anyway, I'll make a move. Before becoming the king of Hoa, I will first achieve a small goal, becoming the king of Meanback. A group of people stepped out toward the car. In front of the car stood a man waving a red flag at them. The moss green-haired man looked at the uncle before him and asked, Boss, are you joining us here? The flag-holding uncle replied, yes. I'm not at ease, so I plan to go with you. There is still 2 or 3 hours before the connecting flight. Come on. I will take you to have a stroll in Myanmar. Then he pointed toward the staff behind him, seeing that they all spoke in unison. Thank you, boss. He then immediately gave the order in the car upon seeing the shabby car before them. The purple-haired man suddenly turned pale and anxiously asked, Is not this car kind of worn out? The gray-haired man up front, equally worried, added, Those guys are holding guns in their hands too. Sensing the situation did not look good, the moss green-haired man looked at his boss and suggested, Boss, maybe we should just wait at the airport. Security in Myanmar is not great skipping the tour. It's fine. That made him furious. He raised his hand, slapped the man's face hard and shouted, I told you to get in the car. So get in, stop spouting so much nonsense. Then he looked at the crowd around him and threatened, Get in the car now or you will die right here. Once you are on my turf, you would better listen to me, and that brat is still in Hangton. Right at that moment, a young man with orange hair turned around and ran out of the crowd. 1. I just want to go home. At the same time, a green aura spread out around him. Seeing the young man's actions, the black-haired guy looked at his friend and said, Wait, he has awakened a speed-type talent. You won't be able to hit him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw a pen forward and shouted, Come out, judgment pen. When he tossed it, the pen drew several lines in midair, emitting a grayish-white energy. Immediately after that, the young man with orange hair who was running suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Why can't I move anymore? Behind them, the boss handed a cigarette to his subordinate and remarked, I have long heard that Tam awakened an S-rank talent, but seeing it with my own eyes, pretty badass. The man took the cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and replied, What is so badass? I'm just a hired fighter, nowhere near as skilled as 10. And that girl you look for is quite something too. Then he smiled slyly and looked ahead. This is northern Myanmar where I grew up. Welcome to my world, the noble goats. Then he turned his head and asked his subordinate, Tamha, are not you coming with me? Tamha tilted his head, glanced at him and replied, It is fine, I am waiting for a huck. You go ahead. Inside the vehicle, Lam Lak could not help feeling delighted and thought to himself, Great, I have just arrived and already encountered an S-rank awakened. The bus was not moving particularly fast. The attack range of the Black Emperor was 170 meters and Huey Decoe's range was 190 meters. Once the bus started moving, as long as they were within range and both substitutes attacked together, they could definitely kill in one strike. Then he looked toward Tam, standing outside the bus, and muttered, 100 meters. 130 meters. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He gave a sharp order, Black Emperor, who heed to co-attack. Outside, just as Tama dropped his cigarette and crushed it underfoot, suddenly his body froze, his eyes stared straight ahead in horror. From nearby, the Black Emperor charged forward to attack him. Lamla calmly sat in the car, glancing over and thinking to himself, as expected, very fast. I chose the plunder talent effect. The system notification appeared. Activate your plunder talent level. Please choose one of the targets for attribute points, talent effect, skill effect, soul strength, and proceed with the plunder. Successfully plundered the target's talent. Obtain talent rated S. Passive effect, an enemy's attack on you will automatically enter an assessment state. Once it is determined that you cannot dodge, this attack will be paused briefly for violating the rules. After the violation is triggered, there will be a 12-hour cooldown. Lam La raised his eyebrows, smiling with satisfaction as he calculated in his mind. Excellent. Being able to halt a powerful enemy's attack for a short time is truly a miraculous countermeasure. Indeed, this place is my paradise. The car started moving. Sitting in the lower part of the car, Lam La looked ahead, thinking to himself, back in my country, the Black Emperor's identity was already exposed. If I want to hide his identity, unless absolutely necessary, it is better not to summon the Black Emperor. Luckily, the newly acquired Transcendent is also a combat-type substitute. In a place like this, that should be enough to handle things. In front of him, the young man with orange hair smiled, turned to the person next to him and spoke, We have not reached their hideout yet. If we kill them together now, maybe we can escape. The person sitting beside him replied, No. No. They have guns. The orange-haired young man frowned and continued, But there are only 3 of them. This is our only chance. The gray-haired young man, looking somewhat worried, said, If you want to go, go yourself. I'm not going to throw my life away. In the back, Lin Lak still sat calmly thinking to himself, No one wants to be the bird that gets shot. A moment later, as they were about to arrive, the boss turned around to look at everyone and announced, Get ready to get off the vehicle. Seeing the place ahead made the people on the vehicle panic and cry out, We are doomed. We are doomed. I want to go home. That scammer won't die a peaceful death. Someone please save me. Amid their panic, the boss smirked smugly, pointed at them and barked, What is with the noise? Anyone who dares speak again, I will skin you alive. 2 underlings with guns at the back looked at the group and sneered, Not a bad batch this time. Wonder if we'll get a chance to enjoy some of them. Heard some of them come from wealthy families when. The time comes, we take some first, then force them to the Sky Tower to run dungeons and earn money. Only after that will we let them call home to scam some cash. Year-end bonuses will be fat this year. Suddenly, a girl in a purple shirt rushed forward, her eyes full of panic as she pleaded, "I beg you, please spare me. I still have a child at home." The boss saw her actions and without a hint of mercy turned to look at his subordinate before giving the order, "Drag her down." The subordinate immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." In an instant, the girl was brutally pulled out of the car by the boss's subordinate. She clutched her hair in pain and screamed loudly, "Let me go!" Lin Lak, still in stealth mode, quietly followed behind them, activating his S-rank ninja talent. Looking at the scene before him, he thought to himself, better check the situation first. On the boss's side, Mr. Tran looked at him and praised Aiton. "Well done. This batch is better than the last one. Boss men will definitely reward you." Hearing this, he could not help but smile and replied, "Mr. Tran, I pick one especially for you. Absolutely top quality." Seeing that, Mr. Tran patted the boss's shoulder and encouraged, "You really know how to get things done. No wonder Bossman values you so much." The boss smiled, raised his hand in front of him and continued, "I will go see the boss first, then I will send her to your room later." After that, he left while Lin Lak continued quietly trailing behind him. When he reached a room, the boss slowly knocked on the door. From inside, a voice called out, "Aten, come in." But as soon as he opened the door, Lam Lak immediately kicked him hard inside. This caught him off guard, making him fall flat on the ground. Seeing that the red-haired man asked, "Aiton, what are you doing?" Aiton slowly got up, looked around, then replied, "Boss, just now someone kicked me." Unexpectedly, the door behind them which had been opened suddenly slammed shut, leaving both of them astonished. Seeing this, the red-haired man became furious and shouted, "Useless. I was just praising you to others, and in the blink of an eye you have caused me trouble." Right after that, the red-haired man immediately stood up and ordered, "Come out. I know you are here." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Lak slowly appeared, looked at him, and said, "No wonder you are the boss. You are indeed very calm." At the sight of him, the man was taken aback and exclaimed, "You? Why are you here? Were not you supposed to have been taken away and locked up?" Lam Lak did not pay much attention, glanced at the red-haired man and said, "Impressive, impressive. Great acting, better than the villains in movies." Hearing that, the red-haired man immediately pulled out a gun and straight at Lam Lak's head and threatened, "No matter who you are or what your goal is, causing trouble on my turf, be careful or I will shoot you dead." Lam Lak smiled fearlessly and asked, "Are you sure you can kill me with one shot?" Atin clenched his fists and charged at Lam Lak, shouting angrily, "Kid talking to my boss like that, do not think I won't kill you." But he was instantly stopped by Lam Lak's manifestation, and then he was beaten until blood spilled from his mouth. To top it off, he got slammed into the wall as a combo. Seeing this, the red-haired man started sizing things up. "Why you? You are an awakened with S-rank talent." He arrogantly lectured Lam Lak. "Young man, you are still too green. Do you really think your substitute could be faster than my AK?" Then he quickly drew his gun and fired at him against a firearm. The human body is as fragile as paper. As long as he killed him, his substitute would disappear too. But Lam Lak showed no fear. He calmly commanded battle chi armor. The red-haired man began to panic, instinctively stepping back. "Why you? What are you trying to do?" Without arrogance or flattery, Lam Lak gently introduced himself from now on. "I'm Boss Lam. You are two men and I am the King of the North to you all." Hearing that, he froze completely stunned for 5 whole seconds. The red-haired man asked in confusion, "King of the North?" Suddenly realized something was wrong with such loud gunfire just now. Why was it so quiet outside? Lam Lak calmly drank tea. "You should be well aware of your situation by now." Only then did the red-haired man realize it. He gently inquired, "Little brother, earlier I failed to see Mount Tai. May I ask who is backing you in his mind?" He guessed that someone so young must be a fighter from some militarist faction. But Lam Lak said coldly, "It does not matter who I am. From now on, here you have to listen to me. If you try anything, I will beat you. Understand?" Lam Lak intended to teach him a lesson right away. He smirked and called out, "Extraordinary one." Just seconds later, Lam Lak stand and landed a punch on the red-haired man. He was still stubborn, even trying to threaten Lam Lak. "Brother, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. Whoever's behind you, if you offend the sleeping tiger manner, watch yourself. You might not be able to eat or walk away." Lam Lak hated people who talk too much, so he immediately ordered, "Hit him." Lam Lak stand and beat the red-haired man to a pulp. Lam Lak leaned forward, his voice dropping low. "Chu Min, it is true you are left speechless by the opposing faction, but if I use the same tricks you have used to fool others, all on you. Do you think you could endure it?" Chu Min trembled in fear, his whole body shaking as he pleaded, "Bro, big brother, please spare me. I will do anything you tell me to." Lam Lak smiled and asked, "How many awakened people above S rank do you have under you?" He quickly replied to, 2 people, but one has been sent away already, so only one remains. Lam Lak ordered him, call him over here. Q Min hurriedly pulled out his phone to make the call. Alright. A young man with a headscarf was moving along the corridor. Behind the iron door was a terrorist from distant Huaxia. At this moment, no one was yet aware that this coming storm was about to sweep through the entire north with unstoppable force. He argued back at the voice. My awakened substitute ability is support type detecting unusual signs. It can discover valuable information. All these years, thanks to him, I've been able to turn danger into safety. Something must have happened to Boss Bach. The voice sounded again. Idiot, get out now. If you step through that door, you will definitely die. Do not go back to them. Turn around right now. Pretend nothing happened. He obeyed the voice. Sorry, boss man. I will run outside first, then find someone to come save you. He moved forward. The voice rang out again. Danger. Leaving Goa home mountain villa at the fastest speed. The 2 people in front of him blocked his attempt to escape. A mocking voice sounded. This time you are done for. The strength of these 2 substitutes is 10 times greater than yours. You have no chance. The young man with the headscarf was so terrified that his whole body froze. 2 substitutes. The female substitute thrust her sword straight into his chest. He could not withstand even 1 substitute. These 2 beat him to a pulp. The system notified Lam Lak, you have activated the Talent Plunder S level. Please choose one of the targets for attribute points, talent effect, skill effectiveness, strength, soul power, and proceed with plunder. Lam Lak, upon receiving the message, muttered in amazement, so fast, plunder the talent effect. The system notified him again, successfully plundered target's talent, obtained S-level talent, Imperfect God's View. Lam Lak curiously asked the system, Imperfect God's View, what kind of talent is that? The system displayed the information. Imperfect God's View allows your substitute in Imperfect God's perspective. Of course, limited to within 10 meters of you. Another mechanical voice rang out, making Lam Lak freeze. Hello? I am your new substitute. He asked in surprise. New substitute. He looked around and wondered, why is there only a voice but no physical body? An information panel about the substitute appeared before his eyes. Illegal substitute, Jingbang Bai. S rank, strength, none. Speed, none. Intelligence, 150. Defense, none. HP, unknown. Energy, 200. Energy recovery speed, 1 point every 30. Growth, 90. Action range, unknown. Passive ability. Illegal substitute, Jingbang Bai through Imperfect God's Eye View could detect all hidden valuable information on targets within 15 meters. Once you focus your attention on a target, Jingbang Bai will directly start chanting. Each chant consumes 4 to 50 energy points, the exact amount depending on the opponent's strength. Active skill excavation. When interested in a target, you can actively delve deeper into their information. Each attempt at probing consumes 2 to 50 energy points depending on the opponent's strength. The voice gently explained to Lam Lak, do not be surprised. I am inside your body and only you can hear me. Lam Lak summed it up. Today he had obtained 2 substitutes. One was a pen. One had no physical form at all. Interesting. The Judgment Pen can directly fuse with various weapons like guns or spears, boosting attributes by 100%. In this state, the Judgment Pen consumes 1 energy point every 10 minutes and can inscribe interrogation characters in the air targeting anyone within 200 meters, placing them into an interrogation state. Targets in interrogation lose the ability to act with the duration directly linked to their strength. Writing a mid-air with a Judgment Pen instantly produces effects corresponding to the written words, each word consuming 1 to 10 energy points. Seeing this pen, the young man immediately recognized it. It's not that Shuna's Judgment Pen. Why is in your hands? The next moment, he felt something was wrong. You, what did you do to me? Lam Lak thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Not bad at all. The effect is excellent. He tried to beg Lam Lak, boss, please go easy on me. Lam Lak adjusted it and tried again. Suddenly he was full of vitality as if resurrected. His whole body recoiled and feared demon. Demon, truly a demon. Lam Lak looked at the pen in his hand, the judge's pen, which decides a person's life and death. Its power is not weak, but does not suit his style and is not handy in combat. Better to leave it for prayers to the Lord. He looked at the man before him, an idea flashing through his mind. He decided to test the power of the unorthodox scripture on Bang Bok. Bang Bok immediately spoke up. Min Kwok is one of the top 10 criminal masterminds in the north. Besides owning a huge amount of real estate, he has over 90,000 yuan in cash flow. In Huaxia, he commands an armed force of more than 200 men with various guns and even 15 rockets. He also controls 672 people from Huaxia, forcing them into phone scams, prostitution, organ trafficking, and other dark trades for profit. Lam Lak felt that Bang Bok was very useful, excellent. It is easy to gain critical intelligence with such a helpful substitute. Lam Lak turned to interrogate the man. You dog, You only have just over 90,000 yuan in cash flow. So poor, yet you still claim a territory. The man was utterly bewildered. Hey Chad, you know. The substitute right beside him landed a punch on the man. He knelt down begging you boss, please stop hitting me. Please forgive me. Even though I can earn over 10,000 each year, setting up bases in Huaxia, supporting Western fighters, and arming personnel with the latest weapons and equipment all require a huge amount of money. He tearfully explained, and besides because I am Huaxia, but also a foreigner, every year I have to pay a large amount to the northern government and warlords are the real local emperors. Linlock showed no sympathy whatsoever. He asked in return, you know you are Huaxia, yet you specialize in swindling your own people, do not you? He questioned him coldly, seeing that this land of crime had collapsed from top to bottom. He gently patted the man's shoulder. I can spare you, but you have to do something for me. The man asked back, do something. Just a few minutes later, a group of people arrived. The guy in the white shirt asked, Boss Min, why did you call us here? He glanced at Linlack. These people. After that, Linlack taught these men 10 lessons, each sharp arrow shooting straight toward them. Those guys were bound tightly, unable to escape. They panicked and kept shouting at him. Boss man, what are you doing? Let me go help. Lam Lak showed no sign of hesitation. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips as he looked at them and said, that is right. You guys are my next meal. Kotian Pham seemed to find his face familiar and cautiously asked, are you? Lam Lak. The moment Lam Lak heard the voice, he instantly recognized an acquaintance. In his mind, he thought a name, Ko Tien Pham. He walked over to Tien Pham. Brother Ko, once I deal with this nest, you gather them in and capture those guys. Throw them into the water prison, handle them as you wish. Just one thing, keep those dogs alive. I still need them. Hearing that, Tien Pham could not help but be shocked. His eyes widened and he said fearfully, the whole nest, they've got guns. In contrast to Tien Pham's reaction, Lam Lak remained calm, showing no concern. He turned to look at the blonde-headed man, the leader of Ngoa. Ho Manor has already been captured by me. If you run now, you will never have a chance to return home. Planning to stay here for life, as if reinvigorated, Tien Pham cast away his fear and said resolutely, all right, let's risk it. After speaking, he turned to everyone, raised his arm high and declared loudly to them, brothers, if you have a grudge, avenge it. If you have a vendetta, this is your chance. Everyone there without hesitation shouted in unison, revenge. I want revenge. The few tied-up men were suddenly pulled by some force toward Tien Pham. He looked at Lam Lak with respect. On Lak, you were really awesome. If it were not for you, we would all be done for. Were we going back to Hoa Lam? Lak was a bit surprised at his question. Back to Hoa, when did I say we're going back? Lam Lak turned to the brothers present and with a strong voice spoke. Everyone there is something I must tell you. I was not tricked into coming here, he continued. I came here willingly. Hearing that, everyone's mouth dropped open in shock. Knowing they were puzzled by his words, Lam Lak did not have time to explain further. He went on, these barbarians have been deceiving the people of Ho'aha and controlling us for a long time. Are you really willing to just go back like this? Why don't we build our own power here, seize the secret realm, and rule over them? The guy with the blonde hair suddenly spoke up. His words seemed to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, but we only have a few people and no weapons. The green-haired guy next to him seemed to agree. Yeah, if we are unwilling, what can we do? Another gray-haired guy ran over to you. He must have been so terrified by what happened that he had no will to fight. If you want to die, that is your business. I want to go back. You have to take me home. The black-haired guy shared the same feeling. Yeah, I want to go back. I'm begging you. Let me go home. Okay. After hearing what the brothers here said, Tien Pham somewhat understood the situation. He walked over to Lam Lak. Brother Lam, we have only a few 100 people. Even if we take over and go a home manor, we can't possibly control Mean BAC. The system suddenly appeared. You had not even thought about how to persuade these people to become your allies when uninvited guests burst in. You decided to kill the chicken to scare the monkey show. Them your strength so they will willingly devote themselves to you. Perhaps not wanting to argue any further, he changed the subject. Someone's coming. You go bring them in first. Lam Lak put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely. I will let you see whether I am capable or not. Scene shifts outside. At this moment, the second boss was sitting in a car heading somewhere listening to the person on the other end of the line. Black Emperor, soloed protector Hank Trung. His talent level is definitely above S. The second boss said to his contact, being able to kill the guardian of the insect nest in reality means this Black Emperor must have used a huge amount of true crystal to bring power from the dungeon into reality. Otherwise, he would have already died in the deep sea. Lam Lak suddenly jumped onto the front windshield out of nowhere, looking pretty cool. He fixed his sharp gaze on the guy and said, you sure know a lot. You must be at least an awakened being above. Level 5, right? Panicking, the second in command shouted, what the hell are you? Lam Lak did not bother to answer. He pulled out a dagger and used his power to strike the windshield repeatedly, windsword technique. The car was wrecked to the point of catching fire, completely falling apart. The system announced combat group strength is only 5. 3 seconds left to reach the battlefield. At that moment, he grinned, revealing the trademark smile of the Dragon King. These worthless fools, have you thought about burying them up front yet? After finishing the job, Lamlack casually spoke. Righteousness stands clear, but you sure talk a lot. Suddenly, a pig charged toward him from behind. Detecting danger, the system immediately issued a warning. Activate blood tide surge, danger approaching. Of course, something like that could never harm Lamlack's body. He easily sidestepped it. An honorable sneak attack against someone with multiple life-saving talents, it was nothing at all. Usually avatars are impressive, so he could not understand why this one looked so comical. Lamlack glanced at it, wondering to himself, an S-tier avatar. Where's the host? Strange, I should not have revealed myself to anyone just now. Lamlack looked around to spot its owner. The system fed him information and he started thinking about the S-tier talent that is rare. Maybe let Black Emperor test the opponent's strength first, then have the Lord of Prayers locate the opponent's real body. But while the Lord of Prayers was powerful, he had forgotten about an even cooler avatar, one that already knew the host of his clone, hiding inside its belly already. Getting the new information, he was stunned as if he could not believe what he had just heard. What inside the belly? Regaining a bit of composure from the earlier panic, Lamlack smiled brightly, reclaiming his initial confidence. Although just now he felt you were talking too much and wanted the Lord to help you, keep quiet for a while. It now seemed it was not entirely useless after all. He looked toward the stand-in and raised his voice. Come out. I know where you're hiding. The young man sitting inside the stand and could not stop feeling uneasy. The enemy this time was far too high level, and their movement speed was also very fast. Using the pig swallow technique to eat it into his belly would not be easy. How could this be? As far as I know, there are not supposed to be any opponents this strong in this area. The system delivered a message. Inside was the second master of the Crouching Tiger Manor, the man Ming Guixiang trusted the most. Apart from Wang Chu-ho, no one knew that this cruel second master's other identity was a member of the Nam Van Hoa secret unit, codenamed Messenger, currently on an espionage mission in Crouching Tiger Manor. His superior's codename was Fisherman. Their password exchange was tell old Matiwana, eat fish, and the code phrase 3 fish sauce would be delivered to him immediately. Lamlack was inwardly delighted, thinking I was just worried about lacking someone who truly understood the situation to help me, and here comes such a good assistant. Understanding the situation clearly, Lamlack immediately changed his attitude. He spoke in a gentle tone to the young man. Messenger, there is no one else here. I was sent by Fisherman to help you. Still seemingly unconvinced, the second boss wondered in confusion. How could this be? Just a few days ago his superior had advised him to be patient. Was this person really sent by the Fisherman? Planned to help him, knowing he had not won him over yet. Lamlack continued. Our signal is to tell old Mac that I want to eat fish, then 3 fresh fish will be delivered to you right away. Rest assured, I have already taken control of Ngoa Home Manor. As expected, he finally started to trust Lamlack, left the stand-in, and stepped outside. When asked how many people were sent from above, Lamlack replied, for a small place like Meanback, I alone am enough. Lamlack led the second boss to where Tianfam's group was. As soon as they saw him, they hurried over. Tianfam spoke up. Brother Lam, only 20 minutes and you've already taken care of this. Lamlack calmly replied, next time, I will have it under control in 10. He stepped back, put his arm around the second boss's shoulder and introduced him to the brothers. Everyone, this is Pham Tichson, sent by our superiors to help me take over the north. He smiled warmly, stepped forward, and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. I am a spy sent from Huaxia to rescue you all. I just did not expect Ngoa Home Manor to have already fallen. Without hesitation, Lamlack got straight to the point. Everyone, let me be frank from now on, disasters will keep occurring. Our superior's intention is for us to quietly take control of Meanback so that before any world-scale catastrophe strikes, we will have the ability and resources to protect our families. He looked surprised and said, you mean disasters like the white mist sealing the city 2 days ago will keep happening? Lamlack replied, exactly. At this moment, Tianfam and the brothers looked utterly dejected. He said to Lamlack, even if you and Fam's strength were far greater, adding a still would not be enough. Not to mention all kinds of hot weapons, you must know that among those warlords, there are also people awakened above level S. Lamlack took the gun from here, without hesitation raised it and aimed straight his own head, then pulled the trigger. They thought he had lost his mind and was committing suicide, but unexpectedly, he was completely fine. Lamlack looked at them with steadfast eyes and said, ordinary firearms have no effect on me besides my name. I'm sure you have heard of it. Only then did the second boss realize the terrifying background of the man before him. His mouth fell open, unable to hide his shock. My God, you are the Black Emperor. Lamlack smiled and said, I think right now, an awakened above level S, let alone in the north, even across the entire Lamtin, finding someone stronger than me would not be easy. Knowing the person he would be teaming up with possessed such peak strength, why would not he follow? He agreed without hesitation. If it is you, I am willing to cooperate. Tianfan pondered for a moment, his initial resolve filling his whole being. Brother Lam is right. The world has changed now. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, better to take a risk in search of life. Lam Lak placed his hand over his chest to show his determination and also to earn the brother's trust. I can promise you this, it won't be long. Once I have taken control of this place, you will be free to go wherever you wish, and I will provide you with whatever it is you desire most. Everyone seemed to have regained their fighting spirit, shouting in unison, "We agree, I agree." His eyes had changed. The boy from before had now become a brave young man carrying the mission to protect humanity. Lamlak thought to himself, I came here, I saw, I conquered. He silently made up his mind. I will cleanse this land of evil and become the new king of the north.